shaded part, like the black edge, and then the rest of the moon is lit up perfectly in terms of the edge on the left side. That doesn't make sense if it's the sun in the center lighting it up.
Wait, but the post that Geo did,
when it's right in the center of the Earth, you would expect that the lighting, the shading on both sides would be equal. So this is just bullshit.
But isn't that video that GIF that Geo posted? Wasn't that NASA's like actual video that they put up? The time lapse that they did?
If it is, it's bullshit.
Well, that's the point. I'm just saying, like, it's bullshit because that doesn't add up. But they said that is what it is. So because it doesn't light up like the picture that I posted at 46 minutes after the hour, it should have been that bright because it had the sun's view completely on it the way it was on Earth. And these are the things that we question. And I don't know how you guys even fight us with that. I don't get it. I mean, I think that's a pretty fucking good point. No matter where you stand, glober or flat earther or triangle or fucking donut shape, whatever, I think the physics of it, the logic of it, it should represent accordingly.
What are the physics of it?
Okay, so if Geo posted something that
come on, you've said the physics of it. So what are the physics of it?
He just said it all. He said it all. I understood every word he said.
No, he just used the word the physics of it.
The physics of it.
He didn't actually mention any physics.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Oh, so by saying the physics of it. So if I say the physics of it negate your argument, then I'm correct, right? Because I'm just saying the physics of it. That means that I've actually used physics and described the physics of it by just saying the physics of it.
He walked you through. He walked you through an explanation of the physics. He did. He
just basically said the physics of it mean that it shouldn't look like that. That's essentially what he said. There wasn't any physics involved in his explanation at all.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Paul sounds really annoyed.
Yeah. I mean, I would too if my shit was getting destroyed and pushed in. Honestly.
Well, it's not though, is it? Because you haven't actually destroyed anything. You're just saying, I don't believe it should look like this because of the physics of it, even though I can't actually point to any physics of it.
Okay, Paul. Do you believe what Geo posted was from NASA?
Yeah.
Okay. With that being said, why doesn't it show the Earth and the moon the way it should look logically? With light hitting the entire backside of that moon, it's lighting up Earth, but not the moon. Why does that moon not look like the picture I posted 46 minutes?
Why should it look like the picture you posted? Because the picture you posted is taken from a different camera at a different time under a different process.
Are you serious now?
Why should it look? No, I am being serious. Why would you expect? Why do you feel as if you have to talk over me to interrupt my answer?
Dismissed.
You're literally talking through me while I'm trying to give you my answer. That doesn't sound like an honest argument.
Yeah, guys, one at a time, please.
Epoch, would you agree that, you know, if I had a camera and I took a photo of a flashlight and I had a really high shutter speed on, and then I took another photo of that flashlight with a slower shutter speed on, you would agree that the brightness would be different in the post of that image?
Of course it would be. It'd be vastly different.
But Epoch needs to agree that that would be the case, because right now he's denying that different cameras with different settings can produce different, you know, apparent brightnesses of objects. Yeah, and for some reason, that is like a clutch your pearls moment for Epoch.
Well, Kessler, this is supposed to be a GIF of a video in which you would expect the shutter speed to be.
It's not a GIF of a video. It's not a video.
Hold up, I'm not done, man. You don't.
Yeah, but it's not a video, so your point is invalid.
Okay, fine. It's multiple images. Did they only pick out the images where the shutter speed is making it dim?
I don't know. They've got a set shutter speed. You know, go find out what Discover's shutter speed is, and then go find out what Epoch.
No, but you're the one that's making the claim it's shutter speed.
No, what I'm saying is, would you agree that cameras can be different depending on the settings? Are we going to say that Epoch's photo of the moon right there is the exact same settings and the exact same, you know, parameters as it is that the Discover image is taken on?
I admit cameras can be different depending on settings, but also with the same settings in different images, you'll have different, different brightnesses. So this is supposed to be from the same camera. Did they pick out the images
same
that
camera as
showed
what
it
airport?
looking dim? These images are from the same camera, right? So did they purposely pick out the images where the moon is looking dim due to the shutter speed? Because there's going to be some images where it's looking brighter.
You're asking me a motive of a GIF. I don't have a clue.
Okay,
Maybe
so
there
why are
was
you
some
saying it's
motive.
shutter speed when you don't know?
I'm not. What I'm saying is, APOC denies that different cameras can produce different, brightnesses of objects dependent on
I don't
their
think I
setting.
heard him deny that. But in any case, can you address my concern about it? Which is
I don't really understand what your concern is. You're concerned over some motive behind them having a shutter speed that makes the moon appear dim.
That's something else. But from the thing I said earlier, where the shading on the edge, from like the right side, it stays shaded, and then left side stays lit up when it's supposedly going in front of the sun. Like it's in front of the Earth, and the right side is still, for some reason, it has that black curved line along the edge. What the fuck's up with that?
Does that mean that the sun's not actually directly behind? That it might be at a bit of an angle? That it's not completely a full moon at that stage?
Even so, the shading would change if the sun is off-center.
Why? Why would the shading change?
Because the moon is changing. The moon's changing position relative to the sun, so that the shading should be changing. The fact that it's not is indicative it's bullshit.
How much angle is it changing by relative to the sun? It
doesn't matter. It's changing.
It does matter.
It does matter. You need to quantify that.
No, I don't actually.
Yes, you do, because you're making a claim that it changes because of the angle. You need to know what that angle is.
Listen, it qualitatively should be changing. It can even be a little bit, right? But qualitatively, it has to be changing because the sun is stationary to this, like relatively to this moving moon, right?
Just anything other than to quantify that.
So now, if you're saying that it is changing, but just a negligible amount, the burden of proof is on you.
The burden of proof is on you right now to show
because we agree logically that it should be changing because the moon is moving. We agree on this. Whether it's a negligible amount or a noticeable amount,
percentage. I would argue then percentage that the angle subtended by a triangle where the length of one side is 93 million miles and the length of the other side is only 12,000 miles, that angle subtended is a very, very, very small angle. So it's not changing by much of an angle at all.
Yeah, that's rhetoric. Do you have evidence of it?
That's actually facts. That's the numbers that are actually involved. That is the actual size of the measurements that we claim. If you disagree with that, then you provide the numbers.
All right, so we shouldn't see any shading differences ever when the moon is going in front of the Earth like this during an eclipse.
No.
What about the last image that the person posted?
So if I took a flood lamp and I shined it up on my house, and then I took a ball and I put it in between my flood lamp and the house, they would both have light casted on them, the ball and the house. If you're going to say that ball that I'm representing in the shot is going to be dimmer than the house, that's fucking bullshit. If anything, it would be brighter because it's closer to the light source. Come on, guys. Really?
Oh, come on, guys. That's a great argument. Putting "come on, guys" at the end of your argument makes it much stronger, right? But of course, the brightness of the object would be relative to its albedo, how reflective it is, and what kind of light reflects off it, wouldn't it? Come on, guys.
You sound so nonsensical right now.
Well, you did, because you're just saying that if I put one object here and another object there, one of them should look brighter, but you didn't take into account the actual reflectivity of the objects themselves and the size of the objects themselves and the distance of the light source. None of that you took into account. You just said, "Come on, guys."
Okay, hold up. There's an issue here, Chris. So
do you think?
I take your hold up, Pac. So I take your point that the angle to the sun won't change that much, and so the shading to the sun shouldn't change that much, right? The issue here is these images are from a camera not at the sun's location. Okay, so the camera would pick up on shading differences because the moon is moving relative to that camera. So how do you address that?
What position is the camera in?
Well, you could look at the
points
GIF.
if he knows
It's
that.
farther than the moon by a bit to show the Earth and the moon in the same shot.
Do you know
It's not
specifically
at
where
the
it
sun,
is?
though. We know that. It's not 93 million miles away. So how can you explain
But how far is
the
it
lack
away?
of
How
shading
far is
difference?
how far is the camera away?
Who knows?
You do anything not
All I
quantify
know.
that.
Why don't you know? You're making this claim that it should make a difference. Then you should know how far the
It
camera
definitely
is away.
should, bro, because the moon is going from one side of the Earth to the other.
Isn't the camera 1 million miles away? That's what I heard.
Sure is.
So why are you asking questions to answer
Yeah,
when you
so
already know the
instead
answer?
of just saying
There you
that,
go.
you knew the answer, you're just being a jerk. Like, that's a jerkish move, right?
He's trying
feel-
to like it.
Pretentious or whatever.
No,
I
he's
feel
trying
like-
to beat around the bush because he's scared to answer the argument. He's stalling.
No, I'm not
feel
beating
like
around the bush at all.
So you have a camera a million miles away. The moon is moving relative to that camera. So the shading that the camera should pick up, because it's being shaded by the sun, which is like a different angle away, right? But the camera itself should be seeing different shading because the moon is moving relative to the camera. How come we don't see different shading?
Because it's not moving that far relative to the camera.
Come on, man. First you said you argued
come on,
that
man.
the
That's a great
triangle.
argument.
Hold up. First you argued the triangle is subtended by the sun 93 million miles away. Now you know the camera's only 1 million mile away, right? So the difference in triangle is, according to your own logic, is way different. I mean, you could do the math and figure out the actual angle subtended, but definitely we should be seeing different shading. And
That's
yet we're
for you
not.
to quantify, by the way.
No, it's actually for you
Yes,
to...
it is.
It's for you to qualify the lack of difference, because this is evidence that you guys are introducing, and it's bullshit.
You haven't shown that
You're
it's
going to call
bullshit.
bullshit on that. You have to quantify.
It's logically
and show
bullshit.
that it is.
I'm explaining to you
But it's
right
not
now.
logically bullshit.
I'm being very concise and explain to you how it's bullshit according to your own logic of the angle subtended by the triangle that it's created.
You haven't used any logic at all. You've just made a claim.
Hey, can I jump in just real
go
quick,
ahead,
guys?
man.
Can I jump in? Yeah, it's just so. Let's just say, for instance, percentage. You want to do the subtended measurement, right? You're going to measure the angles. You do that, and then whoever else is on this panel on the other side, they do that. Like, will you guys get the same result, right? Will you get the same analysis of the angle from the camera's position? I think I think it's a reasonable criticism that percentage is bringing up, right? So both of you do it. I don't see why that should be a problem.
Travis, that doesn't help, because if I'm using their values, then we should be getting the same angle, because I'm just using the globe, the heliocentric values.
Well,
I guess
the
what I'm
point
trying
is to support your own claim that you're making about a contradiction.
Bro, that's not how it works. You guys are making a positive claim.
Fuck
I'm
it.
denying it.
You
The
do
burden of
anything
proof
not
is on the
quantify
positive
like
claim.
any other flat earther.
Yeah, sure. Just hand
Yeah,
wave it away
great.
because you don't have
Awesome.
any argument.
So still we can still have a logical conversation about it there, right? Without anybody actually doing anything, just talking about it logically, right? Can we do that?
Yes, logically. Sometimes, no disrespect, Paul, but sometimes you come in here with such a absolute arrogance, and anything you say is factual, and you stand on that pedestal. But let's talk about it logically for one.
Who's Paul?
I'm sorry. My bad. What's his name? Let me look for it. Who's the one that's talking like that?
It's cursed with a high IQ.
Yes,
Yeah, it is.
high IQ, which is an arrogant name, by the way. But anyways, go ahead.
Really?
So, Kurst, are you still saying that
Yes,
the
really.
angle, the shading is negligible because of the triangle being subtended when it's 1 million miles
I am.
away? And sorry, is that 1 million miles away from Earth or 1 million miles away from the moon?
It's a Lagrange point, right? So that would be 1 million miles away from the Earth.
The
So
camera was at the
logically-
Lagrange point?
So logically, the moon would be closer to the light source, thus be brighter to the light source, logically. And now you're having it pass above something that's or before something that is fully visibly lit and bright. So if I introduce this object in front of it, logically, it should at least be brighter than what it is, because look at it at a full moon. It look how bright it is when the sun is directly shining on it. Now in this picture,
if you're using logic, then do logic tell you that the distance of the object is away from the sun is the only factor that will affect its brightness? Is that logic?
yes.
It's not. It's bad logic because it would also depend on the albedo of the object that's being lit as well, wouldn't it?
Still logic.
Square law of light.
Bad logic, good logic. Still logic.
I'm sorry. What's albedo? Give me. I've never heard that term.
That's the reflectivity. How much of the light being shone on the object reflects back off of it.
The albedo is definitely.
You would imagine that would have a direct impact on the brightness of the object you're observing, wouldn't it?
It definitely would.
Right.
So logic would tell you then that the distance the object is not the only factor that would determine its brightness. So
absolutely.
What logic you used before was bad logic.
Still logic, though.
Absolutely. Logic would also tell you that the shading would be changing relative to this camera.
Welcome to the conversation. That's what Percentage has been trying to explain to you. Logically, there's several different factors that would affect this. We're trying to take all of them into account and talk through it, right? Have a conversation about it, logically.
Yeah, logically the shading would change, but logically by how much? Logically.
Hey, next person that says logically, I'm gonna have to mute you.
Well, common sense would say that it would be changing. So if you're saying it's negligible, then the common sense approach is for you to substantiate that claim.
It's also for you to substantiate that the common sense approach would be that it's changing by an amount significant to detect.
I'm not claiming
that would be common sense.
I'm not claiming it is. I agree with you that common sense sensibly it would be changing. I else.
Muted. Get him.
So we agree on that, Cursed. So now can you substantiate it that it's negligible?
Let's mute logic ideas.
That's what they did at Gems.
Like, I think anyone with any sense could instantly or easily say that GIF is fucking photoshopped. And it's not even a good Photoshop. It's just bad.
And these are one of those things where NASA posted it, right? So it's in the realm of their belief and their understanding. So why doesn't it represent a reality that you would think, through common sense? I'm going to switch that word from logic to common sense, that it should be at least a little brighter. I mean, come on, man, Biden.
So what's the diameter of the Earth again? About 12,500 kilometers, yeah?
Something
if you say so.
And the distance of the camera is about 1 million miles, or about 1,600,000 kilometers.
Not sure how you would double check that one either.
But that's what the claim is. That's what we're saying.
Mm.
So what angle would be subtended by a triangle with one side being 12,000 kilometers and the other one being 1,600,000 kilometers? Wouldn't that be a very small angle?
You could take a few zeros off, maybe start there.
Why are you looking at the Earth?
I could go to an online calculator and calculate that angle. Why don't I do that?
Why does it have to be 1 million miles to L1?
Because that's where the camera is.
How do you know?
Because that's where L1 is. That's the definition of where the point L1 is.
Someone much, much smarter than all of us told him that. and he fully trusts it. It's like the guy stood up on a stage high above him behind a pedestal and maybe wrote it down in a book and then preached it to him, professed it to him, and now he trusts it. Now he's telling us that he's going to use it in a formula.
L1 confirmed.
Take this shit apart. What you should do is look at all the pictures of the dark side of the moon, try to overlay them, look at the craters, and see if they actually match or not.
Yeah, you can do that. But also, Cursed, your math doesn't add up. It makes no sense to be using the diameter of the Earth when the moon isn't at the Earth's level. The Earth is far.
But the transit is going across the face of the Earth.
But that is
the diameter that we need to use.
Because
so it's actually smaller. So it's actually smaller because the moon's closer. So it's actually a smaller distance that I should be using, which makes the angle even less.
So now you're saying you don't know which one you should use?
It's still if it's closer, that changes the angle. You know, like a small distance over a longer period will have a smaller angle. So. What you need to look at is the distance
it's still transiting the face of the Earth, which is 12,500 in diameter.
It's when you interrupt. It's when you interrupt another grown man that you sound very intelligent.
Oh, just like you did.
What you need to do is look at the distance of the moon's orbit around the Earth. That'll give you your base for your triangle.
I'm sorry about that.
I think it fit right in the conversation. I mean, only if you would have hawked it out and spit it like 10 feet would it really agree with what that IQ guy is trying to spout here.
Yeah, it said what we felt, right?
Exactly.
Turns out that it's an angle of about 0.2 degrees, so not much at all.
See?
Are you using the Earth's diameter as the base of the triangle or the moon's orbital distance?
Considering that we're looking at the photo, the image going across the face of the Earth, then that's the diameter that I am using because that's the angle that we are looking at being subtended. The diameter from one edge of the Earth to the other edge of the Earth is what you're complaining about, where you think you should see the shadow change. That's the distance that it's moving, right? That's the angle that it's moving across the face of the Earth.
And you're using the 1 million mile value?
Yeah.
That's wrong then.
No, it's not, because the Earth is a distance of 1 million miles from L1.
We don't care about the Earth. The Earth is just a reference point in this. What you need to do
it's
is
the reference point that you're looking at. It's the reference
please.
point that you're looking at across the disk of the Earth, which is 12,500 across.
You get the distance of the camera relative to the moon, okay? Which is going to be probably like 500 or 600,000 miles or some shit. And then you take that relative to the orbital distance of the moon around the Earth. Half of that.
No, absolutely not. Because we're looking at the moon entering from one edge of the Earth to the moon exiting out the other side of the Earth's disk. For that, we use the diameter of the Earth, not the diameter of the moon's orbit, because we're not seeing the full diameter of the moon's orbit here. What we're seeing is the image of the moon transiting across the face of the Earth. So that's the measurement that we need to use.
Yes, transiting across half of the moon, half of the Earth, which would mean it's half of the moon's orbit.
No.
Okay. All right.
You look at the angle subtended by one side of the Earth as opposed to the other side of the Earth. That's the angle of difference that we're looking at as the moon transits across that face of the Earth.
No, man. You need the chord line for the half of the moon's orbit as it goes around half of the Earth.
When the moon enters at one side of the Earth, there's a chord line between the camera and that left side of the Earth, and that should pass the front leading edge of the moon. They should all be in line. The other angle, the other line, is the one when the leading edge of the moon is exiting the Earth's disk. That's on the other side. That's a line from the camera to the right side of the Earth. Those are the two lines that we do, which means that the diameter of the Earth is what we're actually looking for here.
No, it's not, because we don't care about the Earth. The shading's not on the Earth. We're caring about the moon. So you're looking at the distance between the camera to the moon, and that angle therein, from its the beginning of the transit to the end of the transit. So you're looking at that chord line as it's going around the Earth relative to the camera. Your triangle is made up of the camera and then the moon's distance from before transit to after transit. The only reason you look at the Earth is to know that, you know, you have how much of a chord line of orbital moon distance you need.
Oh, so transits across the face of something don't give us the angular size of that object at all, do they?
Not if the camera is relative to the moon. If it was about the Earth and we took the moon out of it, then sure. You could just look at the diameter of the Earth and compare that with the camera. But that's not what's being discussed. What's being discussed is the shading on the moon, not on the Earth.
Does the angle depend when something transits across the face of a distant object? Does the angle of that transit depend on the distance of the object doing the transiting?
It depends on the distance of that base relative to the whatever's at, like, you know, the end of the triangle, which would be the camera. So the thing is, the camera is the different distance to the base changes whether it's relative to the Earth or to the moon, which changes the angle. If it's closer, that the angle gets bigger. If it's farther away, it gets smaller. So it doesn't make sense to be using the Earth, purposely making the angle smaller when the Earth isn't what's being discussed. The shading on the moon is being discussed.
I just have a quick question for Curse, just real quick. So I'm visualizing this, right? So it's not up on a whiteboard or anything like that. So I'm trying. When you're talking about subtending, if the camera is the I don't know how to say it, the apex of the triangle, yep. So that the point. So we're talking about the left side touching the left part of the Earth, and the adjacent angle on the other side of the Earth, right? So we're going to both sides of the Earth, right? Am I understanding that so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what does the subtending mean in that idea? Like, what does subtending mean?
It means that if we were to point the center of the camera directly at where it crosses each side of the Earth there, what angle would I have to shift the camera through to keep that transition in the very center of the camera? Of course, the camera doesn't follow the object at all. It stays fixed, but nevertheless the moon moves through that angle as it crosses the disk of the Earth. In other words, what is the angle between the line of sight to the left edge of the Earth to the right edge of the Earth? That's what we're looking at.
And then, so then the two arm, what help me out. The two arms of that triangle. What are those called? The adjacent and the, right?
Well, there are three arms to the triangle, right? So what you could imagine is if the camera is in that far away apex, right, the million-mile away one, and if the camera was pointed directly at the center of the Earth, what you're looking for is that angle at the camera there that's subtended. To do that, you need to know what the diameter is at the other end, because then you can use the half of that diameter to be one side, and the hypotenuse, the distance from the camera to the actual Earth itself, as one of the other sides. And because it's a right angle triangle, you can just use your SOHCAHTOA. You use the arctan of half the diameter of the Earth divided by the distance to the object, and that will give you the angle subtended at the camera.
And you're saying that would change the light shine?
No, it wouldn't. Would, but not by much at all. Not by very much at all. Because remember, that angle that you're changing your viewpoint of the moon from is about 0.2 of a degree, but the light source that's illuminating the moon is 93 million miles away. So that's not going to change your shadow on the moon by much at all.
Okay, but hold on though. When there's a full moon in our sky, it's still 93 million miles away, and it's still lighting it up like a motherfucker. So if you put the moon, and if you were able to take a picture from the other side of that moon, it should still be lit up just the same way. Just as it'd be a different angle, but it still should be lit up. And that's the argument that I think you're just flying over it. You're not even allowing that to be a factor in this conversation, because the Earth is clearly lit up from a 93 million mile away light source that you believe in, and the moon that's within it, it should be brighter because it's closer to the camera that it's taking the picture from.
And again, I haven't just flown over this argument. I've actually given quite a detailed response to it, and already told you quite a number of times that would depend on the albedo or the reflectivity of both surfaces. Clearly, the reflectivity of the Earth is much higher than the reflectivity of the Moon. Not only no, I'm not finished yet, because clearly the actual size of the Earth is much bigger than the size of the Moon too, and that when you're taking photographs, as you would be aware, you need to set the exposure for the brightest object, which would be the Earth in that situation, which would tend to make the Moon dimmer than what we normally see when we only take a photo of the Moon.
Can you demonstrate what you just described in another photo? Like, can you show that happening in a different scenario? Because, yeah, I guess I'll just leave my question hang there. Can you do that?
Well, it would be like you try to take a photo of the moon at night. You'll get a nice photo of the moon, but you won't get a photo of the stars along with the moon. Why? Because the exposure that lets you correctly expose the moon won't let enough light in for you to make the stars visible, will it? But if you set your exposure so that you get the stars, what you'll see is the moon grossly overexposed. This is just basic photography.
Okay, I get it. So my question was for an example, not an explanation. So you did a great job explaining the idea again. I'm asking you to show me a different example of something similar enough to this discussion so that I can see it happening in a different situation, because the way that this criticism is coming at you is the way I reacted to this video when I first saw it. It's exactly my immediate. I was like, if the Earth is in full daylight and it's as bright as it is, then in my opinion, the moon is not lit up the way I would imagine it should be.
And I've literally given you a reason for that. I don't believe that I should have to go away and find another example when this example itself This example itself is a good enough demonstration of the principles that I just explained.
Wait. Let me call out something you just said. You said that if I focus on the stars, then the moon would be overexposed, or there will be overexposure. Then why isn't the moon overexposed here if the focus was on the Earth?
What do you mean?
Okay, let me say it again a little slower. You said if I focus my camera to view the stars, then the moon would be overexposed because it's so much more lit, because I'm focusing on the stars behind it. Using that same logic, if I'm focusing on the Earth, then the moon should be overexposed in this scenario in the same manner.
No, because the moon is much less bright than the Earth. You've got to completely arse around that if we use the exposure that would properly expose the Earth, the moon would be underexposed because it's significantly less bright than the Earth.
No, hold up. You're just saying that because if the sun was shining its light
on the Earth, and then you put a ball in front of it, this moon in front of it, it should be overexposed in the camera the same way that we're saying if we're looking at a moon lit up from the sun, and that star in the distance is what we're focusing on. If it's overexposed in that scenario, but not in the Earth behind it scenario, then that's false.
No, because the Earth is much brighter than the moon. Exposing the Earth properly to get the moon in the picture would underexpose the moon. Exposing the moon correctly in relation to the stars means that you don't get the stars shining through because they're less bright than the moon.
The stars are brighter in my shot from the Earth ground than the moon. Yes or no?
Well, which shot are you talking about?
And any star. Let's say Polaris. Let's say Polaris. Okay, just for argument's sake, if the star is brighter in the distance, then the moon, you're saying, would be overexposed because we're trying to focus on the star in the background. Now, if I took that same analogy, the same logic, and now the Earth is brighter than the moon, but the sun's still shining on the moon should be overexposed. It should be brighter than what it is because that same logic should apply.
This isn't logic because, for number one, no stars are brighter than the moon. Stars are significantly less bright than the moon. Right? That's a well-known fact and a well-measured and still talking and a well-measured fact. No, and if the Earth is exposed, if the Earth is brighter than the moon, then putting the moon between the Earth and the camera won't overexpose the moon. It will underexpose it. Because to get the exposure level correct for the Earth means reducing the amount of light that comes into the camera, which will underexpose the moon. You're fundamentally wrong in your understanding of how cameras work.
Okay, you're the one that said a light in the distance, if we try to focus our camera on it, it would overexpose the moon because it's closer to us. If it was a full moon, but I wanted to focus on the stars in the background, you said your own words that the moon would be overexposed because it's closer from my point of reference. Now
you're strawmanning me right now because no, I never ever claimed that. That isn't what I claimed at all, and neither did I ever say anything like that. What I actually said, and make this quite plain and clear, listen, right, was that when we try to take a picture of the moon with the stars are underexposed, and that the moon is much brighter than the stars, and therefore the stars won't show up. Not the other way round like you're trying to claim I said. Get it right.
Okay.
I
want to say something.
Travis, you see the image that I put in the chat?
No, I'm driving right now.
Well, Chris, go ahead, take a look at it. I did a quick sketch of like a diagram of how the angle would be subtended, and to show that yours was wrong. To go by the Earth is wrong. You should go by the distance created by the moon.
Well,
so just real quick,
for a start in your diagram, the moon isn't transiting the Earth in that diagram. It's completely outside of the transit. Your angles aren't correct at all.
How's it not transiting?
It's not, because the actual moon is not in line with the Earth. There in your diagram, it's clearly visible.
It started at the bottom.
It's clearly visible that in the transit, the moon isn't in line with the Earth.
What are you talking about? It started at the bottom, and relative to that camera, it transited as it moved to the top. See the arrow?
Yeah, but the angle that you're looking at there is nowhere near the angle of the actual transit itself.
Nonsense.
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Yeah,
what the fuck are you talking about?
Nonsense, bro. Honestly,
right, look, I want to jump in just real quick if I can. I want to try to say, I want to try to say just two things. Cursed. First, if I'm having a conversation with you one-on-one and you're explaining this, your opinion of what's happening with the moon, and I ask you to give me another demonstration so that I can see it in another scenario, and you say you don't have to do that because your explanation is proven by this one image. To me, that's not a good enough response. It's almost like a hand wave.
Well, for a start, I did. Well, you're claiming that I said it was proven, and I never ever used those words. So I don't know why you would be attributing that claim to me.
Okay. I'm not trying to nail you with your words. I'm trying to.
But you are though.
Okay, hold on. Basically, you said that you didn't have to give me any more information because your explanation is good enough. That's what the way I'm trying to say it. To me, that's not good enough. I would like to see this explanation demonstrated in another way so that I can understand it, because now this is my second point.
Then you could. We could just go on that point instead of introducing a second point. You could wait until the second point, right? And let me address the first point first, right? That I would suggest then that if you don't believe that's a good enough explanation and you require more evidence, that you yourself could go and find a photograph or do a demonstration that will allow you to investigate that principle for yourself, rather than asking me to demonstrate it for you. It's a well-known principle. It's a well-known principle of photography. You could go and find an example.
Really quick before you get to your second point, Travis. When you point to the thing that you're trying to prove as proof, that's begging the question.
Percentage. Okay, I don't want to. Okay, so my second point is to say, I'm trying to listen to this, right, critically, and understand your argument, because I'm on the other side and I have the same opinion as the other side, as percentage and the rest of us. At this point, the way that you are presenting your explanation, you are not persuasive. What you're saying is not persuasive at all.
Yeah, I had agreed with Travis earlier when I went, it's horse pocky. Like, it doesn't add up, doesn't logically deduce. And when you have to make so many assumptions to make it work, it's tough, right? It's tough to follow. It's tough to believe. It's tough to trust. It's more like faith. We try and avoid that.
I have another question on this camera recording from NASA from 1 million miles away. I want to bring this up and maybe could at least change the argument. Where is all the space junk? There are 5,000 satellites and space junk pieces. Why does this light not reflecting? It should be a tiny little speck. I'm not saying it's large like the moon, but there should be a shitload of tiny little like pieces of glitter looking almost
like dust.
Space junk. Why do we not see that in NASA's reported still images or time-lapsed images? Why don't we see that? Go on.
Because, my friend, that too is negligible. Everything they have to prove is negligible.
Yeah.
Why don't you see cars on the surface of Earth?
Yeah. Okay.
I do see cars on the surface of the Earth.
When I'm in a plane, I see cars.
Yeah, clearly my statement was in the context of NASA's photos from many hundreds of miles away.
Why are we not?
You mean somewhere that might not exist, that might be theoretical? That's what's in contention, and someplace that will never go. How do you know?
In the context of the discussion, because that's the civilized thing to do.
All I'm saying
I'm confused.
All I'm saying is,
can I do a follow up here real quick, and I'll go on mute. I'm
ahead.
confused because at one point we're told without the medium, like what they're in space, you can see forever. So now, as you're saying, you're looking directly down. As we look up, we can see trillions of miles away because there's no medium. But as we look down, we can't see all the way to Earth where we would be looking from up. Like, it doesn't add up. You can't have it both ways, I don't think.
Yeah, cursed. So I get your point that it's not to scale. I never claimed it was to scale. But do you get my point that the more accurate reading would be from the distance of the moon's transit and not necessarily from the Earth.
Show
Because
the
the
position
angle's
of the
gonna
moon.
be
Show the
changing.
position of the moon in transit. Why don't you try drawing it to scale? Use an actual scale and draw it to scale, and then you'll see what my point is.
That's fine, but as long as we agree qualitatively that the more accurate angle would be taken from the moon and not from the Earth.
No, I don't agree with that at all.
Well, then fuck off.
So we don't want to talk about all the 5,000 pieces of space junk that should have also been picked up somewhere in this view. We really don't want to go there. It should look like glitter in the sky at this point, because if there's metal objects in the darkness of space, but the sun is hitting them, they should twinkle like little stars when you're viewing it from such a distance that NASA proclaims to be. I'm just saying, like, where are they? Because clearly in what Geo posted, you don't see any of that. Why not?
Yeah, reflected light being seen from outer space, even if it's a million miles away, light travels forever, right? So the camera of that particular lens, which is so powerful and it's a million miles away looking back, should maybe pick up some reflected light. I don't know. Who knows?
I agree. There
Hey,
should be
hey,
some twinkles.
It's not the camera that picks. It's not the camera that determines how much light is reflected. It's the object the light's reflecting off of, dude.
Oh, dude.
Right,
So
so
there's the telltale.
Hey, Curse, let me ask you a question real quick. Let's say I was arguing for something in my photography, and I'm giving you an explanation for it. And you say, "Can you give me any other examples?" And then I say, "Go look for it yourself." Do you think
Sure.
you'd be happy with that answer?
I would probably actually go and look for it myself without actually asking you to give me any other examples. Because if I had enough interest to question it, I would want to do my own research and find out for myself what the situation is. So your position is completely different from the way I think about things.
I don't believe that at all, but
I don't believe that. Yeah.
Well, you can say that you don't believe it, but ultimately that's your opinion. You don't know what my thought processes are. You're only guessing at what my thought processes are.
No, I'm not.
And because
I'm
they don't align with the way you think they're wrong.
No, that's totally wrong. Now you're trying to divine my thoughts. You're projecting onto me what was wrong about your thought.
Yeah, and how does that feel? How does that feel?
I'm not sure what you're talking about now, because I was putting you down. But what I'm saying is there's been many times that I've heard you in conversations where you said, I don't need to go do that.
Oh, really? Give me another example.
You said that earlier.
Give me another example.
I don't think you've ever said that.
Wait. Hold on. Literally, IQ, you literally said that earlier.
Yeah.
When you told him, because he said, show me an example. You said, I don't have to go show you example. You literally just said that earlier. You're double speaking. Catch yourself. Admit
it was for the same example. That's when I said it. I've really only said it in one situation here, and that was to that very question.
Well, with in respect to what he just said, he said he's heard you say that multiple times, and you rebutted that saying, "No, I don't." But that's a lie, because you literally just did that earlier. Now that might have been the only time you ever said that, but you just stated that you never say that, and you did. Come on, man.
I never stated that I never said that. You're straw-manning me again.
You just said that.
You're straw-manning me again, because clearly I admit that I actually said that. All right, that's not something that I can deny. I clearly did say it, and I actually admitted that I said it, and I told you in what context I said it in. So don't straw-man me with the bullshit of I said I never said that, when clearly that is not the case.
You just told me that you don't.
You literally just said that. Rewind the tape. You literally, bro. Look at. Okay, I'm gonna shut up, because listen, I'm not getting nowhere, so I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Okay, so
the
just
willingness to say anything, right? That proved it right there.
Okay, Cursed. So, treat me with kid gloves, right? I'm ignorant. I wouldn't know how to look up another example. How would I look up another example of this discussion? Because we're talking about an observation in space, so it's very specific. How would I go away right now and do my own Google search? Like, what are some keywords that would give me results that would, in your mind, provide other examples of this phenomenon?
You could look up exposure in photography. Correct exposure.
Exposure in photography. And how would I know that I'm going to see, like, if I find 20 results, how would I know that I'm looking at what you're explaining here with this space one? Like, I might look at the wrong one and say, well, I'm right. And then you'll go, oh, no, that's not the example that I would like you to look at. And then I'm going to have to fucking find this needle in a haystack. I'm saying, man, it's very obvious to me again, and take this for whatever it is, that you are hand-wave dismissing an opportunity for you to simply give me another example of this. Otherwise, you're just, again, begging the question by saying, this example is an example of the example I'm explaining. And it's a circular argument.
And then what are you going to do? Are you going to ask me to give an example of the example because that example that I gave you is just not good enough? Or you disagree with that example and you want another example to explain the example that I just gave you? When does it end? No.
Okay, now you're
I'm not going to provide you with an example just because you demand an example from me. I gave you the principles upon which this works. You can go and investigate those principles of photography. You can even go and apply those principles of photography for yourself. But I'm not going to go away and be your puppy dog and give you another example. I can quite happily sit here and explain the principles of photography, which you might or might not disagree with, but you can go away and use those principles and logically think about them and apply them to any example you want.
But we already established that you said that the principles of photography, if we're focused on a further distant light, that the object before you would be overexposed. It would be brighter because we're trying to allow the further object be lit. With that same principle, the fact that the Earth is the object here that we're trying to come in view with the camera, then if a moon passes before it, it should be overexposed. But
nice straw man, because I never said that at all. You're completely straw manning my point.
Earlier you said that.
No, you might like to listen, because I never ever said that something more distant or closer. I was talking about the brightness of the objects, not the distance of the objects.
Overexposed
So you are straw manning my argument by claiming an argument that I never ever made.
Rewind the tape. Overexposed.
Rewind the tape and you'll find out that what my argument actually is that when we take a photograph of the Earth and the Moon together, we expose the photograph for the brightness. Listen to that, the brightness of the Earth. All right, and when we do that, when we expose it correctly for the brightness of the Earth, the Moon is underexposed. In that explanation, I never ever said anything about the distance of them at all.
Okay, with that being said, if we changed that camera view, the perspective, and we're doing a picture of the stars in the sky to get their beautiful brightness, would that underexpose the moon that is fully lit, or would it overexpose the moon that's fully lit?
It would overexpose the moon.
Then why doesn't that work?
Oh my God! Well, you couldn't let me finish my answer. Wow, you're so triggered that you have to yell when I get halfway into my sentence.
No, he'll let you finish. Go ahead.
Right?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Chris.
thank you. Right, it would overexpose the moon, because to get a correct exposure for the stars, being much less bright than the moon, I would have to let more light in. Therefore, too much light from the moon would arrive at the sensor, overexposing the moon. Are you happy with that answer?
You double talked.
So you're saying
not double talk at all.
The moon is naturally less bright than the Earth.
Yes, it has less reflectivity than the Earth. The albedo of the moon is less than that of the Earth.
It's sad. It's sad.
Issue with, there's no contradiction that I can see from what he's saying. I don't know Like, what's your issue?
Honestly, at this point, it's just sad because let me say it one more time, and this is your words exactly. The sun is lighting up the moon and the earth a certain way. From our point of view on Earth, looking up at the stars, there is a certain exposure from the moon closer to us and the stars farther than us. And you're saying the moon will be overexposed to the stars, but not overexposed to the earth. You are literally flipping that camera angle and reversing your argument. Do you not hear yourself?
No. Did
not
you not
getting
hear
it.
yourself?
Here, let me try explaining it, Chris.
I didn't say anything about the distance at all. Once again, you brought up the distance thing, and I never ever made that as part of my argument.
Distance?
Let me try explaining it, Pogfun. So the brightness of something has to do with, like, it's relative to its size, right? Because in the field of view, the stars are so small, they're not as bright as bigger objects that, you know, that have similar or maybe even less brightness, right? So when you're trying to allow more light in to see the stars, the things that are naturally brighter than the stars, i.e. the moon and the sun, because of their size, they're going to be overexposed because you could see them. They're more brighter normally, and now you're allowing more light, so they're going to be even brighter, right? But if you're doing it the other way around, like say you're trying to see the moon, right? The moon is less bright than the Earth, but more bright than the stars, and you allow more light in. The stars are going to be a little bit brighter, but the Earth is going to be the thing that's going to be a lot brighter because it's already naturally brighter than the moon. You understand?
You lost me. No, I'm lost now.
Well, maybe he got it. You understand it, Apoc?
Seems to make sense to me.
Yeah, and not only is the Earth much bigger than the moon, but the Earth actually reflects a lot more light. The albedo of the Earth is about 0.3. In other words, it reflects about 30% of the light that shines on it, whereas the moon only reflects about 12% of the light that shines on it.
Yeah, see, this is consistent. Unlike the angle subtended argument that I was having with him.
That's still a beautiful story.
Yeah.
It's not a story.
So for me,
that
again,
is observational with cameras. You can talk about the albedos and stuff. You know, that could be something that you could argue a little bit about. But the actual function of how a camera works, that's not arguable. How exposure works.
The only thing that I can relate to in understanding this is focusing on a proximate object or a distant object. And what I've done at different times is if I've got a flower in my foreground and something else in the background, I'll focus on the flower and the background is blurry. And then I'll focus on the background and then the flower is blurry. Right? So that's the way I'm hearing this discussion in terms of brightness. Does that analogy?
It's similar, yeah.
Right? It's similar, right? So,
but is it fair to say that both objects will still be lit, even though they're blurry?
Right.
They're still going to be lit up, right?
Yeah. So then the other thing that I was going to say is in all of this, look, okay, just like at a ground level kindergarten, in this NASA footage, the moon looks dirty, right? It's dark, it's gray, it's dingy. So that if all I ever saw was that side of the moon and it was always like that color, all right, when I then saw an image from the Earth and it was bright as shit like that, I'd be like, this is not the same object. There's no way. Because on the one, you've got the sun shining on it, and on the other one, you've got the sun shining on it. So why isn't then the side of the moon that we see dark and gray?
Because they're adjusting the exposure for the Earth. If they adjusted...
No. I look up at the moon right now with my naked eye. It doesn't look dark and gray.
I know. And they could make it look like that if they adjusted the exposure for the moon.
I don't think so. Show me.
No, I mean just theoretically. If they made it so that the moon was bright in the thing, then the Earth, arguably would be overexposed, but the brightness of the moon would be like you see it from Earth.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
You're free to disagree.
We know what they say. They also just say you can go out with any camera because all you got to do is have exposure, right? That just means keep your lens open like a video camera always is. So why isn't there millions of videos of stars above certain altitudes?
Hey, have you guys heard that nursery rhyme? It goes, twinkle, twinkle, little satellite. The new children's nursery rhyme.
Oh yeah, okay, that's really helpful.
It's witty.
How I wonder how you got there tonight. Twinkle, twinkle, satellite.
All right, so we're off the games. Not any interest in actually discussing things. That's fine. Have a good one.
Listen,
I
have
like,
a little.
I like to discuss real
okay,
things.
Boyak, are you the sourpuss? Have a little levity, man.
Yeah, you guys need to work on that nursery rhyme.
I didn't know it was that depressing, Moyak. You got any better words?
Hey, no. I said twinkle, twinkle, little satellite. That doesn't work, but D-Mock nailed it. Twinkle, twinkle, satellite. Oh, yeah.
It's got a rhythm to it.
How flat earthers wonder what they are over and over and over again without finding an answer.
Hey, so earlier we were talking about the math of and that's applied in the science of rocketry and trajectories and rocket science. So if you have, since there's new people here, if you have an understood mathematics 50 years ago, but then not too long ago, they learned that the shape of the earth isn't exactly what they were saying back then. How does that not throw off all the math and give you these false equations?
Negligible.
Oh, well, next subject.
The Great Scaler.
No. The Great Scale Negator.
Oh, Negator. I'm sorry. I'm bugging it up.
That's all right. I was excited. I got chills and then they died.
I will say this. I'm pretty sure that ballers and flat earthers alike that come to these servers and discuss these things, I'm pretty sure that we could all and will all eventually be able to just hang out and talk about other things that we may not, that we don't have to agree or disagree on, because typically everyone's pretty cool in here. But it's interesting that these strong beliefs to our cores is so like dynamic, and it just blows my mind. It's like red and blue. It's like just completely this fight that seems like it has no end, and but at the end of the day, like, everyone's pretty cool, and I can respect everybody on a human level, if you will, honestly.
I'm only human.
Yeah.
Twinkle, twinkle,
I don't know about that.
satellite. Can't you capture the moon while it's bright?
I don't think Zadok would be invited because he's just too much. But even Zadok, though, honestly, there's people in here that have these really, really staunch beliefs, and they will not break from them, no matter, even if we point out like logical things like the moon should be lit up, blah blah blah, and you can go off to a whole nother path as we have for the past hour. But where's going to be that meeting ground? Where can we have a common ground?
There is no meeting ground, Apocryphon, because I have staunch beliefs and you have stench beliefs because they stink.
They stink.
It doesn't matter what you believe in. If you can show a demonstration, the belief should be out the window for people like Moyak and them. But they don't care about showing a demonstration. They'll say, well, my belief is better than your fake demonstration of reality, and we'll say, huh?
Democ, I just want to say you spoke too soon after my punchline. You didn't allow it to kind of like.
You didn't let it marinate.
Yeah.
Wow. Good times. Another.
What was the punchline? I missed it. What'd you say?
I said we'll never agree. He was talking about all agreeing, find some common ground. I said we'll never find some common ground because I have staunch beliefs and he has stench beliefs because they stink.
Oh, I did hear that one. Yeah, I heard that one. Okay.
What was the question? Somebody asked me a question.
No, they didn't.
No, somebody.
Oh, never mind.
No, what'd you ask
You
me?
sounded like Isa a little bit. Isa.
Maybe Moyak knows why we can't never see below the horizon. Not 1, 2, 3 degrees, 4 degrees, 5 degrees. And it should be that. As you go up, it should be 1 degree, 2 degrees, 3 degrees, 20, 33, 45. And it should exponentially grow as you go up in the air.
Yeah, it does.
Looking down diagonally past the horizon.
Yeah, it
That's
does.
how a ball works.
It does do that.
Hey, I remember
What does?
D-Mock saying
When you go up,
down, diggity,
Demok,
down,
you can
down.
see further,
and,
just like a ball would.
1, 2, 3, 4. Somebody, Freddy's knocking at your door.
That's why it's cool to
I
have
love when
satellites
D-Mock does
in orbit,
shit like
so you
that.
can see your enemy.
That's actually a good point, though.
And now we have the
good point.
And now we have the twinkle twinkle satellites. Can't you capture the
we got
moon while
that
it's
one,
bright? Up above, at the Lagrange point. You're so high, it's like you smoked 7 joints.
Yeah. How'd you get to the Lagrange point when gravity's supposed to pull you like a joint?
Gonna give you the hot tip. Don't any of you give up your night jobs.
Gravity smokes my joint.
I guess I'll keep on banging your wife then.
I pointed my...
Ouch! Don't be going there, percent.
Wow.
I pointed my joint upward so the heat went up and the gravity started smoking it. I was like, quit pulling on my shit, gravity.
Hey, what color is gravity? Does it have like a color, or like is there any way
You're
to
so
like
racist
see it?
towards gravity.
It's shit stained brown.
Okay. All right.
Hey, I was thinking about this. Have you guys ever looked at like a junkyard that uses a round, like a huge round flat magnet that picks up the metal? So like why can't we flip that around and the whole flat earth is a magnet and it pulls everything down straight like a crane. You know what I mean?
Because it ain't a magnet.
Yeah. Most of the stuff repels though. It wants to push. Like a resistance.
So what I'm trying to say is like I was watching this cool ass video of this junkyard like fucking picking up with the magnet like all the metal, and then they transfer it and then they shut it off and it all falls and then they go back to another pile. So like what if the earth was like one large flat really cool magnet that just everything's always going to be attracted to it coming down. If you throw it up, it's going to come down because it's just one big magnet. And that goes back into electromagnetism and all this other shit that we talk about. But why does it have to be a ball? I don't get it. Like why?
Well, which way would the magnet have to do for like, because when you put something up in the air, but it seems like the farther from the ground is when it actually wants to react. So it's like, okay, when you get 4 foot up in the air, that's when I'm going to grab you and bring you down. I don't give a shit until that point, right?
Yeah.
So gravity is a weird type of thing. So unless you're like pushing from the top down with like a resistance that's just like a magnet keeping you down, or a magnet from the top pushing you. It could be both. You could be the equilibrium, and the ground could be a magnet, and the sky could be a magnet. You just
I'm
find
all about that equilibrium. I'm all about that for sure.
Well, it doesn't matter what model you are on. You do have something that gives you a vector of what we call down.
I agree.
What we call down. So there is something.
I agree.
say
I
this
think we're
just
finding
real quick.
common ground.
A state
I
of
think
orientation, I would call it. I wouldn't even. Yeah,
Well,
that gravity thing just.
Well, kind of same thing, Demok, but
Yeah, but it's not a falling thing. It's just yeah.
It's a things
Yeah,
go
you know what I
down
mean.
when you drop them thing, Demok. You have to acknowledge this. Things go down towards Earth when you drop them.
Helium?
Well,
Helium
here's the thing though.
Helium does?
Things. Yeah,
Helium?
everything else that's heavy.
Everything else.
You might cherry pick one element that you think you might know about that doesn't.
It's not just an element,
fall down,
it's
but
every
that means you're
molecule
denying
of
everything
gas.
else that does fall down.
It's not just an elephant. It's helium.
So here,
How does
so
it
hold
go
on.
up?
Hey, D-Mock, hold on. With that,
He said it's not just an elephant.
Hold on, D-Mock, listen to this. Hold up. I think something just sparked in my head right now.
maybe what if helium isn't magnetic? That's why it goes up. How about that?
For Christ's sake, please don't ignore the point that everything falls down towards Earth, and you
Yeah,
can study
address
helium
the
after.
element in the room.
You can study helium after acknowledging that everything falls down, including you. If you
Hold
walk
on,
off a
wait. But hold on. Does helium fall down?
Yes.
No. How about hot air? How about heat?
You seem to be denying the point again. That keys, cars, people, rocks.
No.
Rain.
Those things. Those things are
All
magnetic.
gases don't fall.
They all fall towards Earth, which
Wait.
suggests
So does
a
helium
direction
fall
of
to the Earth?
vector.
Hold on.
Somebody needs to bring in Nathan Oakley. Gas fall down, go boom boom.
Hold on. We understand that keys and people and stuff like that fall down. But what about the things that don't fall down? Does that mean they're not magnetic?
The really light things.
But wait. Does that mean they're not magnetic? Because even light things, do they have a magnetic property?
But before we consider that some light things go upward sometimes, can we acknowledge that everything heavy goes down towards Earth every single time?
We're not talking about those things, man.
No. That's
I'm
not what
trying
I'm
to get
saying.
you to acknowledge that so that you don't deny it.
Hold on. What I'm saying is
No,
helium.
it's backwards.
What if helium is just not magnetic, and that's why it goes the opposite direction?
Well, do you think you're magnetic? Are you magnetic?
Yes, but I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about helium. Helium.
Yes. Can you stick metal to your body?
Maybe if I get a
vaccine.
balloon. I can stick a balloon.
You think you're magnetic, but you've never tried to stick metal to yourself. That's kind of
aluminum foil. Does that count?
A balloon.
Oh,
I don't believe you're magnetic because metal doesn't stick to you.
Cellophane.
Well,
Yes,
well,
it does.
hold on. I would
Yes, it
argue.
does.
Hold on. I would argue then that I and you are electromagnetic. I would say that because we can transfer currents, and like if I rub my feet on carpet, I could shock you. And there's this form of electromagnetic going on. There's a field, and I could shock you, electricity. But I'm not talking about that. I'm saying
Ferro, piezo.
I'm saying helium. Maybe what if helium's just not magnetic? Would you agree with that?
Rocks aren't magnetic and they fall down. So why are we considering
Everything's
magnetism?
magnetic. It's static magnetic, kinetic magnetic, piezo magnetic, diamagnetic. Any word you want to use for that, those are all magnetisms.
Rocks don't seem to be magnetic, but they still fall towards Earth.
No, they don't. Put them in
Every
water.
single time you drop them. Every single time.
If I drop helium, hold on. If I drop helium, is it going to go to the Earth or going to go up?
It goes up, yeah, but it doesn't mean it's not a magnet because
doesn't mean it's going down. We're wondering why it's not going down.
all heavy things go down, suggesting
no.
a
Wait, hold on.
towards Earth.
You're not listening.
You're denying nature.
How do you, what thing do you know what guy or anything you know that can lift the heavier thing but not the smaller thing? Don, how does that even make sense?
Not lifting it.
What's it doing? It's
pulling
not pulling
it,
it nowhere.
pulling
it's not
it
doing no work
towards
with it.
Pulling it towards Earth.
That's lifting. When you pull weights off the ground, Don, you lift them, buddy.
Yeah, we're not talking about us lifting things. We're talking about
You're
things
talking
dropping.
about pulling something.
Things
Pulling
dropping
is
in nature.
Okay, look at. If I look at okay, Don. If I had a tank of helium, and I went 10 feet into the air in a ladder, and I opened up its valve, will the helium go up or will it go down?
I already answered this.
What?
I already told you helium goes up, and then I reminded you everything heavy goes down.
Wait. Hold on.
Every single time.
Okay, hold on. So when the helium, when it goes up, does it ever come down?
I think it disperses, isn't it?
Okay, so my point exactly. So then, does helium have a magnetic property?
Do rocks have a magnetic property?
It's a red herring.
Yes.
Yeah, you're getting we're getting trolled over
Why
and over
doesn't
again. We
metal
just
stick
keep
to
having
them?
conversation with trolls.
I don't understand
he
why
just
you're
keeps
not.
saying
Hold on.
weird shit instead
Why
of
did you
answering
answer
anything.
my question with an answer?
Because he's a
asking you
troll.
about rocks, and
He's a
you
troll.
brought up helium going upwards.
I'm not
which has
talking
nothing
about
to do with my
rocks.
question about
I'm
rocks
not
falling.
talking about rocks. I'm talking about helium.
You changed the subject.
No, I started with this. What?
I started the subject, reminding everyone that heavy things fall all the time.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
You changed the subject to helium
Hold
not
on,
falling.
Hold on. Okay,
How come the planet's not falling?
Okay. Yeah, that's a good fucking point. Okay,
it
but
is.
hold on though. I'm gonna give you that. Let's talk about rocks. Rocks are magnetic. Yes. Let's
Why
just say
doesn't
that.
metal stick to them?
What?
If rocks are magnetic, why doesn't metal stick to them?
I don't know.
The property of magnets.
Hold on. Are you saying they're not magnetic?
Metals are a rock.
I'm saying
What the
rocks
fuck
are not
you get your
magnetic.
idea from that metals aren't made from the dirt? What are you talking about, Don? Metal? Rocks.
We have to
caveman,
consider a
caveman
natural force
simplicity.
that is not
Metal,
magnetism. Because
rock.
things
What
that are
is a
not
rock?
magnets are dropping towards
What is
it
a rock?
all the time.
It's metal. Repeat with me. Rocks are metal with heat. You understand?
Why doesn't metal
You
stick to
take
them?
dirt. Yeah, you take amounts of dirt in the earth and you heat them up and they become metals. You understand
That's
that, right?
actually a really
They're not
fucking
dropping.
interesting
They're
theory.
not dropping because they're a magnet. They're dropping for some other
There is
reason.
no such thing as a magnet. Everything does that effect. I don't care what you're talking about. Let's get real. Stop acting like you're three and understand that the dirt is a rock. It's the metal. It's all sand, buddy. Shut the
Throwing
fuck
the idea
up.
of
Quit
magnets
acting like
around
you're
now.
smart. It's all sand. Tell me what metal or glass or rock isn't sand.
Have I got you to drop the point that it's a magnet now?
No, it is a magnet.
Magnets
You're
don't
not learning
exist,
nothing,
but it's a
apparently.
magnet. Now you're
It's
not making
all
sense.
sand. So you're saying sand's not magnetic to itself.
You said
Is that
magnets
what you're
don't
saying?
exist, and now you're saying it's a magnet. That doesn't make sense.
No, you're saying the word metal means magnet, stupid. Don't do that.
I'm saying
The
you
word
can test
metal
if
is
something's
not a
magnetic.
magnet, so quit
You can
saying
test
metal.
if
is
it's
not
magnetic.
Demok,
Stick the metal to it.
Demok, if you're saying that sand is metal, and we melt sand into glass, then is metal glass?
Yes.
Okay,
Alright.
hold on.
Rock.
Wait.
Shiny
Hold on.
rock, the more you heat it up, the more transparent, and the more thinner it gets.
I
You
can't
got different
discuss nature
amounts
with you if you
of
change your
different
position
stuff.
every 3 words.
Dawn is making
come
no
on.
sense about nothing.
Come on.
Dawn
Hey,
is
God.
saying you have to put metal
Hold
to
on.
a rock to be
Wait, D-Mock.
magnetic.
Hold on, D-Mock. Hold on. I get what D-Mock's saying. Just hear me out. He's saying that if you take dirt, ground, rock, and in a different property, it will create iron, metal. That's facts.
You make the ore, the gold, the
and then-
diamonds, and everything from the dirt.
yeah,
What the
hold-
fuck
hold
are we
on, hold
talking
on.
about right now?
And then-
Alright, so
and then-
I'm
hold
gonna give
on.
you some see-through metal, some
I'm
glass.
not done.
and you turn it into iron for me.
Wait. I'm not done. He's saying that rock is the basic of iron at a different temperature. And then glass is sand, rock, dirt at a different temperature. So I get what he's saying. Almost like an alchemist. You can take rock as your foundation, dirt as your foundation, and you can create all these different properties, but it's still, when it boils down to it, I get what Demok's saying. That's actually
Alright, so I'm gonna give you a
It's
pane
all
of glass.
material of the earth. Percentage, shut the fuck up.
Hold
You
on,
don't
no,
make no
Demok.
sense, dude.
I'm gonna give you a pane of glass, and I want you to turn it into iron.
Give me a
What
pane of
temperature do
dirt.
you need it?
Give me what the glass is made of. Shut the fuck up.
It's made out of sand, so you get
Exactly,
what
which is
temperature?
dirt,
This is to
which is
Apocryphon.
fucking dirt,
Demok,
which is
this
what?
is to
Dirt.
This is to Apocryphon. What temperature do I need to heat the glass to turn into iron?
Let me check.
Good luck.
All right.
We're making shit up like you know something. Percentage. Quit being stupid.
Come on, man. You're saying all rock is metal.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
not the
saying
case.
the earth
Metal
makes
is
everything
in
you
rock.
see. What are you, stupid, dude? The
You
earth
could
makes
find
every
metal
fucking
ore
material you
in
see.
rock.
What are you talking about?
That's
All
why
right,
we
hold on.
mine it.
Where?
We mine it outside of
is
the rock.
Okay,
Where does it come from?
let me
It just is there.
Yeah,
It's
hey,
just metal
honestly,
ore by itself is what you're telling me. Just metal ore pops up.
hold
Get
on,
real, dude.
hold on. As crazy as DMOC sounds, let me read this. Iron. It is the fourth most widely distributed element on the Earth's crust, but is found as iron ore rather than as usable metal. Iron ore comes in a variety of forms and looks like rock. It is a mixture of iron, oxygen, and other elements mixed in with sands and clays. So it's a mixture of these things. But I get what he's saying, though. It actually is all from Earth. At the end of the day, it's all from Earth, and it's different forms of these things, properties. But it all has. If you could trace it back, though, it's all Earth, which is an old question.
Earth is a magnet because it's got molten spinning metal in it, and it's alive, and it's made by God. A rock isn't a magnet because it's not magnetic at all. Yeah, so it's falling towards Earth for some other reason.
Okay, I'm just saying what it describes it to be. It actually has the fundamental properties. At the end of the day, every element at the end of the day is from Earth, and the way it's formed over time and pressure, it makes a different property. It has a different state, kind of like water and ice. It's a different property, but it's a different state of that property. So one's a liquid and one's a solid, and one's harder and one's fluid, and one's that it doesn't have that same property as the other, but it's still made from the same exact thing. It's alchemy at its fucking origins.
Man,
it's just state.
I don't know if you have the same.
Right?
I don't know if you have the same issue as Demok, but just because you have this metal inside of the rock does not make the rock metal in totality. Okay, part of it is rock. I mean, part of it is metal.
No, I don't believe.
But not the whole thing.
Nah, I don't believe you. Show me.
All right.
Okay, can we get a consensus on like how hot do you have to melt glass to turn it to iron?
Well, they make
that was the question.
Day out of it. They make glass pot bowls out of it by the trillions all the time. A lot of people do.
Well, sand becomes glass, right? We know that.
Sand becomes everything. Broken up rock is sand.
But how do you get iron from glass?
Becomes everything because salt water leaks through it all, and it all builds up, dumbass, like a stalagmite. And the liquid makes whatever the fuck it is. It builds up amounts. So you got ore, you got gold, you got copper, you got whatever you want to call the metal. It's all rock and fucking water.
Yeah, you dumbass. You didn't know that. You didn't know that.
Damn,
you didn't know that, man.
You got to stop with the ad homs, damn. Come on. Please.
Well, since when did these guys not know that Earth makes every material? I mean, what am I?
No one's saying the Earth doesn't. You're just saying that the metal is a rock.
So what is even your point?
You have to take the stuff from the rock.
Calm down.
You have to refine. You have to get it out. You have to sift through it and find the little bits of ore, and then you put them all together, refine
Where
it.
does ore come from? You think ore is just there?
Hold on.
What are you talking about?
I find myself weirdly defending Demok on this, but is not iron found from rock?
Of course it is.
Well, that's what I think he's trying to say.
But that doesn't mean that iron is rock. There's a difference.
It's in the rock. You break the rock up.
Okay, can somebody stop for a second and read what I posted from NASA, supposedly, quotation marks, NASA. You could turn what? Glass into metal. You could vice versa. Under the right conditions, it all comes from the same source, y'all. Come on.
Exactly. Stacy B on point over here. God damn.
What temperature?
It doesn't say.
We want glass into iron, not metal into glass.
Yeah, you made no sense. Keep trying. Keep reaching for nothing, silly boy.
No, you said you heat glass hot enough and it becomes iron.
That sounds silly.
It's funny because I've never. It's funny because I've never thought about
where you guys don't get where rock doesn't make anything. Where you don't get it from sand. Don't use any material. I don't want to use no rock. Go get you some glass, some plastic, some iron, some steel. Go get you some gold. Go get me just bricks of gold from 1,000 miles down in the earth. Show me where you do that.
He has a point. He honestly has a point.
Rock is not just ore. Rock is more. More than ore.
Keep talking without demonstration. That's all we need.
It's ore and more.
Yeah, more globes. Yeah, just like a curve. Let us see.
Why do they mine for it? Why do they mine for it if they can
Nobody
just
knows
make
what you're
it?
Right.
talking about. They don't
Percentage.
mine, they make it. They
What's
make
If
up?
I
it.
was
Mining is
okay,
making cakes.
you take a rock. How many things can be broken down out of that rock if you were to actually do that, and then under the right conditions, could it make what he's talking about? Metals and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. You can take ore
Okay,
from
that's all
rock
I'm
and make
saying.
metal,
Yeah.
but that does not mean that metal is rock. That means you just
That's
got the metal
exactly
from
what that
rock.
means. That's exactly what that
It's a
means.
fallacy of the
That's
parts.
exactly what that means.
How many types of metals are there?
Every metal you can make. You agree
Like,
on what a metal
you
is.
guys
There's no
seriously
such
have-
thing as metal anyway. It's humans sitting there fucking looking at the dirt, calling the dirt different things. Oh, shiny dirt, copper looking, copper. Oh, shiny silver dirt, silver. Shiny gold dirt, gold. Get the fuck out of
dumb,
here, man.
dumb.
I get what he's saying. Like oddly, I totally understand what he's saying. It's everything comes from Earth, and
No
the
one's
rock.
denying that. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that metal is a rock.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Because
I mean,
that's
you
where
guys
it's
are-
coming from. It's where that's its
Apparently, you guys
origin.
can't hear my sentence. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, you're not saying it very well then, because it
Well,
sounds like
nobody cares about your opinion. Keep
maybe
that to
maybe you
yourself.
should
You got
talk
anything
when
to
I'm talking.
demonstrate?
Maybe you
No
should talk when
demonstration.
someone else
Hold
is
up,
talking.
Democ. Let him. This is the first time he piped up. Let him talk.
I wasn't even done.
Yeah, well, you're never done, Demic. All you do is spew shit until someone mutes you.
Okay,
Well,
and
yeah, and I know.
Yo,
but
I
I'm
didn't
waiting
clear the
you to
floor for you to
demonstrate.
ad hoc.
I wait for you to disprove me, but you can't. So I'm
Easily
always done when you disprove me.
because we know metals have periodic table charts, and we have categorized
No,
them.
I don't have no chart.
Yes,
I don't see no
you're
chart in my room.
just wrong. I know you don't know what the periodic table is, but that
No,
doesn't
I
mean
said
there
I
isn't
don't
one.
need a chart. That's
Yes, I
yours.
know you
That's
don't
your
need a
ignorance
chart,
of
Demic.
belief
You don't need
philosopher.
anything. All you do is make stuff up.
you got to stop over talking each other, right? It's getting late at night, and I'm getting grumpy. So one at a time, please give each other space. Thank you. Go, Nid.
Yeah, it's quite easy. We know what different metals are because we have charted them using the periodic table. And we mine for elements, and we can create elements and alloys based off of that data. But just saying they're dirt is silly because they are not just dirt or just rocks.
I don't believe you know anything until you show me how you produce whatever you just said. And when you don't
Wait,
use
wait,
dirt,
Democ.
when you
Wait,
don't use
Democ.
dirt, I'll be
Hold
right.
on, Democ. He just said at the end of what he said, they are just rocks. And hold on, if you're mining for
I know.
something in the dirt, and I get what he's saying. Maybe
Bro,
it's
he
just
said they're
one of
not
the-
just rocks.
I said they're not just rocks. What are you talking about?
Okay. So that's what he said. But what I'm saying though is that if you're mining for certain elements in the earth, and you're literally digging up the dirt, the rock, the ground, and you're pulling these different combinations that maybe heat, maybe pressure, maybe different variables that goes on to change the form or properties of dirt, of rock. So if you went to one part of a country or a continent and you were mining and you found gold, that just means that that dirt or rock has changed into this element, this property. And if you go to another continent and you find silver, it's just what the dirt, I get what he's saying. This is so fucking weird. Like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Democ.
I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about, dude. If you take a penny and you wrap it in silly putty, the penny isn't silly putty because you find the penny in the silly putty later. That's just silly.
Putty.
That's so wrong because the penny has been already made from
If
the
the
dirt.
only place you can get your penny is from the dirt, then whatever you just said made no sense.
Yeah, hold on. I think they're missing it, honestly. If you want to talk about a penny or a nickel, all those things are made from the contents of the dirt, of the ground.
Cakes
They're-
make
they,
flour.
they are
Cakes
they
make
are
flour and
found
sugar.
in the dirt and ground. They are not made from the dirt and ground. They are found there.
Don't you just hate it when it doesn't work out, when you
That
disagree
is
with
why.
reality, when
That
you
is why
hate
you mine
science,
for it.
and
That
you
is why
hate
you mine
physics?
for it, and why you have to go through the
What's
process of
mining
moving
mean?
the
What are
wrong.
you mining for? I thought you
You
just
have to
find
stop
ore and
over
rock and
talking people.
everything for what it is.
Like, you
Why would
realize
you
there's
need to
two
mine when
narratives
it's
in
sitting
today's narrative.
everywhere?
Why do you keep interrupting people?
I can't even fucking finish my sentence
Don't
with you,
interrupt.
dude.
Why
I
is he
wasn't
clipping?
interrupt my
Why is
sentence.
clipping?
Guys.
Like, why do you have zero common courtesy, Demick? This is why you get muted every day. Get a fucking clue,
Come
dude.
on.
Nidhogg, you were
continue
interrupting
what
a little
you were
bit too,
saying.
A little bit.
Like when the floor is cleared and the mods step in, there's no need to go on with whatever you want to go on. Continue your point.
I'll steal man Nidhogg's point a little bit. So instead of a penny in the silly putty, you have a plastic tack in the silly putty. Now address the point.
Where'd that tack come from? Dirt. Address that point.
Did it come from? Fine. We have wood in a little piece of wood inside the silly putty.
Too. That came from a seed in the dirt, motherfucker.
All right, we got
Have a
a
good
little
day, gentlemen.
capsule of water.
Totally
We got a drop of
useless.
water inside the silly putty.
Embarrassing.
That water and everything came from dirt. The silly putty came from dirt. You ain't got nothing without the dirt, bud. Quit laughing.
So the laughter, but there's actual research that I've done where they're taking dirt and they're turning it into gold. Now, if you guys can understand how things are formed over, like, and we have mercury in our ground, everything, we get fucking wet from mercury. I mean, it just goes on and on, guys. Come on.
Yeah, give us the reference that says they turn dirt into gold.
Hold on.
Let's go ahead and see that.
Hold on. It's literally alchemy at its beginning stages, to where the more things you mix together, it makes another property of an element that we call X, Y, and Z. But it all comes from dirt. There's nothing that man has made and classified other than what's been made from the ground.
Sure, where'd the ground come from?
You know you're talking to the Department of Defense buddies, right? The guys who just say weird stuff that makes no damn sense at all. Like, what do you mean dirt? What's dirt?
Where'd the dirt come from?
Step under my feet. The earth.
The dirt came from the earth.
You're just not saying anything, which is
that
what I'm
is earth.
really
The earth
weird
is
about
dirt.
the
The dirt under your feet is earth.
Okay, so the water isn't from earth then?
Well, it all comes from electricity, if that's what you're asking.
It all comes from electricity.
It's all electrical information. The intelligence is electricity propagating to make the conduction that makes the water. Once the water builds up, you get algae and mold, which forms the dirts, and all that shit just keeps building and building and building, and it eats upon itself. So every little tree and seed and plant in the dirt, everything that dies around it, that shit turns into the rocks and the metal, and the trees that die and turn into the dirt, everything goes back into the dirt, and you make your shit out of the dirt. It's really simple, boys, like baking a cake.
But what was electrified in the beginning?
Let there be light.
Itself is the information. I just told you that.
Electricity was electrified?
Can you shut the fuck up while I'm answering you, dude? You're one of the worst ones.
Go ahead.
Listen. So, electricity is information, which means it's the intelligence. Stop dividing words from themselves, dude. You guys have something wrong.
No. So you're saying electricity?
Yes.
Electricity was electrified into matter. That's what I'm hearing.
Electricity is information, and the information was wondering some stuff too, right? Because information's smart, it's intelligence, so it likes to process and know. And once it feels it's at a point, it probably needs to process and know a little more. So then it condensated within itself and made liquid, salt, crystals, molds. And then from that, we got trees, seeds, whatever, the fucking grass, everything else, from a mold form to a bigger form, which is grass. And then everything just gets exponentially bigger and can grow and differentiate. And trees and plants would be more of an evolutionary type thing than fucking humans and animals.
So electricity gained sentience and then solidified into matter, gas, liquid.
From a
the information intelligence is the electricity. They're one and the same. They're the same thing.
From a spiritual standpoint, it was in the beginning. The water, the spirit was hovering over the waters that were darkness, and then they said, "Let there be light," which could be the electricity.
That's wrong though, because he said that there's electricity which turned into water.
Electricity. Intelligence, the liquid of intelligence. You have to have a base and and it's in the pin. You got to have the thing and the thing to put the stuff on. So intelligence has to be the back format, and it has to be the ink pen, the paper and the pen, buddy.
Yeah, so in the beginning, Apocryphon, there wasn't water. There was just electricity, which turned into water.
Water is liquid electricity. Stop dividing it. Air is electricity. It's just air electricity that's dividing itself. So when you see air, that's electricity. You're breathing it. It's continuity all around you. Static, air, kinetic energy. It's all the same shit. It's all just the air. And then you can put the air under different amounts or different contents, and that's where you get helium and everything else. They want to say it's an offset of some other shit. Everything is the air you breathe, just put under different continuity.
I don't know.
Or
I don't know
electricity.
how. I don't know how right now, but I'm totally understanding what D-Mock's saying. It's fucking weird.
That's because you're trolling just like he is. Congratulations.
No, I'm not
Can we
trolling.
disagree that there's like iron and there's always different things in dirt, and then we can make metals out of it, and it has to be in a certain temperature or extracted or whatever, right?
We never denied that, Stacey. The claim from Denmark
So
that started
that's-
the whole thing.
Let's just focus on that.
Yeah, but the whole claim was that Denmark said heating glass, glass will turn into iron.
It'll turn into gas. Did you know that, buddy? If you heat up glass, it'll turn into gas.
So hold on. So do you believe or do you not believe that metal can be made into glass?
That wasn't what it was. It was the other way around.
tell you what
That's
he
my point.
believes.
That's my
Denmark
point.
believes
It's a chemical state.
if he walks off a
Fuck.
cliff, he'll fall straight to the bottom of the cliff because he's a magnet, because he was made by Earth. That's what he's arguing. Absolute nonsense.
No, because of the currency, he'll be taken in that kind of flow of the currency.
No.
and he'll survive.
Hold on. Rewind. Hold on. Rewind. He's talking about metal is actually something found in the dirt. It's in the dirt and the rocks.
We don't deny that.
Then once you take that property, you can then make something else of that property, and that goes all across the board in alchemy.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think alchemy is probably something that's very, very not understood in these times and days. It's not practiced as much, should I say? So, but
Yeah, I wonder why.
It's overlooked because everything that's made, even plastics and things that are used for electronics, is all from the dirt, all from the ground. Everything that's in the earth is we're making. Even cell phones are made from the ground. How about that?
Yeah,
it's just a different.
No, they're made from things in the ground.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We
That's
mentioned that.
Exactly.
You read the thing about ore, right? Ore doesn't automatically just mean metal. You have to refine it, you mine it, and you finally get enough of it to turn it into metal.
Exactly.
Right?
No,
you can melt glass.
Let
you can melt glass. You can melt glass and you can melt sand, heat sand, and turn it to glass. Yes, but your claim was, and you can refute, you can retract it if you want, or you can hold on to it. You said once it's glass, glass in its solid form, you just heat it some more and it turns into iron.
Okay. Is it safe to say this? Honestly, this is a real fucking question. Let's rewind to man at the beginning of time. Everything that's made is from the ground. Bottom line.
Bro,
all the elements.
Let's not go back there, Progophone.
Wait, no. Hold on.
Let's just find out.
Case closed.
Denmark, are you going to retract it or hold on to that? You can heat some silica glass and turn it into.
No, you guys are the ones that keep saying weird shit because there's three of you that keep repeating yourself about stuff you want to say about your own shit. Stop lying to yourself. You all do that, like Jeremy. Listen, you all do that. You all say your own stuff and try to imply that it was mine. Shut the fuck up with that.
I think he was talking to Apocryphon.
No, I'll tell you directly what I'm talking about. Everything in the earth is what you do. You manufacture the dirt, the sand, the dirt in the earth to get your ore, to get your whatever, no matter what the fuck you're doing. Because if you ain't got no ore and down the block where you normally get it from, you'll have to go get it from another portion of earth, correct? Another portion of dirt, right, buddy? Because ore just don't fucking sit.
Well, you can move on. You can move on and agree with us what we said to you in our reply.
Where does your ore come from, Stooge?
I think you guys are missing. Honestly, it's weird that I'm defending him, but I think you're missing what he's saying. He's saying everything, and I
No, they're
agree.
not. They're doing it on purpose.
And I agree. Everything comes from the ground. All elements on the periodic table has come from the ground. They're just different properties of the ground. And I think that's not even arguable. I think that's factual because
We
if you
haven't
reverse
denied that though.
100% fact.
We never denied it. What we're questioning is your claim.
What are you
Heating
talking
up
about?
glass will turn to iron. That's what you claimed.
No, you said that, stupid. You in percentage.
No, Apocryphon said that.
Yeah, I didn't say that. Shut the
No.
fuck up with that shit.
No.
Are you slow?
I said
Are you
no.
slow?
I said no. I said the opposite. I said, do you agree that metal can become glass?
No, that's not what you said, but it's
No,
okay.
what I said was
All right,
you get different
I might have
materials,
misspoke.
sand
Hold on.
and other material. Hold on. Other material like dirt, actual dirt out in the yard is going to cook and bake and do a certain thing and react a certain way to the heat. The sand's going to react another way. You'll get glass. More material with a little bit of ore or a little bit of dirt called ore. It's just dirt. You call it ore. It's dirt given a name by man called ore because it's dirt. So you get that dirt up and you get a glass metal. That is glass.
Right. Well, you might be able to extract things from the dirt and get something else that you create out of something. Like it's the whole point. But yes, you can take literally metal and make it into a specific type of glass. They're different.
That's what I was
This is the
saying.
whole point. Yes, it can be done.
You can't take the glass and turn that to pure iron.
My point wasn't glass and metal. My point is the earth makes everything you get, depending on what material you get gold. You get ore, you get glass, you get copper, you get everything on the chart supposedly, and it all comes from dirt, which is broken down you, broken down me, and broken down plants. Correct?
It's all been broken down over time in the ground and creates and forms these different metals and all these different things. And we also make metals out of stuff. Come on, guys. I think we're all just doing this on purpose, talking in circles to be funny, and it's funny. At the same time, what Dimmock's saying, the basic nature of it, that everything comes from the ground, the dirt, the water, all these things, plants, decay. Come on, guys.
Yeah, but he also said that water is electricity, which means every time we go for a swim, there'd be part of us getting a shock, or there'd be a way to activate it. And instead, water is a conductor of electricity. It doesn't hold it in it.
He's defending.
And you do.
Wrong. He has no basis whatsoever for what he's saying. He's using the most elementary.
Why do you get shocked walking across the carpet?
When he starts talking,
is that carpet electricity? Is the carpet electricity?
Why don't you shut up, Demick, and let other people talk?
Because what you're saying makes no sense. You act like you're 3 years old.
That was a rhetorical question, Demo. Go ahead, Nidhug. And then if Demo wants to respond, he can. Yo, we can't hear you, though. Move closer to your mic.
Electricity is not the be-all, end-all for all existence. Water is not electricity. Air is not electricity. You're just wrong, Demick. Stop pushing it like you're right. Things coming from the ground mean everything is the ground. That's also stupid and reductive. So stop.
Let
Democ respond first.
All right, go ahead, Democ, and then I'll go next. Go ahead.
Everything is electricity. If you can manipulate everything in the world and not use electricity, show me.
What the fuck?
All right, let me say this.
What the fuck did you just say?
Hold on. There's a very clear experiment of water.
It's a blatant lie, Democ. That's what you just said.
Hold on. Can I please talk? Please talk? Hello. Can I please talk? Water. There's an experiment that water using this weird electrostatic, property, it can be manipulated, and it does bend and form. Do you want me to post a video to explain it? There's a visual video that I could post right now because I have it saved on my phone.
Pointing out
Feel
that
free.
rain falls all the time, and when we look at water, it doesn't have magnetic properties, so it must be falling for some other reason.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna
Running
post it. I mean, that's fine. You could say that. Those are just words. But let me post it. Hold on.
Logic, pure
Give
logic.
me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna post it right now. There it is, right there. Look into this video. Watch when they have water, they can bend it using electrostatic. Like, look at it. Just check it out. Just check it out.
Would you take a look at that?
It's loading. I'll tell you when it's loaded.
Earth energy.
Which I said water is a conductor, right?
There you go. Just check it out. This is electrostatic.
Conductor of what?
Just check it out. Just check it out.
Okay.
I hate to tell you, but like water.
Just keep watching
Conductor
the
of
video.
You said keep watching the video. Denmark's gonna ask the same question 5 times. Can I talk?
There you go.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. I just don't think that. I mean, okay. So we can say that electrostatic holds everything together. Fundamentally. For
Hold
all
on.
the
If you're watching it right now,
Hold
there it
on,
is right there. There's the point.
Apocryphon. You just cut Elijah off. Come on, mate. Go, Elijah.
All right. All I'm saying is the video I
Apocryphon,
man.
seriously. Come on.
It showed
Your
it.
video, the commentary on your
Oh,
video
should I
can
be
wait.
quiet?
Seriously, Apocryphon. You've
So
got to do it the hard way.
are you gonna disagree with?
I'm gonna do it the hard way. All right. Go, Elijah.
I'm just saying, I was like, electricity can't be everything. Gravity can't be everything. Nothing but God can be everything. So I'm not going to be using some facet of reality to say it's I just can't do that. I don't get what this conversation is about. I don't get it.
Well, welcome to the conversation. Dem spews a bunch of nonsense and people argue over it. That's it in a nutshell.
They need to deny gravity, Elijah, so they're
Oh,
trying to make up other options.
Maybe need instead of trying to argue with Denmark, maybe try and have a conversation and understand where he's coming from.
Okay,
Instead of being adversarial, right? Have a conversation.
Okay.
I will give you money if you could have an intelligent conversation with them.
You know what? No need for the ad homs, and I have. All right. So that is on you, not on me. All right. So
Here's my question: did anybody
go ahead,
see the
Buck.
video where the water is bended because of electromagnetic or electrostatic? Did anybody see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. With that being said, whoever said water is not electromagnetic, then you're wrong. Bottom line.
100% wrong.
I don't know where else to go with this conversation other than
not electromagnetic. Water is electricity.
Yes, that means electromagnetic.
Pure water. Water without minerals or impurities or isotopes or anything else in it. Just pure water does not conduct electricity.
it was water.
So, it was water.
It was water. It was water coming from a source.
Yeah, that was a tap. That was tap water, and like I said, it was conductive. So that the small static charge that you were emitting from whatever that copper ring was, copper cylinder was, or whatever they were using to create the static. You know, it was just the smallest, bead of water turned into a small line of water. And so, how much static? Try to do that with a wave at the ocean. It ain't going anywhere. You know what I mean? Like you're affecting a small amount of water dribbling out of the tap, so with a static charge. Like I said, water is a conductor of electricity.
I don't believe anything you say.
The sun and moon does it all the time. What are you talking about?
Jump. If water's not a conductor, then why putting a toaster in the bath would kill you?
I don't believe anything you say. Show us.
Water does not.
You want me to put a toaster in the bath with water?
Please don't, Phoenix. Please don't.
No, I want you to demonstrate anything that you keep.
I'm ready to die for this explanation.
Hold on. If water didn't conduct electricity, then you wouldn't be electrocuted in water.
Stop. You're not listening.
Water is
H2O does
No,
not conduct
that's actually
electricity.
right.
The things that conduct electricity is the minerals in the water. That conducts electricity. But
Okay, but it's
water by
water
itself
though.
does.
But it's water. It's water. Okay, you can say whatever you want to say is in the water, but it's water. At the end of the day, it's water. So when I say
That's fundamentally wrong. When you say it's just water, it's not. If you have a solution with water and other minerals in it, the minerals are what conduct the electricity. Pure water does not. You can do this in
Can I
a
say something based on that? Because you just said that. Because dirt is dirt because it has other elements and stuff in it. Is it dirt or is it what is it?
Yo, there's two opposing things going on. Like when that shit happens, it grinds my gears. But
dirt is
simultaneously, when that shit happens, you guys continue to talk as if there isn't something to be cleared up. Now, when they said water is electromagnetic, and the guy said that's the stuff in it, I was like, okay, so can I think about it as pure? I mean, like, 'cause basically, when we're talking about water with stuff in it. But then, when we were talking about water being a conductor of electricity and getting shocked, he's like, not when you take the shit out. So what are we talking about? Water with shit in it or water without shit in it? Because you can't continue the conversation without clarifying that for me. I'm sorry.
Amen.
So here's the question. Here's the question. If I have a tub filled with distilled water, and then I'm inside the tub and I throw a toaster in, am I going to get electrocuted?
If it's just pure water with
Distilled water,
nothing else, if it's just pure water, you will not get electrocuted. Water by itself does not conduct electricity.
There you go.
I don't even know. Does that even exist?
Can you test that?
You get pure water like that?
Can you test that? You
Can
cheeky
you put
cunt.
yourself
You
in
can make
a
a fish tank,
that,
fill it with
by the way.
and you can put electronic devices in pure water, and it will not disrupt the electronic device at all. It does
You
not
call it
conduct
pure water, pal.
Yeah, I call it pure water because you can say something like water by itself, and then you will get confused when you say, well, it conducts electricity. Well, it doesn't actually. It's the minerals in the water that conduct it. So when you say pure water, you're making a distinction so that you don't get confused. Because speaking
No, I didn't make any distinction.
Let's not say pure water.
Water was.
This is why somebody, wait, everybody, this is why somebody just says distilled water because it's supposed to be taking all the minerals out. Let's just all stay on the same track here.
Okay, so steam condensed water, right? So condensated water.
Yeah, steam distilled water, that works.
I mean, you can
so
look
you're
at
saying after it's been distilled, you're saying it doesn't have any electrical property to it?
pure water with not many minerals in it does not conduct electricity. You can do experiments on your own to test this out.
So if you took that water to the power plant and you gave it to them and said, "Hey, use this to turn your turbine," it wouldn't work.
That's a different process altogether.
No, it's
Drinking
not.
water.
It's water.
That's a different process because what they do is they would heat that water up into steam.
Out of water at your power plant, they use water. So if distilled water doesn't make electricity, that's what I'm waiting to see. So if you say it doesn't have any electrical properties, then I should be able to take it down to the power plant and say, "Hey, take this distilled water," and you won't be able to make electricity with it.
No, Demok, there's a difference between generating electricity. Hold up. There's a difference between.
That's a bottle of electricity.
There's a difference between generating electricity and conducting electricity.
No, there's not.
Okay.
Where in nature is distilled water? Where in nature is water not filled with minerals in one way or another?
What's
this is a process that is made by
that's
men.
why I said, that's why I said what I said. Because one of you had a conflicting view with yourself. I don't know if it was you. It wasn't Denmark. It was one of you. And I was trying to figure out, okay, well, is it, because you're like, it's a conductor. Okay? I'm trying to figure out, well, what are we talking about? We're talking about water with shit in it or water without shit. Okay,
It was me, Elijah.
Water
You said
without
conductor.
shit doesn't exist. So
Sure it
Right,
does.
right, right. But I think you got here. I think you got here just after he posted the video, right? So when you heard my description of the conductor and the conductivity of water, I was referring to the video I just watched, claiming the static, and everything. So this idea that tap water was then
Let him
conducting that
finish,
static
Eli. No,
charge,
let him
right?
finish.
That means that the example I was referring to was Apographone's video where it showed the tap water dropping down and the static charge affecting the flow of it as it dropped down. That's the conductivity that I was, in my head describing when I was replying. Okay, Elijah. So just to clear that up.
Yeah, but pure water.
With shit in it. With shit in it. I guess tap water that you can drink.
Right.
I want to get in a queue somewhere.
Pure water. Pure water has to be created, my man.
So what?
Okay. You've been
What's the problem if men create the pure? Hold on, one second.
Hold up, Elijah.
Eli, one
Jeremy
second.
first, then Elijah next.
Jesus Christ, man. What's the problem if man makes the water? So what?
Yo, then it's not something that actually. In other words, when you change the properties of something, then you're actually changing what Demox is saying, because like he was saying earlier, metal is practically a rock because there's minerals inside the rock that is the ore, right? So saying that water is an electricity is a conductor of electricity. Well, if you make pure water, in other words, if you're changing the property of something, then it's not what Demox is intending to saying that is a conductor of electricity. Because you're saying, well, pure water doesn't conduct. Well, that means you're something that you change. Its natural form
Exactly.
is no longer conductive.
Yeah, that's why you got to be clear if you're talking about water with shit in it or water with shit out of it. That's all.
Well, we did,
I don't
and
know.
Elijah needs to go next too. But yeah, we did. That's how it all started. Was we were basically saying that what it all comes from when you first start. We all started there. The basics of what nature and ground and what's in our dirt and all that. You start extracting everything, you're gonna get something else. Come on, guys.
Yeah, no one claimed that water wasn't conductive in its natural form.
No, people did say that.
Right.
If you take all the shit out of water, you still got water.
No, I think
it ain't like
the
some
problem,
other shit.
Okay, let me
This
say
is
it this
why
way.
I
Let me say it this way.
bumped into the conversation. This is why I do it. Because when I'm nice, niggas don't give a fuck.
No, we give a fuck. You're still in the queue. No one
Let me say it this way.
Bro, there's a lot of people that want to get in, so you
Let-
gotta let
okay,
everybody get their piece. If anyone wants 5 minutes, if anyone wants a 5 or 10 minute one-on-one with someone, let us know and we'll accommodate that for you.
Let me say it this way.
Otherwise, it's an open panel, and there's going to be a lot of people that want to jump in.
Yeah, but the cue was Elijah was next.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
he is.
Elijah.
It's just that we want to chase this down so he has the floor to say whatever, to broach whatever topic he wants. Because I don't know if he wants to talk about this exact thing, but if it's a separate point, then he'll have the freedom to do that uninhibited. So, Apocryphon, if you want to say any last things on this topic, then
I want to say it this way. Let me say it this way. If you're dealing with water in its natural state, not man putting their hand and taking out the minerals, water in its natural state has electric properties because of whatever's in it, it can do that. And this is what Stacy B was saying, is that if you take ground, the earth, the rock, and water as it is naturally, it will have electric properties all throughout it. And I think that was Demox's argument. But go on.
Wrong. Saying that.
Natural doesn't.
H2O.
Yo, Eli's next. Eli's next. He was definitely trying to get in. Next. Then you, Nidhugger, whoever that was.
Go ahead, Eli.
That's what an experiment is, though, right? Like, if you take the shit out of the water, like, as a matter of fact, I don't even need to rehash that. we already know that it's what's in the water that makes it electromagnetic. It's the stuff inside of it, not the water itself, which we all just agreed.
Elijah
So,
speaks. But naturally,
So if you can affect the water or a little trickle of water, it's the stuff inside it that it's not just water. It's the minerals inside it that's affected. That is what electromagnetic, I guess.
that's what we find naturally. Yeah.
Just saying natural
Okay,
doesn't mean it.
But you can't say everything, because water without everything in it is not a part of that everything anymore. That's my only point.
So can we
naturally, it has those things in it. Naturally.
Hold on. So can we call?
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. Can we call water with nothing in it synthetic water?
No, you can call it water because that's what it is. Water is just chemical compound, hydrogen and oxygen.
Well, no,
Chemical
I mean you
compound,
took
that
stuff.
is water. Just because water can is very soluble and can have other things in it does not mean that at its core, at its base, water is just H2O. That's it. Saying things are natural
Make
means
some.
nothing.
Yeah, I just had to
make some with H2O in front of us.
The whole thing is that you're manipulating the natural what was naturally in water, right? With those stuff, water is water with those minerals, ions, whatever. But once you take
all that
out of it, you're taking it out of its natural form to make it whatever you said was supposedly pure water, which is practically manipulated water.
That is not true.
Right.
You can take all the minerals out of water and you will still have water.
Can you live
take
off
everything
this
out of water and you will still have water.
Yeah.
That means it is water.
Would you be able to have just this
right.
water out of
You're right.
Yeah.
That being
One at a time, guys.
You're right, Alberico. But it's like everybody keeps red herring from the reason I started talking. Denmark said everything is electricity, including water. Except that's not true if you take everything out of water. That's it.
That's not.
That's right, Elijah. And that test, Albo was saying, that it's not natural or whatever, and you altered it. But that only highlights the point that without that alteration, it would remain conductive. So it's these things that it's the nuanced understanding that's important here, and you've picked up on it, Elijah. So
Let me throw this out there. Let me throw this out there. When rain is formed in the sky, does it have minerals in it?
Yes.
Okay, which thus gives an amazing thing when there's a storm called electricity, and it allows this electric phenomenon to happen. So water at its core, not man manipulating it, when water at its core is electrical, it has electric properties, and I think that's what's being misunderstood.
Saying that, but you're wrong.
It does have electric properties because it has properties inside of it.
If you want to find out if water is conductive, you can remove everything but water, and you find out that water isn't conductive without all those minerals in it. Therefore, water is not conductive, and you can't turn that around any other way.
But then, is it really water? Because water is supposed to hydrate and whatever, yada yada yada. Can you live off just pure water?
Oh my God! But so what the guy said was right. Like water naturally, it has electromagnetic properties because the properties are inside of it. So
exactly.
So Like, we gotta just learn how to communicate with each other. Like it's
Elijah, it all started off with
nobody's
not this
wrong.
conversation about water. It actually started with helium. And I remember I was hearing it earlier. Then it went to everything comes from, dirt. And then all the metals and stuff, it has metal. And then we went down that path of glass and metals. And then we got to electricity and water. So really it started off with that Dimmock was just trying to explain that naturally everything comes from the fucking dirt.
Which is
I don't know
fact.
how we got here. And it's fact.
You can easily test this. You can take a sample of water and you can take the chemical compounds that are found in that water and put it in a table. And you can extract all of those elements, each one by one, and you can say, oh, okay, it still conducts electricity. Okay, it still conducts electricity. You take out
And that's
titanium.
natural water.
You take out the zinc. Oh, it still conducts. But eventually, when you take every mineral out of the water, it no longer conducts electricity. The conclusion, therefore, is water does not conduct electricity. It's the stuff in the water that conducts electricity.
Okay,
I don't know.
but hold on, no, wait. But the stuff in the water is what we have flowing and in lakes and in ponds and in rivers. That's water. Now, if man wants to take away from that, that's not natural. We're not talking natural and we're not talking man-made.
We're talking truth, dude. We're talking truth. If you go down to a river and you just drink straight from it because it's just water and you get fucking diarrhea because you drank just water, it's because you didn't just drink water. You drank water with a bunch of shit in it, dude.
So rain in the clouds? So rain in the clouds?
We're just talking about water without the shit in it. And you can't
does rain in the clouds have minerals in it? Yes or no?
Yes, there's dust particles in the air.
There you go. So all water has minerals in it. So water is water.
Remove the minerals
So-
from the water,
Y'all
and
are
you still have
First of all,
water.
y'all are on the same side. Number one, y'all both have the same point. Number two, the first guy that made the same point that the second guy just made, you're walking past what the other guy is saying. Like, what you're saying is true, but what the guy before you said is also true. We don't have to repeat things that are true to each other. Is their point? The only reason I started talking was because no, everything is not electricity. I don't get how that statement, somebody can help me, but all this conversation that we're having right now is not helping me understand how everything is electric. However, what you said is correct, just like what the guy before you said was correct. So what is the point?
So let me put it this way. Is natural water electrical?
He missed it. You gotta do it again.
Molecule of water, H2O, is not electrical conductive.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Listen, you're not hearing me. Is natural water from the clouds? Hold on.
Water?
Let me finish. Water from the sky, water from the lake, water from the river, water from the ocean. Is natural water electrical?
So is water with stuff in it electrical? Yes, water with stuff in it conducts electricity.
Thank you. I rest my case.
It's an incomplete question. Just saying, is it electrical isn't enough. Is it electrically conducting? Does it behave in an electrical manner? But terminating the sentence with electrical doesn't make sense.
You're right, IQ. You're right. I stand corrected. Let me rephrase that. Is natural water from the clouds, from the earth, conductive to electricity, which gives it an electrical property?
Water
Hot
with
mic,
stuff in
Elisha.
it.
Hot mic.
Water with stuff in it can conduct electricity. No one denied that.
Okay. Now the only place that you will find water without these properties is a man-made distilled water that is separating the materials. Now, guess what? That's no longer water as we know it. It's a man-made thing. So
What
once
is it?
you take away, hold on. Once you take minerals, hold on. Once you take minerals out of water,
Elijah, let me finish, then you go.
once you take minerals out of water, that's new water.
I don't want to
I'm
go.
sorry. My bad. Go ahead.
No disrespect. We heard you already. I'm sorry, because I'm trying to figure out what the point is. Does anybody disagree with what he just said? Because what's wrong with what he? Who disagrees? If you have a secondary point or something that's like kind of not
I
related to
disagree.
that, who will agree that water has shit in it unless we take shit out? Who disagrees?
No, that's
Yeah, what's the point of all this?
Yeah, so
Okay,
I was kind of mad. I was kind of mad that you interrupted,
the
but now I'm
point
glad because we need
the
to get.
point of it
What is the
is
point of all this?
the point of it is finding out truth, right? The thing you guys are supposedly always seeking. When you say a statement like
Always.
water doesn't conduct electricity, and you actually conduct an experiment to find out if water conducts electricity, and you come to the conclusion that it's the stuff in water, not actual water, that conducts electricity, then saying things like water conducts electricity as a misnomer could be acceptable, but it is also not entirely true because water in its base form, just H2O, does not conduct electricity.
No doubt, no doubt. I
But
feel
hold
that.
on though. But hold on though. Hold on.
Keep
Hold
in
on.
mind that
A cake. Hold on.
before you go, keep in mind that that's with this argument about heat. If anyone was there during the conversation about heat not being the cause, because there's more to it. There's different versions, different definitions of heat. It's because heat basically is produced by many different things, right? So when he said, well, when we use the word heat, obviously there's more to it. And I kind of see the same thing here. It's like, yeah, sure, we can say water conducts electricity, but it'd be dishonest not to say because of the minerals inside it. Like, what's wrong with
You're
just
right.
adding the caveat?
And this is why we're arguing about it. There was a statement made by Denmark saying even if you take everything out, it's still electricity because you could take your distill water down to a plant, a windmill, whatever, and it'll work. You get electricity. Well, that has to be formed into that.
But we
Like you
don't.
can't just say, here's water, it's electricity with nothing in it. It's conductive. You can't say that, or can we? No.
Well, you take it to the plant, they're doing something different.
Exactly. Then we're talking about again changing it, right? Yeah.
No. The process, as in you're using the flow of water, not the water itself.
Correct. That's what I meant. Yes, sweetheart.
So does anybody have a point? Because my only point is I don't right now accept that everything is electric or electricity. Like it's
right.
I don't that statement just doesn't seem right to me.
Well, I mean, everything in its
Yeah,
natural form is everything in its natural form is electromagnetic.
But hold on though. Let me say this.
We all agree with we all agree with that.
Let me say this.
Yeah, when we're talking about the atomic model and all that, I guess.
Yeah, all right. So I mean, unless otherwise manipulated by man, right? Unless otherwise manipulated by man, which he takes away his natural properties, therefore it would not be. You could make it non-electrical.
Your scientific rigor is lacking. We'll put it that way.
No, I'm asking you: is this? Do you agree with that though?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't think just because you have a problem with manipulating variables to arrive at a truth, that the truth can't be arrived at. I think that's just silly.
You're saying.
Now we're gonna have another miscommunication. I don't even know.
You hear that coming? That's complete miscommunication is about to happen right there.
But let me say this though. If I was to say that a cake is made up of butter and sugar and yada yada yada, okay, that's a cake. All right. Now you say if I take out butter and sugar, it's no longer a cake. Water is by natural means. If I'm born to this earth and I have no fucking idea what I'm doing, and I'm like, what the fuck? And if I find water on the ground, that's water, and it's made of many properties. There's elements and everything in it. But once you start taking away from it, it's no longer the water, quote unquote, that I understood it to be. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. This cake is no longer a cake because you took away the sugar, you took away the butter. You get what I'm saying? Yes or no?
I understand what you're saying, but you're looking at it incorrectly. The water is the ingredient that you're taking out. Water by itself is just a chemical compound, H2O. That is what water is. Water is very soluble.
No.
So it
Water.
contains other things in it. But when you strip, yes, dude, stop arguing with me. This is basic fucking science and basic.
No. You're hold up.
Let him finish, Apocryphon. Let him finish.
Go ahead. I'll come in after. You're right. Go ahead.
This isn't disputable. H2O is water. That's it. The chemical chain H2O, that is water. You can add stuff to it and still call it water. But if you remove all that other stuff, if you remove all the ingredients, as you put it, you're still going to be left with water. There's no situation where it's not water.
Well, unless when you make juice out of it, then it's not water, it's just juice.
Hold on though. Here's what I'm gonna say. Cake. Hold on. Water is cake. Let's equivalent. Just follow me. Just follow me. Whether I'm right or wrong, whether I'm right or wrong, just listen to me. Yeah.
Are you drunk?
Yeah.
Now let him go. He's right or wrong. Let him finish. Yeah,
just let me finish. Right or wrong, let me finish. Water is cake. Water naturally is elements and minerals in it. Naturally. That is what makes up water. The same way cake is made up of butter and sugar and other ingredients. Now, once you want to say, if I take away all these things from it, no, that's no longer cake. Same way with water. If you take out the minerals in natural form, that's no longer quote unquote water. But
okay, what is it? What would you call it?
Can I respond? Can I
not a cake.
Yeah, but what would you call water without all the minerals in it? Yeah, cricket. You call it water, dude. I'll answer it for you.
Well, let me respond.
And his argument was false right from the start. Saying water is cake is incorrect right from the bat.
Fuck Jesus Christ, cookies and teddy bears. Yo, the reason that what you're saying is not being accepted is not because we don't understand what you're saying. It's because it's not completely analogous. With the cake, like you're creating with the materials a cake. With water in itself is also an ingredient. Like it's not. If you were saying, okay, if we take the H2, I don't even know what the fuck the fish is, but if you take the H2O out, then you don't have anything. Just like if you take the butter out and all of that, and you don't have a cake, that would be analogous. But not what you're saying. Like if you take the ingredients out of water, it is still that blue, that whatever substance. It's still that. It's not. It's not like you take the stuff out of it and then it dematerializes because it was made up of the metals inside it.
I'm saying naturally, bro. Like fuck everything else.
I know. But what's the point of you saying it's naturally? Like what? Okay, so it's natural. Everybody agrees. Naturally, there's stuff inside of it.
Yeah.
If you take the stuff out of it, it's not natural anymore. We heard
exactly.
You.
It's not natural no more.
But nobody's arguing against that. Nobody's arguing against that.
Natural, guys. Come on.
Okay, so
can we move on or get to a point?
With that being said, if I took water and put it on a table, it's going to be natural water. Okay, it's going to be healthy. It's going to make up of a certain chemicals and properties. This is water, guys. Now, if somebody else wants to come along and say, "Well, let me take out all the minerals of it," well, that's no longer water at that point.
Yes,
but
it is.
It is
ridiculous. Of course it's water.
Hold on. But you're saying...
hear me? Hello. Apocryphon, relax. Let me just break this down for you.
Go ahead.
If you take tap water, if you take some tap water or some rainwater or some lake water and put it in a glass on your table, you're going to have water and stuff. And minerals and bacteria. You're gonna have water and things.
That's natural.
You're gonna have water and things. Go ahead.
So once you start taking all that stuff out of it, now that's a man-made water. But you're calling it water, but that's not water because naturally water has all these things. Just like a cake.
What's your point? Just make. What's your point to all this?
What's my point? That natural water has electrical properties. That's it. That's it.
No one disagrees. All right, let's move on. Great.
All right, let's go.
Holy
Coriolis.
shit.
Coriolis, guys.
So actually, I could make one analogy with it with milk. If you take water off the milk, would it be milk?
You wouldn't have milk without water.
Powdered milk.
Every liquid has water. And
So-
if you throw,
Powdered milk.
all your electrical stuff in a bathtub
Be
with
powdered
still
milk.
water, is it still going to work?
You ever see powdered milk?
So I mean, but you have to
add
hydrate
water.
it to actually to hydrate it back.
But
Now-
you add water.
Right, to actually work as milk. Now, same thing
Without the water?
so again, I mean, you can still use it, right? Because you can make cheese without you need to make milk. I mean, to make cheese, you have to take out the water. You got to make you have to create the curds, right? So same thing with water. Without the minerals inside, it was practically it has the form of water, and it's supposedly it's supposed to be H2O, but it wouldn't work the same, would it? Because you cannot live off water because it'll dehydrate you, right?
No one is arguing against
understand that.
Sam. That's,
I understand
I know,
that,
so
but
we're trying to
not
figure out
natural.
what the point of thinking about it is.
The
That's
point
what
was
some of us-
that I guess it's like you're right. It's like no real point to it because
The point to
let's
it,
move on to the next
the point
topic
to it
because
is
I
this.
think we kind of
Yeah.
beat this to a pulp.
Yeah, I think so, Elbow.
Yeah, the point to it is this: is that water naturally will have minerals, no matter how you want to fucking dice that. Now, the minerals inside the water that we call water is going to give it these
I'll see that
electric
later.
properties. And with that being said, water thus is electrical or conductive of electricity because of what is inside of it that makes it to be water. Bottom line.
Can we define move on?
All right.
Let's go back to before water even got mentioned. I don't know where you guys exactly were, but it was talking about like helium and magnetism and all this other stuff. It wasn't necessarily about fucking water, y'all. It wasn't.
Yeah, we were talking about the earth and the rock and everything through alchemy is made from the earth. Everything. Take a man and send him back to fucking cave days. Everything that could be possibly made is from dirt. Cell phones, TVs, plastic, metals, iron, gold, copper, all from the earth.
Everything on Earth. Just go, bro. Just do it. Just mention every single item on Earth right now.
I know. Hold on.
What's the point of the topic, guys,
I'm just kidding.
for that? Right? Before
All
it came
I'm saying
to
is
that.
was already said. That's all I'm saying. Everything that's being said right now has already been said. If no one disagrees, please, let's please.
Agree.
Because I don't have anywhere else to support.
Are you out there working right now, Elijah?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
ain't shit going on out here.
Really? I made like $500 last week on Uber Eats. I was so excited. I was like, dude, it'll be $500 in 3 days. Hell yeah.
Does everyone know what a wet blanket is?
Oh, no, I do.
Just check.
Sure. Well, I know what a wet blanket is, but like, what isn't there? Don't they call like a certain kind of other than a wet blanket? What is it? Like, what is it?
If you take away the water from it, is it still a wet blanket?
Don't you start.
Does a wet blanket conduct electricity?
Is it still a blanket?
If you go to timestamp 35 or 39, you'll see what I'm talking about. Wet blankets. Do your research. Thanks.
Elijah, me and you are bringing the same area. Oops.
In the words of Left Wing, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Hey,
Uh-oh.
Rakia.
Yo.
Hey, do you know what a blue waffle is? Is that something similar?
Oh,
no.
please do not go there.
That's
Do
disgusting.
not go there.
You guys know what he means, obviously.
That's disgusting. That's what that is.
Let me Google this real quick. See what's
Anyway,
going on.
move on. Move on.
Google search bar, blue waffle. Press for.
No,
Oh my
please
Yeah.
don't.
Look it up in your own time.
No,
But
don't look
Ben-
it up. Don't look it up. It'll fuck up your algorithm on your fucking.
But
search.
Bandy, I wanted to know if water was wet or not.
Only when it's not dry, Terry.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Before it freezes, yes, of course it's wet.
Hey, how about
gravity?
how about
Well,
this
how
science?
do tidal nodes work on a flat Earth?
Somebody's
Sorry, what? The
Tidal
tidal nodes.
Yeah.
Obviously they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking how.
Is this related to the moon's nodes?
I don't know. You tell me. I'm asking. How do they work on a flat Earth?
Well, because I know that's what they call like when what happens in the sky happens, something on the Earth also seems to happen, and it's like, where does the globe fit into that? I don't get it.
I'm asking about a flat Earth. How does it work on a flat Earth? Like no one's talking about the globe right now. Come on,
Well,
focus.
we experience it and we live on a flat Earth. That's how it works.
So how do they work then?
Doesn't know.
Yeah, what's the mechanism?
God.
Pressure.
I mean,
That's
yeah.
How does it work on a globe Earth? Hold on. How does it work on a globe Earth?
Come on. We scrutinize the globe every day. That gets boring. Let's talk about how things work on a flat.
You want to know how it works, Nate? Pressure. That's how anything moves.
Differential resistance.
Elaborate,
Yep.
gentlemen.
Hold on.
Hey, how about this argument? Like, if anybody believes in like in evolution, how about
No.
the
Come on. Let's stop attacking the globe. That gets boring. You know,
But this
none of you
question-
believe in the globe. Let's stop talking about it. Let's talk about the things you guys believe in.
But Nate,
how do
Nate,
these tidal nodes work on a flat Earth?
How
Can someone explain it to me?
How about the fact that electricity applied?
Come on. Just sit back for a minute. Just sit back. Come on.
Nate, let me a second, Nate. Didn't you and Jeremy left off somewhere yesterday that you had to have like a little 5 minute?
Yeah, that was yesterday. Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm fine with tidal nodes. Can you define what a
yeah,
tidal
on
node?
a globe.
Hang on. Can you define what a tidal node is? Like, so we know what we're talking about.
It's
Go ahead
just
and
a
define it.
location with zero tidal amplitude. So how do tidal nodes work on a flat Earth?
No, you broke up during your definition for me. Just give me a definition.
You broke up, Nate.
I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
It's just a location in the ocean that has zero tidal amplitude.
Okay.
So no tide is what you're saying in that area. There's no tide.
You could see it as that. So how do tidal nodes work on a flat Earth?
So slack tide in that area all the time. I'm just trying to define what you're talking about. You have a slack tide. There's no change in the level of the water in the area that you're talking about, correct? Like a lake.
Yeah, kind of.
But it's in the ocean area, is what you're saying, around an island or something. So you're not talking about a lake. Right?
I posted a wiki, and it has an image where we find these tidal nodes. So I'm just asking, how does that work on a flat Earth?
Sure, I'm trying to define. I like the subject. Like I've researched it a little bit. It's interesting. Actually, I was the one who brought up tidal nodes about 2 years ago.
That's what's up.
So you're not talking about a lake though. You're talking about. I can't read the wikis because I'm driving, but I can talk to you. So you're talking about out in the middle of a ocean area where there's islands or water where there's no tide, right? No change in water level.
Yeah, there's basically no tides there. It's not necessarily specific to lakes or islands. You know, we have tidal nodes all over the flat Earth. Yeah, it's just what is the
Middle
mechanism
ocean.
that allows those regions on a flat Earth to have no tidal amplitude, to have no tides.
Some of them are
I
in the
would
middle
say
ocean.
you would need a container to put the water in, and then you could have some land rising out of it, and then you're going to have things such as I don't know, everything that we know about, like, because we know we're in a dynamic system, so pressure, some static electricity, some type of magnetic fields that are affecting. And even if you want to say the moon and sun, I mean, if you want to throw that in there somehow, because that is a thermal input which causes movement of water. And then you have maybe some inputs of water from underneath. You definitely have a cycle of water above, so you have water movement. But in the areas that are having tides, they work a certain way due to those factors, dynamic system. And in the area that you call tidal nodes, where there is no fluctuation of water, I would say there's a lack of that input. So the water doesn't get moved by current as much. I would say they probably don't have a lot of current in that area. Pretty static water. That would be my just layman's answer.
Interesting.
And those waters in that area, when they're not moving up and down, have they ever been measured to be curved? I doubt it. That's a different subject, I guess.
There's a lot of
totally.
There's a lot of thermal activity in New Zealand, and there's a massive ocean there too. I think it's called the Pacific.
Well, my question way back when, 2 years ago, is how do tidal nodes work on any surface, right? Because if you're telling me that the tides are because of the gravity of the moon and sun pulling the water and pulling the actual earth within the water and making the water bulge in certain ways, then there would be no place on a sphere that wouldn't be affected by that. So the bigger question would be, how in the hell would you have tidal nodes on any surface that had gravity with the sun and moon pulling?
Tidal node.
So we're going back to questioning the globe again.
No, we're just using that as a point of contention. Like, why? How would you even we have to? I'm fine with figuring out, but we know now if you do have tidal nodes, that gravity, the pull of the gravity forces of the sun and moon pulling the earth in the center of a sphere with water on top of it can't be it. So it must be on a plane, right? And that makes sense science-wise, like equalizing of water, equal potential, there's hydrostatics, there's all types of things. And we know what thermal input and electrical input do to water, creating current and water moving. We know we probably have, we know we have some input of water from the deep, right? We have vaults, underwater rivers, under earth rivers that flow water in and out of certain areas. We have the cycle of water that drains from higher elevation to lower elevation. So that creates currents also. When you have like the Mississippi River flowing into the Gulf, you're going to create a current just because of all that water flowing in there through the cycle. You also have thermal, where it's really cold in the deep, like 5,000 feet off the Mississippi shelf, coming up that shelf to the warmer water. That's going to create water movement. So we know
why is colder rising?
I'm waiting super long. I'm trying to
go ahead.
Let him finish. Am I looking at a Mercator projection here? Because I looked up what tidal node is. It looks like it's displayed on a Mercator projection. I'm not tripping.
Yes, it is. It is.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a Cartesian coordinate system. Where does the globe fit in all this? Like, why? What? Just go look at the information they gave. It's on the Mercator projection. That's what they're using. It's like, look, that's how it works on a flat Earth, apparently.
He's asking us how it works because we claim to be flat earthers, so therefore we should know.
Yep.
But this is
We
an
are flat
expression
because their
of these
model
subtle
doesn't make
notions.
sense, not because
Or
other
just
things.
admit that flat Earth is solipsism, not knowing how anything works.
No, but what I'm saying is this is an expression of tidal nodes over a flat plane like that. That's what it is already. Like unless there's another expression. Like, so what are we really asking? Like, we ask how does it work on a flat Earth? Like, well,
Yeah.
all this information is already here. So unless we know the direct mechanism, like the less we're outside of that, I mean, all the information
Yo,
is right
flat.
there on Google.
Can I respond to what Don? My bad, Eli. I just want to respond to what Don said. Flat Earth is not solipsism. We know that you can know stuff. A lot of us think there's an objective reality. However, the Globers will sit here and tell you that you can't know anything because we could be brains in a vat. That is solipsism.
Let me test you. What is the moon?
Oh, come on. Stop changing the subject, guys. We're trying to talk about title notes. Can't you guys
What
take
is
this
the
for like
moon?
technicality?
Yeah, go ahead, guys.
What the fuck?
Yeah, the topic is titled.
He threw a shot out. He threw that shot out there. I'm just responding to it. Go ahead with the tides.
Yeah, he threw a buzz bait by your mouth and you jumped out of the water and took it and got hooked. Jeremy, you gotta quit doing that, man. You got
Let's
drug
know straight up that the Globers are the ones that are doing.
Yeah, but that was the weakest shot, Jeremy. That was the worst bait ever. Don't fall for it.
But Jeremy, you bring up a good point.
I think you're talking over Elijah. He's been trying to get in there.
Go ahead, Eli. My bad. My
I
bad.
don't know when and when not to be rude. Like, I want to wait my turn, but that's not really a thing that happens until like people are arguing.
Yeah, go for it. Make your point.
I was
Stop bitching.
typically I'd be like, damn, Jeremy, that's the bait. But I'm glad what he said just now was heard because how the fuck are you gonna call us about when
So,
oh come on, falling for it as well.
I can address that.
What are you gonna do? I don't know.
Yeah, Elijah, your mic is just a bit. It's a bit low. By the way, that's why people are talking over you when they're trying to get back in it.
Can we not go past title note? Nate brought up a topic, and I don't know if we're done with it yet. Can we finish out title notes before we move on to other things?
I don't think tides can work on a globe at all. I think you have to have a flat Earth. So to say, how does it work on anything but a flat Earth? I mean, how does it work on a flat Earth is weird. That's the only way you can have a tide work is on a flat Earth.
It's just asking how.
No one answered.
Expression is on an XY coordinate like that. That's what it's expressed as.
Why is the water sloshing about on top of the flat Earth? Does anybody know?
You have to explain that. Look at the map. You put it in there. The guy put it in there. Elijah's going over it. It's
Gravity
a
on the
flat
moon.
map. It's a flat map. Take a look.
You explain.
You want somebody to like
Gravity on
come
the
up
moon,
with a
Demo.
story?
That's how I see it.
I already answered it. I already answered with the thermal input, the electrostatics, that we know. Salt water is conductive more than. I don't want to bring all that up, but
a few answers. I did hear that before.
that seems to be affected by that. Yeah, as you talk through and you're talking through me, so those thermal inputs and things like that cause water flow for sure.
And that makes sense because look, like you got the fresh waters trickling into the ocean and all that. You're gonna have different points where you're gonna have the water not have the same content. I would imagine that when it reacts to the energy that's being input, there's gonna be a choppy response because all of the water isn't full of the same material, like we were just talking about this morning. I would figure that there would be tides because of that as well.
Cool. Some type of static electricity pulling it around.
for the difference in the content in the water, along with.
So you guys are saying a lot of really interesting points, right? Like you believe that these tidal points won't work, and you believe that the cold water is rising from the deep part of the sea. I'm just curious, right? Because you guys know I've been in here a while. How are you reaching these points? Like, where did you reach the idea that cold water rises from the deep?
You're not curious. And I say that because when we say we don't know, we're called solipsists. And then when we give some
Hey,
kind
Elijah,
of,
that wasn't the question. The question is, where did
I
you
know,
find the answer?
there's a second part. There's a second part. So when we speculate, then you guys ask us, well, how the hell do you know that? We don't. It's speculation.
I can say that.
It
I
could be
can say
a
that.
huge God-made water pump for all the fuck we know.
I can say that scripturally, it says that the bottoms are frozen, so that would make sense.
Okay, so you have to understand for the skeptics in here, right? The globe skeptics, in order to take us from the globe to your model, right? You're telling us that, we have to question everything, we have to understand everything, that's, you guys don't believe that the earth is what it's claimed to be because, we can't prove it. So why am I supposed to trust you when you say the cold water's rising from the deep?
Yeah, we don't trust us. We don't want you to trust us. We don't want you to.
But we're not telling you everything that you just set up in your premise to ask your question. Nobody told you that. All we did was wake up one day as believers just like you, and then we realized there was not sufficient evidence for us. Now,
Cold water has
the issue here.
Whatever you think is evidence, you can continue on believing it's evidence because that's the only thing we can talk about. And we have to qualify what we think evidence is. You don't agree with us on the standard of evidence. Therefore, we basically have a breakdown in communication every time we speak.
Right,
and so
but you
really,
see the issue? I'm trying to get to a point, and you can't address the point past just saying that's what I believe. I'm asking you, like, why do you believe that? Why do you, Elijah, believe that cold water rises?
We can't speak with each other because you don't understand.
No, but I'm asking you a very simple question. You stated that you believe that cold water rises from the deep. I'm asking you why you believe that.
I didn't say that. And you're talking about you're trying to understand, but again, if somebody gives you a
I heard someone say
like,
that cold water
understand?
rises from the deep.
It does.
Okay, you ask, but you ask, when you ask how do we, when you ask how do we know that, like no one's been to the deepest.
But it makes sense
Because what we experience, it's been tested, it's been seen.
And telling him specifically, I know that this is, you don't know, but what we experience, like we don't even like. Again,
all right, Elijah. So clearly, you're just rambling on. You're just rambling.
Hold on. What you guys say makes sense. Makes sense. I get that, but the problem lies within the Glober's inability to communicate. Because on one hand, we can't know things, and on the other hand, when we speculate, they say, "Well, how do you know?" There's no way to answer that.
Elijah.
I'm sorry, I wasn't done.
I know, but you're just rambling on about pointless shit that we've heard 1,000 times in this room. I get it. I know. We all know what you're gonna say.
I wasn't done.
Oh.
So in a Glober says we don't know, we can't know, and then they ask, "How do you know?" After we've said we can only speculate, guess what? That means there's a conversational breakdown. There's no
Elijah,
way.
Fine. Can we move on past this? Because this is something we talk about 4 or 5 times a day, every single day. I was just asking you why you believe something. Why you believe this.
Bro, imagine if you hold your own side to that same standard. Like you guys have a special standard that you hold flat earthers.
I'm not holding. I hold myself to the exact same standard I hold everyone else to. I'm a very fair person.
What's your point? Are you trying to say because of a certain topic that we don't know what we're talking about because we're getting it from another source?
Exactly. That's the problem, Stacey.
I know exactly what you're trying to do. So so in other words,
Stacey,
upwelling.
you
So
don't know what I'm
can I
trying to do.
finish, please? Because you
Okay,
said, right, about the cold water. So if he was to tell you, I believe it's from upwelling because that's what we hear, we're told that it's from and why it happens, you're going to say, what, you're getting that from a source? Was that what you were waiting for him to do?
No, Stacey. See, that's the thing. I'm not trying to do a gotcha. You guys are so defensive.
Then why bring up the cold water topic?
Because someone said that cold water rises, right?
Cold water rises from the ocean depths. Yes, it does. It's called upwelling in the oceans. Yes, this is something that we can witness and experience on Earth.
Yeah, see, I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that.
Well,
So
there's
I'm
something
asking
called
someone to
upwelling.
enlighten me. All right. Do you have a paper that I can read about this?
I mean, you could just type it in, honey, what happens, and it's from National. There's one here from National Ocean Service.
When you, I don't know if y'all can hear me.
I can hear
I'm
you,
trying
honey.
to realize when you are sitting in a tub when the water is too damn hot, turn on the cold water. Obviously, the water is going to shoot straight to the bottom. Well, guess what? That thermal energy has to permeate the bottom, and you can feel all that, and then it rises up until the temperature is manageable.
Okay, so
Like,
you really don't know what you're talking about. Stacey is correct. Upwelling is a thing.
Yes, the water moving, right, and the winds
But
and all that. So when you're in a bathtub, he gave you a perfect example, the bathtub. But the only way that rises to the top is you start moving in the water. Like, you know how you start moving the water together to get to mix and whatever, and the cold water mixes. Yeah, but it's called upwelling if we're talking about the oceans and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but it's not that the water's rising. It's that the water's being pushed up by currents against the coast. So basically, as the changes in the seafloor, there's deep ocean currents. These currents are pushing against the seafloor and pushing the cold water up. The cold water itself is not rising.
Because cold water is more dense than warm water, so that normally wouldn't happen without the currents and the movement.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to figure out. So, his whole rambling was just trying to understand why is this happening, and you did a perfect job of explaining it.
It's okay,
what about how does that line up with, spiritually speaking, it speaks about the bottoms of the oceans are frozen. Doesn't that make sense that there's a cold water at the frozen part of it? And you're talking about currents swishing and moving, and doesn't that make sense to you, spiritually speaking?
No, it doesn't. I mean, if you want
that's fine. That's okay. Don't say no more. I get it. You said that. No, then forget it.
Have you at any point?
Why did you say the
seen
cold
any
water
evidence
isn't?
that the bottom of the ocean is frozen? I mean, everywhere I've looked, it seems to not be. In every documentary and stuff.
Say the cold water isn't actually rising.
What was that?
Yeah,
Cold water
even
rising.
even in my example, it's being cooled, and then there's more of it. It's not necessarily right. Yeah, because anyway, why does this matter?
Why it matters, it's pretty simple why it matters, because we're trying to search for the truth, right? So cold water is denser than warm water, so it doesn't magically rise. Stacey truly understands the subject. He said that it's
so why did you?
and it's 100% correct. Because I was asking you, bud. I was asking you, why do you believe this? Because I didn't know why you're believing that cold water rises from the deep. This is the process of understanding. You can't just always claim that people are trying to fuck you over and that people are this or that. Sometimes you have to answer to why you believe something.
Okay, I'm wondering why you.
Go ahead.
I'm wondering why you just said that the cold water is. My mic fucked up?
A little bit.
A little bit.
I'm wondering why you just said the cold water isn't actually rising. Why did you say that? It actually is rising.
It is rising. You're right. I was asking.
You just said it's not actually rising, though. You just said it's not actually rising.
Yeah, Jeremy, I'm going to explain it to you.
He gets it not long-winded by itself. There's a process that makes it happen. We just went through that.
Yeah. So basically, what we're saying is that if you had a test tube the size of the ocean with no motion, the cold water will not rise to the top. Cold water is rising to the top because deep ocean currents are pushing the cold water against the seafloor, which is pushing it upwards. It's spelled out in the link I posted at 32 minutes past the hour.
I know about upwelling. We all know about upwelling. But the point is, the cold water is actually rising.
Yeah, we know. Did you not understand? I was trying to...
We don't know. He just said it wasn't. We don't know that, Eli. He just said the cold water isn't actually rising.
Jeremy,
Yes.
Jeremy,
He just said that.
Okay, I'm trying to communicate with you because you're causing a communication breakdown. We literally sat here and listened to him be curious and Stacy explain the whole process and him agree. Okay, so the question was, why does it happen? Because we don't have any movement. So he was trying to figure out, well, what is it that's moving the water, causing it to rise? That was the question. You're asking him.
We all understand that. Why did he took a long? We all understand that the cold water is rising. Why did he just say the cold water is not actually rising?
Because it's not going to rise by itself. That's why. So you have to actually listen to what people are saying to understand why they're questioning what they're questioning.
I heard what he said. He said the cold water is not actually rising.
Yeah.
Actually, it is rising.
By itself, it wouldn't rise if the process that Stacy just laid out wasn't happening. Then it wouldn't just rise by itself because cold water is denser than warm water. So there must be a process that's pushing the cold water up, which he agreed.
He agreed to all that. He agreed to that whole thing, and then said, "But the cold water is not actually rising at the end."
It's Jeremy. What we're
Laid
seeing
it all
is that,
out, and then said the cold water is not actually rising.
Jeremy, you're not listening. We're saying that without the method of action of upwelling, cold water would not be observed going to the surface because it has a higher density than the surface water.
We have upwelling on Earth, so now what? Cold waters are actually rising. Okay, cool.
All right, hold on. So just can he concede that part then? The cold water is actually rising.
He did.
No, he didn't. He just said it's not actually.
He said it to him because he didn't know. Like,
No, he just said without the process of it actually doing this and that, cold water is not actually rising.
Know about upwelling. He actually admitted it straight up, said it. He said, "Thank you, Stacey." But so now I understand that it would not be rising because it doesn't make logical sense without something else making it happen because cold water is more dense than warm water. We went through all this and he understood. We're on the same page, but the cold water would not do that if it wasn't for these other factors. We're all in the same agreement, guys. Okay?
Can I read something real quick? It says, from whose womb did the ice come forth? And who has given birth to the frost of heaven? The waters become hard like stone, and the face of the deep is frozen. Okay. And with that being said, there's cold water clearly at the bottom of the sea. Now, if you're going to say that there's something that's moving above it to bring it up, well, I agree with that because it also talks about how he blows the winds to move the seas and it makes its currents. So there is something going on in the mixture of all of it. Am I wrong? Let me know.
Yeah, but entire oceans can freeze and boats can't fish in them. You know what I mean? So this whole Bible quote you just inserted there, I mean,
it was irrelevant.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that the bot way deep. No, not what you.
Like I'm a man of faith, and I'm saying this, bro. You know,
I'm not saying on the. Hold on. Have you ever looked at how deep the oceans go? Like the amount of elevation that it drops. I'm not saying where you're fishing on the surface in a lake or your river or whatever.
I'm talking about
Seriously, we
way
are all
deep.
okay. Then way deep. There's stuff, and there's a process that brings this stuff from the bottom to the top. Let's move on. Seriously, why are we getting bogged down and spinning our wheels over nothing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think you just
So-
agree with us, Apographer, in another way. I think you
No,
agree with
no,
it.
I
one's
was
in,
saying that
no
the
one's in
bottoms
disagreement.
of
Actually,
the deep,
it's amazing.
So we
bottoms
have our
of the deep are
reason
frozen.
for how the
Bensel.
Yeah.
So we have our reason for why there could be cold waters getting pushed up.
Yes,
Yeah.
Jeremy.
I think yes, Elijah.
There's your tides.
Did you hear what
Jeremy, you really need to start reading, bud. Like,
Right.
you can't just argue every point. Like, we're trying to say that.
Okay. We are arguing about nothing. We're all in agreement that there is a process. All right.
Yeah.
Stop arguing about nothing.
Yeah. Did anybody bring up air? Hot
Oh.
air goes up.
Yes.
Cold air comes down. This is not
No.
rocket science, gentlemen.
No, we're on.
Heat rises, not the air, and not the water.
Yeah. But you know the meaning, right? Same thing with the water.
It is
warm water
the
goes
air that
down,
rises.
Yes, sir.
cold water comes up.
Everything's an action
This is
and
not
reaction.
rocket science, gentlemen.
Right.
Come on,
No,
man.
that's not how it works, Montreal.
I'm going to tell you
Jesus
guys.
Christ.
I'm going to tell you guys. Listen, if we have natural water, right, and natural air and natural everything, nothing would happen. Boom. End of story. Everything's natural. Right?
No, it's not natural. You got to
That's
be
it.
pure. It has to be pure air.
Purified.
I'm not.
Sorry, Helmut.
I'm not gonna
Hey,
lie.
does a hot air balloon go up or down?
It goes upside down.
It goes
Now,
up,
here's-
and the hot
Why does
air
it go
is
up?
actually going up.
Why
It's
does the
not
hot
going
air
up.
balloon go up? 'Cause
Wait,
you
wait,
know
wait,
what?
wait. Hold on. Is it on the ball?
Everybody decided fuck the fact
Why
that
does the
Eli
hot air balloon go up?
If it's wait,
Yo,
if it's the ball
everyone needs
Earth,
to
it
slow
goes
down.
down.
Hold on.
Oh,
And there's too much over talking. There's too much over talking. I know you guys can hear me right now. I don't know why I'm still getting talked over. Slow down. Let's go one at a time, guys. No one can hear. I can't hear anything. One at a time. Go ahead, Eli.
We haven't had any much conversation about anything besides this fucking topic of density right now and water, because we've been all over the place for like an hour, y'all. Like, it's been pretty crazy. Let's get to a topic. Let's talk about it. Science.
We were with a topic with the tide over there and just got derailed.
Yeah, the nodes.
Something's
We
happened.
got the tide.
All right, go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, go ahead.
For real, I can go.
Wait, hold on,
Yep.
Eli. Now you can go.
For real.
Oh, Eli.
No,
Please say something like of intelligence.
Smooth, come on.
Relax. I'm a Gemini and I'm vindictive. I guess the Globers know that. And so the way to get me triggered is to dead ass not let me talk. I specifically asked.
Is that the topic you want to talk about?
And
About how you get triggered?
Can we just make a wide rule to stop bitching?
Hey,
We're
everyone be
adults.
quiet. Like, let Elisha talk, right? Go, Elisha.
Elijah, he's my friend. He's fun.
Elijah, we'll say before you go that your mic is a little thick.
Seriously?
So if you could get closer to your mic, it would be better.
if I was.
I have a topic for you guys when you're done.
Oh, I see what the problem is. Okay. I gotta switch my fucking mic.
No, go ahead,
bro. Switch your microphone,
hard to hear you,
Elijah.
Guys, stop talking.
I'm literally gonna start muting people. Please.
Come on.
Excuse me, but his mic is really bad.
Yeah, I understand, but if you keep talking over him, then you would never hear him.
Well, I cannot understand what he's saying.
Well, if you probably shut your pie hole, you probably
I've
can.
been quiet until now just to let him know that his mic is messed up. Because that's why I try to let him know, because I cannot understand what he's saying, and I'm being quiet.
We all know Eli's mic is messed up. We all can hear me though, and I'm telling you guys right now, it's Eli's turn to talk. Everyone, be quiet, please.
Yeah, give him a second. He went to switch his mic.
He's not in the server.
Yeah, he went to switch his mic.
God, after all that,
Yeah, I could hear him. By the way, I could hear Elijah just fine. I know his mic might be a little low. There's a way of turning guys' mics up, so let's try to work together.
It's fairly easy to hear people when everyone isn't talking all at the same time.
That's true.
That's very true, but can we just please make a new proposed rule that when someone finally gets the floor after we've calmed down the room, that they don't get a soapbox and bitch about things for the first 2 minutes of their conversation? Like, after we
Why are
get
you
control,
bitching about
can we
it
just
now?
move
I
straight
do
into
like that
the
rule.
point?
Yeah.
Why are you bitching
Go
about it now?
grandstand after the floor has been cleared for you. I'd like that.
So let me ask this: we got temperature goes up, hot goes up, cold goes down, right? But isn't temperature just the speed of the molecule? So if you believe that air is bouncing molecules and the temperature is the speed, how does the speed then designate direction when speed has no orientation?
I kind of don't want to start that new topic. Can you hold that topic until Elijah finishes?
Well, it's the same topic.
Yeah, I understand, but then we're gonna derail.
Yeah.
How does
Elijah's back. Elijah's back. Please stop.
Hold on. Go, Elijah. Jump in.
Thank you. Well, I actually didn't have a topic. I just wanted to. I was asking you if I was tripping because there was like 3 conversations in which the conversation wasn't about
Just
the
make
topic.
your point, bro. Don't
Okay,
take
if
10
you're not
minutes to
saying
explain.
something,
Just
step
make a
down
point.
and yield the microphone. No more just talking about nothing.
I was saying something. Now, now the reason I'm saying this is because of obviously what keeps happening. Like it has to stop. I'm telling
Yeah,
y'all,
take a half an hour,
I'm
bro. Explain
definitely
why.
gonna
Take a
be
half an
rude.
hour.
I'm definitely gonna be rude if you don't fix the shit. And that nobody wants that.
That
Now
was
there's another
anticlimactic.
additional bad mic. There's another additional bad mic. So, like, Jeremy, what just happened just now was unnecessary. Earlier with the water thing
Bro,
and
he's
stuff
just
without it,
rambling, bro. This is
all of
bad.
that was unnecessary.
Fucking Gemini.
I would like to talk about the moon. Who is game?
Oh, hold up. So right the hand was making a point about hot air.
Yeah.
So let's let him do that before we switch to a new topic. Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. So how does if you believe that the speed of the molecule designates the temperature, and hot goes up, cold goes down, but that's just speed. Why does speed? How does speed designate a direction?
What?
Anyone want to give it a go?
Speed doesn't designate direction.
Can I
anything.
jump in?
Exactly.
Can I jump in? Why? What you just said doesn't necessarily line up with reality, because there are, the depths of the sea, which is cold, it will go up, and once it goes up, how many feet does it have to go up till it turns to warm?
10 feet.
Where is that, connection? What? Go ahead, please.
So just
I have
a
an
quick
answer.
caveat, just a quick qualifier, guys. You can't use the sea and the air as the same, because the reason the sea is more dense is because it has more mass, it has a higher salinity at a colder temperature. Okay, so it's not rising, it's being pushed up, and it will also have a higher density as it rises because it has more salt dissolved into it. So it's not a good comparison.
Because it has
And
more
when
what?
something's getting pushed,
that
and when
wasn't my
something's
point.
getting pushed up, it's rising.
Right, but it's what I'm saying is
Not
that
rising, it's getting pushed up. You're
Okay, let me try and clarify my point, because it seems like it was lost on everybody. So if you believe, I don't, but if you believe that temperature is the speed or the velocity of the molecules, right? Water, air, whatever. You boil water, the molecules speed up, right? If that's your thought and your belief, then how do you explain hot going up and cold going down when it's just the speed?
Because it's matter.
It's not just the
Changes
speed.
the density.
Who said it's just the speed?
Temperature. What is temperature? What is temperature the measure of? Is it not the speed of
Temperature
particles?
is the measure of heat. So you have hot water and you have cold water. You know the difference?
Why is hot water hot and cold water cold?
Because the sun heats it up.
But why? What changes?
because they say there's little molecules.
Well, we don't know. We don't have to go to the molecular level because none of us know that, right? But we know that you can heat up water, and you know that you can put ice and make water cold, correct? We don't need to know the molecular level stuff, or do
But
we?
what I think
He
he's
doesn't believe in
trying to
oxygen.
hold on. What I think he's trying to challenge the molecular model. So if you're not gonna,
No,
Well, I won't argue for the molecular
molecular.
model because I don't know. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
You see,
I'm
can I
saying,
just
like,
say something?
the rise and
This man
falling.
doesn't believe in oxygen, so we have to start with that paradigm.
No,
Okay,
no.
hold
If
on.
we go to the
When
molecular
it-
level, it's going to become a
What?
shit show, right?
When
Because
something
we
gets
don't know.
hot, it gets less dense. That is demonstrable. Whether it's
Yes.
molecular
Okay, so
density or whatever else, it becomes less dense. And in less dense
when you
things,
For
say,
whatever
go
reason,
up.
correct, Moyak.
but what you're saying less dense density, there's a reason behind density. So it's a little strange to be like, and just like heat, you're going to say, well, heat is this motion of the particles. I'm going to go, well, but then how come when this? Well, then don't worry about it. But then everything you said about heat is based on that. Just like everything you say about density is based on these particles. So why are we using these words and then saying, oh, don't worry about the why, when the
I'll tell you
words
why.
are
I'll tell
literally
you
the
why.
why?
Because we can have. I'll tell you why right now. Because we can have two conversations right now. We can discuss the fact that water does this, or we can discuss the fact that what water is made of and go into molecules. So we have two options here.
Well, if you think about it, then you can do the same for everything, right? You can say, well, why things go down? Well, don't worry
Yeah, we
about
can
it.
break
Things
everything
just go
down.
down.
But that's not what I stated earlier. I said, why does the cold water go up when in your theory it's supposed to go down?
That's
Okay,
like
so yeah,
saying,
no
why does
problem.
it rain?
I'll answer. I'll
That's the
field
way
that
our
question real
realm
quick.
is made. Hot
I'll field that
gases
question.
go up, and cold gases go down. That's just the way God made it.
So
There's
if
your
the
answer.
cold gases
There's your
go
answer.
down, why are they going up?
Yeah, I'll
Let's not
express
hear
that for
me
you.
cry
So,
about not doing this. Let's shut me up, and then let's watch what I was crying about happen.
okay, dude,
Oh, you're
no
gonna
new
cry
rule.
again,
No,
Elijah.
no,
That's
just
what you're gonna
bitching
do.
on a
Instead of coming
soapbox.
up with a
Right?
solution,
It
you're gonna cry.
expands. When it expands, it becomes what? Density difference. There's a density difference we're talking about here, right?
Yes.
So when it
Yes.
expands, when it heats up, right? We're talking about molecular level. This is what happens.
Expands
Yes.
for whatever goddamn reason. It's the observation. It expands. It gets less
Okay,
dense.
so
That's the
if the
observation.
reason is not if the reason is not important, why do you guys argue about the reasons all
The
the
reason
fucking
is
time?
important, but you're going to argue the reason
Reasoning.
you don't believe in that reason. So I'm just
Hot
saying,
air rises
Well,
because the
referring
gas
to what reality
expands,
is.
right? And when it heats up, it becomes what? Its
So,
density also
Less
decrease.
dense.
What?
Density. Less
Increases.
dense.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
but
think of
what
a
is
hot air
density?
balloon. She's right.
Density,
It's very simple.
What in the hell are we
hold on.
doing, y'all?
Let me speak. Density is the measure of nothing. You're going to say, well, gold has less
It's
nothing
smarter
inside
than
of
like
it.
at least
Hang on,
80%
come
of
on.
y'all.
No, it's the measure of
You don't got to
something.
interrupt.
Right there.
Can you not
It's the
interrupt
measure of
me?
something.
Let me get it all out, and you'll
Stupid.
understand what I'm trying to say. If you don't interrupt, you'll understand. So
you're,
you have
you're
two
not saying
balls.
anything.
One goal because you're talking. I'm
Yo,
waiting.
next people that next I'm gonna start muting the interrupters. You're gonna get official warnings, all that. All right, because it is kind of chaotic. So
you have two
Frustrated.
balls.
Okay, guys.
Wow, yeah, it's very frustrating. Yes, two balls. One of them is gold. One is styrofoam. You with me?
What?
Yeah, we got you.
You
Go
got
ahead.
a gold ball. Okay. Now the difference, you're going to say one is denser. Now I'm going to go, what's that mean? And you're going to say, well, the molecules are tightly packed together, which means there's less empty space, aka nothing, in the gold than in the styrofoam. That's what density means. So I think it's ridiculous.
You can think of it that way, or you can think of it in this way. There's more stuff in the gold than there is in the styrofoam.
But hold on. See, now I would have a problem with that because I'd be like, okay, they take up the same amount of volume, but you're saying there's more stuff in the gold. So where is what's with that difference? Is there empty space? Is there nothing
You
inside
can
the
say it the way you
styrofoam?
did.
What's going on?
Yes. Yeah. There's more space in the styrofoam one. Yes.
Yeah,
Why?
because like
It's
if
now-
you think about it, if you had a cube of styrofoam and a cube of gold, right, and you try to crush both into a smaller amount, right, there will be a point where you will be able to, like, just with your hands, you can crush the styrofoam, right? And that's because there's space in between it. It's just a very airless material.
Yeah, simple.
Right? So the gold is not going to allow you to crush it as easily.
Don't say space.
Well, maybe
Don't
it's
say
not
space.
space.
Say
Maybe
air. There's air there.
There we go. There we go. See, and that small difference, but it's huge, huge difference. So now you have two objects, right? Air and the object. And the other way, you have this void of nothing and the object. And I think that's a very big distinction we need to make. And density does not account. Density doesn't account for air. It's accounting for the empty void of nothing at the molecular level. This is why this is very important. When you say density, you're talking about the void at the molecular level.
Yeah, you can look at it that way, but you can look at it the other way as well.
The cube of styrofoam has a density, and that density includes the density of styrofoam and the density of the air that's trapped inside.
It's
So
the
just because you
relationship
say density doesn't mean
between
that
both.
you're talking
How's
about the
that?
void of nothing. That's not necessarily true.
Percentage. It's the relationship between both stuff and air. How's that?
Yeah, definitely. And then if you were to pump out the air in a vacuum chamber, then you'd see that the density of that block gets a lot more, because now it's just about the density of the styrofoam itself minus the little tunnels and tubules where air was previously.
I disagree.
So basically, instead of it being, sorry, I was just saying, instead of it being like a cube, now it's like a spongy cube, with holes in it that you're measuring.
Okay, so think about the vacuum you just pulled, right? So think of it, you didn't remove the air, right? You just made it more spongy or more, what's it called?
No, you
So it's not like
you actually pumped out the air.
No, I'm again. Now, if I have to subscribe to this, I would have to believe that there is a space of nothing existing inside that chamber somehow, which is that's not logical.
Well, technically,
Well, it would be very low pressure air. Is what you replace the regular pressure air with a lot lower pressure air. So if you're talking in between, what's in between the air molecules, if you will, then you could prescribe that there's still a medium, like a ether. There's still electromagnetism there. It's not completely empty, right? It's never completely empty because we can't pump out the electromagnetism the magnetic fields or something that you can't do that, right? It's always in existence. But in terms of stuff like actual matter, that's been pumped up.
Okay,
yeah, but not all of it.
Yeah, and that other stuff, that electromagnetism, that could still affect weight and yada yada. So to just be like, oh, it's to just discount it and label all of those things that you mentioned as this empty space, I think is a little dishonest. Not dishonest, but it's just it's not as accurate.
Hold this into empty, absolute empty space. It's actually just less stuff in it because we know that we can't pull a full vacuum. But the thing I would say is, like, when you take a marshmallow, put it in a vacuum chamber, and you pump out the air as much as you can, that marshmallow, and you do it really slowly so the marshmallow doesn't distort in size, so it still has all the tubules in it and stuff. And then you go and let the air back in, it crushes down to a little mini marshmallow. So what was there during that time? Something changed, didn't it?
Let me say another thing also. Let me say something. We have to keep in mind that all the stuff that we're made of, right? The stuff that we're used to that functions in the way we think it functions, it has to work at this pressure, right?
Yeah,
we
are
are designed
you're made
to
of the
work
stuff
at a
of
certain-
legends, I see.
Yeah. Sorry, percentage, what'd you say?
I said you're made of the stuff of legends.
Thanks, but yeah, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So now what Right the Hand is saying, yeah, we can continue this line of questioning. We can go down to the courts and all this bullshit that I don't believe in, but it's kind of nonsensical, right? We know that hot air rises, and we know that warm water rises. That's just the way it is. Now, we can go down to the microscopic level, but are we going to get anywhere? I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's where I'm with you. I'm like, that's where I think it's just, first and foremost, God made a system that works and allows us to do these things. Right?
Exactly.
A lot of people always like talking about how the creation works instead of, props to the creator. So I just, it's almost like, before the speech, the God made it this way, and I think he made it like this.
But yo, right the hand.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Look, there's some things that we will never know. And we have to be humble enough to understand and accept that some things we're never going to know, man. It's just the way it is.
So right the hand, when you ask the question, why does hot air rise? Did you, like, I had a call. Did you get an answer to that?
Yeah, I mean, no, I feel like at the end of the day, yes, we don't know. We know it does. We know it might have something to do with like the warmth and the maybe speed, but we don't really know. I think that's the most honest answer.
Exactly.
Why is it not a sufficient answer that if I heat up air, let's say, if I go out on a 100-degree day, and no, actually, let's do this somewhere else. I heat up air to 100 degrees. It vents out some of that air. So I mean, it obviously is expanding, right? I mean, is that something that we can logically conclude?
I did. What was your example? I didn't.
Okay, I have a bottle.
What was it?
I have a bottle with a check valve, and it is maintaining atmospheric pressure. Yeah, so it won't go any lower than atmospheric pressure, and it won't go any higher. So I heat it up. It now vents off a whole bunch of air that was in that bottle, right? And then I let it cool down, and there will be less air in that bottle, right? So did that not expansion? Is that not?
Well, no, because it could be it could be expansion with no adding of new, right? Like if something increases size, you're not adding anything new; it's increasing in size. And then we can get into the how is it doing that, which we would get to another. I don't really know. You know what I mean? It's just very like it's hard to like be like this is how it works.
If you add heat, you're not adding nothing.
That heat goes away. So you are essentially adding nothing. When you let it cool down, you'll find out that there's a more vacuous area. It'll have less stuff in it.
So
measurably less stuff,
right?
weightably less stuff.
So the heat rises and not the stuff.
Not really talking about that at the moment.
But that's kind of like the point, though, right?
We're in an environment.
Air becomes less dense.
Think about this, guys. We are in an environment where we can take some leather or whatever, some material, right? Make a balloon, put a bucket underneath it, warm up this air, and we can lift thousands of pounds up. Think about that. Yeah, just with heat and air.
And if you stop that fire and you seal that balloon will collapse.
It'll go down absolutely every time.
The balloon will shrink.
Yeah.
Because the air was more dense.
Because of temperature, not because of a ball or gravity. Because of temperature, not because of gravity or a ball.
Because of the fire that causes heat, call it whatever you want. That's the reason.
But it's less dense. Whatever it is, it's less dense.
By temperature.
But why do you got to add that? Why do you got to put that in? Like we were good.
We have concluded.
Correct. And you don't need to say dense or anything like that.
Right, but what they're trying to do is find out what density is, and if we concluded it's temperature for them, then we're good, right?
Well, some people might take issue, but yeah, I would say that hot air changes the density, yes. I mean, that's indisputable, right? Yeah, everybody can agree with that?
Right. If you heat up gold or you heat up a metal, it becomes a gas, right?
Well, I refuse to interact with Demok.
You refuse to interact with reality.
Nope, just you.
No, just reality. I know. Just me, reality.
You turned down. I can still hear you, though.
Think about things logically. This is not rocket science. Logic. It makes logical sense. It's most probably true.
Hold on 1 second. Right the hand. I need you to change your name. You there?
What's up?
I need you to change your name.
Well, you don't like the honor to George Chinook?
I don't know if why. No, I don't like it.
First off, it's maligning him because you're no Georgian Hanukchuk.
Just change it, please.
Is this like a
Are we going
personal
crystal
thing
mode
from Jeremy?
here, Jeremy, or what's going on?
I don't know if my friend or family member just died. I wouldn't want some guy on the internet running around calling himself the ghost of my friend's name.
Especially when you're the antithesis of what he was.
Yeah, so
Yeah, well,
just change your name.
What you want aren't the server rules. So.
All right, he's a mod. Let's just be
Right?
respectful.
No, but
well, but he's a mod. Hold on, he's a mod of the server rules.
Get him out of here.
Right? His power lies in the server rules. So if he's now going to say his power is outside of the server rules, he is no longer a mod.
Well, listen,
Right?
Gio, I know as well too, very well. Hey,
See how they just avoid my point? It's amazing.
No, I'm not going to
beautiful
avoid it.
point, and
I'm not going to avoid it. I'm not avoiding it.
Yeah, I know you're going to
For
avoid it.
heaven's sakes. Jeremy's a mod. Let's be respectful. And he knows Gio. I know Gio. Gio just wants respect on his server and no one to feel like they're being put, ganged up on or someone being talked about. He doesn't want anyone to, get uncomfortable. So if Jeremy feels that name might upset somebody, let's just change it. It's just a name. See, now we're going to argue for the next 10 minutes on a fucking name.
I disagree with that.
Yo, right to hand. Let me say this. You can kindly change it. When you've been asked. Or you could, take it up with Gio, and I mean, my guess is he would,
yeah.
deal
If
with
you
that
think I'm
accordingly.
not right,
But you could just kindly, just if it's insensitive, if people find it insensitive, and I didn't know the dude was dead, but I find it insensitive in that regard. I would
What's
just,
the name that's being
nip
questioned?
it in the bud.
if you think I'm not right, hold on. If you think I'm not right, you take it up with Gio. I don't know what Gio wants. If Gio wants, would have you changed it or not? Whatever. We'll figure it out later.
But what's the name that's being contested?
The name in his name, bro.
Whose name? I don't know what you're talking about.
George died, and yeah, that's the issue.
I don't think it's our business to ask what a mod's doing. Just let Jeremy do it. If he disagrees, let him take it up with Gio, and let's move along with the conversation, guys. Come on.
I'm trying to look at all the
Let's give
names.
Right
I'm
to
not
Hand a
seeing
chance
anything.
to remedy it himself.
No.
Who you guys talking about though?
He's not doing it though. He's just.
Did he actually
Anyway,
die, guys?
Carry on. Carry on with the conversation, guys.
Listen, 2
there
weeks
you go.
ago.
Tell him how everything's electricity, Denmark.
Hold on. I want to know. Did he actually die?
Yeah,
If you shot gold
2
and
weeks
you put
ago.
enough voltage into it, it's going to
72
turn
years
to
old.
gas.
Oh, hold up, before we move on. So Right to Hand, are you gonna take this opportunity to nip it in the
I
bud and
muted
change
him.
the name? I unmuted.
Not changing it.
Guys, so we can get this over with. I just speak on my behalf without being interrupted. Like you say we don't want to gang up on people, yet I'm muted and ganged up on. So
Go ahead.
Let me just say on my behalf, the mods are here to enforce the rules of the server, not their own personal feelings, right? So if they have a personal feeling against somebody, they can't enforce that. So when somebody brings to me the rules of the server that I have violated, then we will address the point.
Absolutely, but the thing
I
is,
fucking muted him, dude. Listen, if
Okay,
anyone's
well,
got
let me
a
respond-
problem
let
with
me
what
respond
I
to that
did,
real quick,
no.
Jeremy.
If
Hold on, let me
anyone
respond
has
to
a
that.
problem with what I did, there's no response needed. If anyone has a problem with what I did, bring it up with Gio, and me and Gio will talk about it. Otherwise, let's move on.
Even if it's not needed, I'd still like to respond. One of the main mandate of the mods in the server is to keep a respectful atmosphere. Keep it respectful in the server.
Exactly.
And that,
So in this
so
case,
that
I'm a
people-
mod.
so
I feel
people-
it. Sorry, percentage, but in this case, I'm a mod, and I feel disrespected that Jeremy is doing that because that's not in the rules, and he's just going by his feelings.
And what about your dad? What about your dad
but-
just died? What does your dad
But
just die?
percentage is a mod, but percentage is a mod, and he's saying
I'm a mod too.
yeah, you're a mod too, and I'm guessing the same thing that he's about to say applies to you too. That
guys,
yes,
there has to
If
be a level of respect. People start disrespecting. Everybody knows that's obviously a continuum. But like you fucking interrupted me right now.
Yeah, but disrespect is subject to each person.
That's why I said it's a continuum. So if you would
Man,
allow me
guys,
and not
guys,
interrupt
please.
me.
Please, let's move on. Okay, I did what I did. That's it. Me and Gio will talk about it. All right.
Maybe there should be a mod meeting if mods are not agreeing as well.
No, I mean just
About a
take a look at the
conversation.
guidelines.
Nobody
Hold up.
disagrees
Just
with
take a
what
look at the
Percentage is about to
guidelines.
say.
Right.
Go ahead.
Just take a look at the guidelines. There's like at least 3 different guidelines that him having the dude's name in his thing breaks. You know, there's
Which will take out the server.
criticizing
Which
other
will
members,
take out the
slander,
server, right?
posting or
That will
releasing
take out
private
the
information.
server. Mods aren't above the
Can you say
community
that again?
guidelines. They will take out the whole server.
Can you say that again? Because we couldn't hear you over this guy.
I'm sorry, my name is Faithful Phoenix. Okay, Elijah, I call you by your name. Take the decency to learn mine, please.
Hey, Faithful Phoenix, Percentage was just talking. Can
I
you
know,
let
and I'm
him
just
finish?
saying right now that I know of Glovers
you
out there
let
that
him
will
finish?
report the server if they find it. And it
I
goes well
I
beyond the mods.
appreciate that.
They'll take out the whole server because you broke community guidelines. Mods be
I
damned.
appreciate that, Phoenix, but even though what you said was important, you interrupted me when you were saying it, and then interrupting isn't allowed. But I appreciate.
Well, I apologize. I apologize. I lost my dad. So
So
Make
yeah,
me a
take a look at the
mod.
guidelines.
I would have
You
just
know,
changed his
You
name
could
myself.
arguably say that this applies to multiple things in the guidelines.
I'm so lost. What's the name that's being
Lord.
contested?
George,
Guys.
nothing nuke or whatever.
Let's
Make me
move
a
on,
mod. I
please.
changed his name myself. Y'all are weak.
Please move on, guys. I'm asking. I'm begging.
What you
Please let
created,
us move.
Jeremy?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Please,
Jeremy,
let's
but
move
see what you
on.
created, bro.
Oh my God, we're not going to go into that, guys. Too now. Come on.
Hang on.
You kind of well, you kind of did though, but whatever.
Down for what?
We're
Can
moving
we
on.
please
Go
move
ahead.
on? I can bring up a
SC,
topic.
what do you got?
Guys like.
SC, go. SC, go. What do you got?
All right. Can we make something from nothing, which they claim they have done? There you go.
Fuck no.
Who claims
There's
that?
an atomic bomb for you. Can you make nothing? I mean, can you make something from nothing?
Nope.
No.
Well, never mind.
No, you can't.
I guess
No, you
not.
can't.
What is the
Well, they
substance?
have.
What is the
They
substance of nothing?
How do you
What does that
create
mean?
no thing?
Well, they have. They have created enough electromagnetic energy
That's not from nothing. That's from
to
energy.
pull out. Sorry.
That's not from nothing. That's from energy.
Right.
Well, they're using energy, but they're claiming. Let me finish the claim. They claim that using electromagnetic energy, a vast amount of it, they pulled out a particle and antiparticle, matter and antimatter, right out of the how did they call it? Not the fabric, the what did they call it? The field, out of the quantum field.
That's not nothing though.
Well, it is nothing, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not. Their whole belief is that this nothingness was something, so that negates their fucking original statement. That's
exactly
bullshit.
my point. Thank you. You got it, brother. Exactly that.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, something from nothing. Let me see if I can find the article.
I feel like these scientists are really poking the bear with a stick.
I want to give a big ups to the females that are in here and like holding it down for the flat earth, you know what I mean?
Being that I might be the only one, I say thank you. I hope that was being respectful and not calling anybody else female-like. I'm a female.
Imagine if it was just men and there was no female flat earthers.
We need more. We need a heck of a lot more, and not just for the shape of the earth, but about everything that we talk about that's very important in the world.
Where's Andrew Tate when you need him? Where's Mr. Tate?
Have you guys heard about that female that's prophesizing things? She's like says she's a prophet, talking to God, and I don't know her name. Does anybody know who I'm referencing?
Yeah, her name's bullshit.
She predicted.
He predicted something big was gonna happen before September 11th, and the Queen died. And there's like
Yeah.
three more things that she predicted. Like there's an earthquake going to be level 8, and a volcano's going to explode at the same time. Trump's going to be in office at the end of the year, and something in the royal family is going to be exposed. Is what she said. God said.
Yeah, those are false. Those things aren't going to happen.
Yeah.
But what's happening on the 24th?
Yeah, I heard that too. Something big gonna happen on the 24th. Yeah.
When someone's in the German parliament makes a statement and makes a speech, and he says everybody will remember where they were on September 24th, 2022. I mean, that's an airy statement, and then you have to hear it in German on top of that.
Yes,
I'm gonna post a video about it right now for you guys. I'm sorry, but life would be a totally different life if we actually answered people's questions. So he didn't ask you how you felt. He asked you if you knew her name. Does anybody know her name?
No.
Y'all ever hear?
Guess what's happening on the
Why would have I
24th?
ever thought of things like that? I don't have any idea. How long are you going to hold a pen in your hand and not write anything down? And what are we going to do? Go back and forth and ask each other stupid
This is
things?
actually his voice. This is the.
Has anybody heard of
quiz
Shemitah
me.
on September
Quiz me.
24th? Look at the
I
video.
have a feeling of what may happen because of two scheduled things on the 23rd and the 24th. The rocket launch, Artemis. Could it have anything to do with that? I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out.
24th is a Jewish holiday. You can watch a video about it. It's 5 minutes. I just posted it.
How's it going, brother?
Which holiday? Do you know?
Shemitah.
Which means what?
I think in the gosh, excuse me for not getting this right at all, but I think it's a Jewish holiday. I think it's supposed to be representative of the New Year, but it's not the Gregorian New Year or something like that. But the video.
Oh, they have their own calendar. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
So the 23rd, Artemis is scheduled to launch, and they have a window for the next day if it goes wrong, and then it's going to be rescheduled for next year. That's the plan.
Yeah, if they had the same calendar that we had, like, even though they say, like, before current era or whatever, right? That's what the scientists say. Like, if you acknowledge the year is, like, 2022, and, obviously you're acknowledging Christ. So they think the year is, like, 57 something, like almost 6,000.
Yeah, their calendar is like their year of 4,000 or something like that. Yeah.
September 24th is Friday, right?
Yeah, it's because The Simpsons had predicted this date. There's a lot of TikTok stuff going on about it. It's supposed to be a solar storm. There's always different things that are happening that's going to be the end of the world. I remember the end of the world was going to happen in 2012 too, and I'm still here. I'm probably making money that day and working my ass off, and I'll probably wake up and have to still work on the 25th. That's reality.
Now
the 5-minute video details how there's actually
the
stock
Simpsons.
market crashes over the years on this date specifically. Lots of recessions, market crashes, and stock market problems on the 24th.
The Simpsons predicted more than any other thing, right? It's like scary when I hear
I know,
that.
I shouldn't have said that to you, right? I fucked you up. Sorry.
Yeah.
Of all the things that I said, the Simpsons was it.
I'm telling you, man, look at the things that, the helicopter crashes and all these things, the towers. I don't know. I'm not saying anything, but man, it's,
You want a real prediction?
Donald Trump, and then that sign that fell when he's going down the escalator, the chick that dropped the sign, it happened in real life. Like, that was fucking weird.
If y'all can't see that the economy is about to seriously fail, okay? I'm out here doing Uber, and everybody wants to do Uber now. There's so many Uber drivers on road, but there's nobody actually working at the stores anymore that we're going to. So we're waiting 45 minutes to an hour because there's 2 people instead of 6 people that should be there. So everybody's quitting their jobs. They're not going into work, and they're starting to do their own shit because they don't want to work for the system anymore. So the whole economy is breaking down. But if we don't have these people at their jobs, like myself, retail and stuff, nobody's going to get what they want. Not even food. So the economy is failing to no end. We have nothing in our stores, and nobody's really understanding how bad it actually is. Unless you get out here and you talk to people. We're all suffering. It's getting fucking ridiculous.
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker.
Hey, that's not actually true. The reason why there's nothing in the stores is because right now China has everybody on lockdown. So pretty much where we get all our retail goods, we get them from China. But they're not making anything right now.
Well, I'm not necessarily. I'm saying people working. Right? People aren't working. That's what
It's
I'm
not
talking
just
about.
that.
Yeah, but that
It's
has
not just that.
nothing to do with what we have in our stores.
No,
What
I'm
we
saying
have
we
in our
don't have
stores
anything
is
in our stores too. But you're right. But it's not just China, right? Someone else is speaking too. Go ahead, honey.
It's not just China though. It has to do with everything else going on between all the states across the country. There's a lot of
no, but nobody makes nothing here, guys. That's what I'm saying. Like,
no, not making it, but transporting it. Like for instance, in California, there's like a shitload of people that can no longer transport by trunking because they shut that down. Like Governor Newsom is fucking systematically shutting everything down in California,
What's up?
and then
Am I
what?
tripping or is it slow? Please tell me it's slow. Oh, because I've been out since earlier.
No,
I
you're
haven't
hot
got one
micing.
order.
It's hot
You're hot
micing, guys.
Oh,
So what I was
my
going to
bad.
say is that the transporting from the ports out to amongst everywhere else, it's definitely been slowed down because over 70,000 truckers have been shut down to even transport anything. So if you're not getting anything in your markets in your area, it's because the goods are not being transported right now at the way they used to be. So that's what it
Yeah,
is.
and Walmart's getting more of our
that's
supplies than
a
any other
problem.
store because of the contracts as well.
Yeah.
It's a problem with the supply chain. So
So
they're artificially creating a great demand, or I'm sorry, they're artificially stifling the supply, which is creating a strong demand, making prices higher. That's why, if you've noticed, I don't know how long you've lived here in America, this is to the Americans, everything's very expensive. Very expensive.
You know what makes a
Joker
country
for like 3
powerful
years to get some food.
besides the military? Its ability to produce goods, right?
Well,
Now, through
what's the one thing we produce here, SE, is pretty much cattle and more cattle. But
yeah,
did you hear
you've
about?
sold out. Yeah, your companies through greed and sheer manipulation have sold out all the manufacturing of the great, what used to be the great country, the United States. You gave all your production to China.
Yo, who's
Yeah,
got the music
cheap
going?
labor.
Who's got the music
Hey,
going,
but
guys? Can you guys
did
hear
you
me?
guys hear anything?
Hello.
Yeah, the music's not playing anymore. Relax. So
I'm relaxed. Just don't
in
play
Texas,
music, please, guys. Fucking
I think someone just got a phone call or something.
Oh,
exactly.
in Texas, about I don't know 2-3 months ago, they had to kill off a substantial amount of the cattle. I think like 75%. They were just killing it off. Not consuming it, just pretty much throwing it in the trash. And remember, somebody came in here and was talking about that. Like they were saying, yeah, they're making us just, throw our cattle away. Did you guys hear anything? I heard it. Somebody in here said that.
Yeah, they were talking about that last year as well, though. I remember them talking about it when I literally was going to Texas and stuff too, and there's so much fucking cattle out there. It's fucking unreal. I think somebody who's from these states need to speak about it because you can hear about it and you think it's real until you go there and you actually find out what's really happening.
Yeah, they were
No,
saying
not a
that
lot
like
of cattle.
thousands.
They
They were
were
saying
disposing of
thousands.
it.
Yeah, they were saying thousands and thousands were dead on their farms and on their acreage, and they were just just scooping it up and putting it in a pile. So there is a manipulated market type of thing going on to where they are creating a scarcity of things
Yes.
whether it be food, whether it be products, regardless, there is a manipulation going on. And once people finally realize that, like maybe we can start getting to the teeth of it. You know what I mean? To the thick of it.
That's a trick employed by the big manufacturers, like diamonds, right? We're led to believe that diamonds are a scarce thing, right? Nothing could be further from the truth. You can find diamonds everywhere, but there's this company called De Beers that buys out all the independent diamond companies and creates a shortage. Apparently, there's mountains and mountains full of this stuff. They have it and they're keeping it.
Yeah, because they're causing an inflation of sorts to where they could charge more for the same product simply by reducing the availability of it. And that's been known, bro. That's reality. What we're facing right now. But what about the warehouses that they are fully stocked and they're being told not to ship things out? What about that? That's a whole nother fucking ball to tackle.
But yeah, just to touch on the diamond thing, like I know about jewelry and stuff, and diamonds have a clarity rating, on a scale, and D class is the highest diamond you can ever get. I've seen a D class 2-carat D class princess cut, and the thing is like glass. It was inside a blue box, and it had felt, and you could see through the diamond and see the felt, like you were just looking at the felt. That's how clear it is. So I agree with you, SE. I agree with you, SE, that they are hoarding diamonds, but they're what, industrial grade diamonds, but then there's interest grade diamonds, fine jewels diamonds, and they are the small percentage. But I do believe that they've already hoarded massive D-class diamonds all around the world, and they're holding them. I don't believe that they've ever seen the light of day.
Yeah, there's different grades. Yeah, because they use diamonds in sandpaper and drill bits, and
yeah.
But that's
exactly.
What do you get out of a diamond?
That's one fraction of it, though.
No,
that's just diamonds. No, we're talking
What
about.
do you get out of a diamond? What do you get from it? If you go get diamonds, what do you get out of it? Can you do
Carbon.
stuff with it? Is it power?
Carbon.
Is it
You can cut stuff with it.
It's carbon. I'm
You can
asking
cut
you,
stuff
if you
with
put a
it.
diamond on your finger, what are you getting out
You
of it?
get some
I'm done.
bling, bro. Bling bling.
You can cut other materials with the diamond.
No, I'm saying it's much larger than just diamonds. You're talking about the scarcity of products that can be sold in a market, as well as food that can be sold in the market. If you reduce those things, if you reduce these,
Sorry. Ice. Sorry, bud.
Ice. Can I start a fire with some diamonds?
Ice.
Hey, isn't it the
Sure.
notion that it's a precious gem? It's hard to come by, and so you're gonna get the best gem possible. And like I said, it's precious and it's scarce. That's what they want everybody to believe, but that's not the truth. Like you said, they're hoarding diamonds, stifling the supply chain, and
they're
making you pay for it.
One more thing I gotta say
I
on
believe
this.
they've already found them. I believe they've already found them, and now they say there's no more. They're so hard to find. That's why they're so expensive. The beers came with that slogan, "Diamonds are forever." Diamonds weren't even, the most expensive thing before then.
It was
Gems,
rubies.
jade, emeralds, rubies. Yeah, rubies was the number one. But everything was more expensive than a diamond, and then they turned that "Diamond are forever" slogan, because the property's a diamond, and it went from there. I mean, it became market value, and just because anybody, just wants to get a ring on their finger type thing, I got some diamond around my neck or whatever. They don't care if the clarity's off. I mean, this wrapper here, it's got all this, it's not see-through. You can't see the clarity of those diamonds. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of pieces of diamond
They're
there,
jet
but
black. The new diamonds are jet black.
yeah, well, there you go.
Apparently, what has real value is the jewels, the rubies. If you look at the kings and queens, all their royal stuff is all rubies, sapphires, and all this stuff.
Rubies are the most rare.
Hey, if you look into how long they've actually been, putting diamonds on women's fingers, it hasn't been more than 100 years.
They used
it's
to.
more
They
than
used.
a crystal.
They used to do pearls. Pearls used to be the engagement ring thing.
That's right.
Pearls.
This
Oh, yeah,
diamond
'cause they
thing
can't
is
find that something makes
is
them.
one company responsible for it. De Beers.
Yeah.
Google De Beers and you're gonna see
Yeah,
where
the
all this comes
buyers.
from.
Yeah. The beers. I mean, they're everywhere. DB on the they etch DB on the diamond itself. So if you steal one, they go, nah, look, it's one of ours.
And ambergris. They used to put ambergris on people.
It's the diamond design, the D and the B.
But hold on though. We are at a
Diamonds are
point.
dirt.
We are at a point where it's beyond diamond. We're talking about food and literally like products that are purchased at a retail.
Apocrypha. I get you. I get you. But let me sum it up for you in one sentence. We have people worth 330 billion. That's 330,000 million American dollars in their net worth. We have people like that on this earth, and we still have people starving. Okay, there's no more room. There's no more no more wiggle room. When they talked about world famine being 11 to 14 billion, Elon Musk sent a message to Jeff Bezos saying, "Should I do it? Should I do it? You should have fucking done it."
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
it's honestly, it's a crime against humanity. All the billionaires could chip in $1 billion and do it 10 times over. You know what I mean? And no one went broke. You didn't take all their
They
money.
can do it
but now,
overnight.
yeah.
The main
but
thing
now
is
you have,
developing. The main thing is developing infrastructures to supply food and water, but I don't know why they're not doing it.
Yeah, it's all artificial shortages. That's what we got.
Capitalism, right? Capitalism.
Exactly.
In order for it to function, you have to have people that are suffering, that are doing the work, and you have the people that are gaining from that. That's the the sad truth.
You're wording me a little bit wrong.
Technology's supposed to get better. Everything's supposed to get better. We're supposed to be growing more, better, faster, greater, gooder, better. America.
Hey, real quick, everybody. I swear to God, I was going to fucking document the moon in the sky right now and its position and light and everything. But now the sun is up. It's what time is it? Hold on. Damn it. What? Oh shit. Hold on. It's
Fogging up your
8:32. It's 8:32 in the morning, and I was gonna document the moon in the sky, but right now the sun took its position, and I cannot see the moon at all. But I was gonna document it because this is one of those questions to where does the moon go when the sun's in the sky, and it just totally disappeared.
Well,
The
you should
moon.
be able to see it at 130,000 feet at all
I know,
times,
but
right?
I can't, and that's that's my point right now. I was totally gonna document it like an hour ago because an hour ago I could see the moon like clearly, and right now it's totally gone.
Not you from the ground. The ISS or something that's up
Damn it! I
past the
fucked
sky
up, bro.
level,
I fucked it
past
up.
the air level. It has to be visual from that. When everybody keeps saying the moon's gone, you have to go give me a high altitude balloon and show me it disappear from
I
that.
know, bro. I
It
know.
doesn't do that in Texas, right? We get to see the moon as long as it's above the horizon. We can pretty much see it. So down
Dude,
here,
hey, listen.
a bit
The
different.
moon,
I'm in
the
the middle of
moon was
talking, bro. I'll let
way
you land.
above
Hey,
the
bro, I'm in the
moon.
middle of talking. I'm in the middle of talking.
I know. I
Just relax.
got you, Hank. Hold on.
Just
My
relax.
bad.
I've
Go
been
ahead.
trying to say something for a minute. So if you guys are talking about scarcity and food and stuff, so history repeats itself. Obviously, the three things that you're gonna want to, prepare for if you're the type to, prepare. So there's gonna be war, famine, and disease, right? So that's the thing that happens whenever there's war and there's lots of dead bodies and it gets in the water, right? There's going to be like famine, which causes diseases, right? Both of these things cause disease, right? So if there's famine, you don't have the right amount of nutrients to like fuel your body. You come across something like microbes or whatever you believe in, right? You're going to get sick. Terrain or germ theory. I think both are real, but I think that everybody just, stock up a little bit of medicine. Like it probably wouldn't hurt for you to get some food grade hydrogen peroxide. It probably wouldn't hurt for you to get quite a bit of alcohol or a still to distill your own water or to distill your own moonshine, because you could clean a lot of wounds with some moonshine. That's all I had to say.
Could I add something about the moon? Hi everybody. So I'm trying to follow the Hebrew calendar and the, in the scriptures it talks about number our days. Anyways, the moon, you can't see the moon coming up in like 2 days for a couple days. So it obviously is still up there, but I believe the light is gone for a couple days. And a lot of people start their calendar based on the sliver. I don't. I don't. But the moon, you can't see it. Obviously, it's still up there.
That's
Do you know why they say you can't see it?
Hold on, Esty. Hold on. I just real quick. Why are you trying to follow the Hebrew calendar when the Hebrews advocated for they have rules on how to sell their daughter into sex slavery, and if you work on the Sabbath, they'll kill you.
No, I mean,
why would you want to follow a calendar like that?
Well, we could talk about that later in another chat. I'm sure not everybody wants to hear this, so I could talk to you down below in spirituality if you want, happily. But that, I mean, that's just what happens. I've been tracking it, and it's because it says King David said, "Teach me to number my days." So you have to, and it seems like the only month that God named was Abib, and everything else was a number. And I'm not saying I have it right. I'm just saying from what I'm observing, you won't see the moon, for like if it's going to be on Saturday, you won't see the moon for, I would say, a day. You might be able to see it on Sunday, but for sure on Monday, you'll be able to see it again.
Now, the reason they give why you don't see it, do you know what it is?
Oh, no, absolutely not. No, it's just maybe if I went back through first book of Enoch, but no, there's no.
Oh, you're talking biblical. Well, I'm talking about the so-called scientific explanation. Would you like to hear the reason why the moon disappeared?
Sure.
Well, get this. The reason why they say, the magicians say that the moon disappears is because the sun, get this now, in the middle of the day, the sun is behind the moon. And the moon is offset by 5 degrees from the node. This is why they say it disappears. The brightest thing in the sky is behind the largest rock, quote unquote, in the sky, offset by 5 degrees. And that makes this huge, 4,000 mile wide, so they tell us, rock disappear.
Wouldn't that be an eclipse, Izzy?
Yeah, that doesn't.
Well, the eclipse is when it's directly, because I just said, be careful. I said 5 degrees off. That's the excuse. When it's an eclipse, it's a line directly. This is the story now. I don't believe a bit of it, but I'm just telling you what the story is.
That doesn't even make sense.
Of course not.
Because literally doesn't even make sense. Because right now you can see, I posted a picture of this morning, taking a picture of the moon, and the sun is like right behind it.
That's right.
And so you can still see the sliver. So, that moon must be really moving backward. Like, it doesn't even, I can't even grasp how they could even say that. But the
it's a fantasy. Like, I'll give you another even bigger fantasy, right?
The problem I see is that you told a story, and that's not the reason you can't see the moon.
Oh, correct me.
Sorry, my bad. Correct me then. Correct.
Or that's not the entire story, right? You only told her part of it.
Go ahead. We're listening.
No. You didn't tell her the mechanics behind it.
Go
right?
ahead. We want to listen. What is the reason?
For the express purpose of making it sound stupid, right?
Stop complaining about his how he said. We're listening to the real thing. Come on. What it is?
I'm sorry, man. I'm not talking to you.
And now the rest of the story.
Yeah, so the rest of the story is the part of the sun, or I'm sorry, the part of the moon that's facing you on Earth is not receiving any sunlight, correct?
Right?
So
because the sun is behind it, right? Right?
Correct. So there's no light bouncing off that side of the sun for your eyes to receive, correct?
You mean the moon, correct? Yes. Obviously,
Yeah.
since it's behind, obviously nothing is going to bounce in front. Yeah.
Sure. So I'm trying to figure out where the stretch in logic is. If you agree that there's no light bouncing off of it to hit your eyes, why you still think you would still see it?
Shouldn't there be a silhouette or something?
What would it be silhouetted
We
against?
lived in a vacuum, right?
The moon.
We don't. The plasma is hiding the moon's lower red light spectrum that we can barely see when it's night. So when the light from the sun or the electromagnetic field from the sun is exciting the upper atmosphere, the plasma light is so bright that we can't barely see the dull red. That's what I think.
I don't know, maybe, but there's another half to the story, right? The first half, I think it sounds like you're agreeing with me on, is that if there's no light coming from the part of the moon that is facing you, then you agree you wouldn't see it.
Right,
The
but did you
other
hear
half of
my
the story-
question after that?
Yeah,
Did you hear my question after I agreed with you?
Well, hang on, but why is the sky blue?
Why is kangaroos hop? What are you talking about, dude? Answer. Let's keep on track here, okay?
It's lit up.
You said there's no sunlight in front of the moon, correct?
Right. So the other half of the story involves why the sky is blue, and I'm asking you, do you know why the sky is blue?
Go on, it's your story. Tell us, why is the sky blue?
Well, I mean, if you don't know, that's fine. But that's the light.
I didn't say I didn't know. Don't try to play games with me, bro. Just continue the cordial conversation.
Well, a cordial conversation involves answers, right?
Yeah, and I told you I don't know why the sky is blue. Can you please explain it to us?
Sure. I mean, this is. It sounds like you Googled, right, why you can't see the moon, but you didn't Google why the sky is blue. The sky is blue because it's
That's
reflecting
another
sunlight.
ad hom.
Right?
Please don't try to do what you're doing. You're not going to get away with stuff like that with me.
What does your
correct
priest say?
the model that you said? When I said the model, you said I was wrong. Please correct me without being antagonistic and trying to act smart.
Standing on your soapbox.
Well,
That's what your priest said.
Again, I'm returning the energy that you put into this because you started by pointing out that that this was stupid, right? You tried to make fun of the reasoning why the explanation, but anyway, the sky is blue because it reflects light, right? Reflects blue light. And so what I'm getting at is that the sky is reflecting light. The sky that you see is being illuminated by the sun, whereas the moon behind it, the part of the moon that you see or is in line has a line of sight to you, is not being illuminated. So you see the blue sky instead of the moon, right?
Hold on. So the sun, you're saying the sky is blue because it's reflecting light. What is
The sun should be
reflecting?
green then.
DMOC, hold on. So in your paradigm, the sky is blue because it's reflecting light. Can you give us more detail on that and any empirical evidence as to why it's blue, that particular spectrum, and how it's being reflected, what is reflecting it, what is actually transpiring, other than just the blanket statement, the sky reflects light, therefore blue?
Yeah, and he thinks he knows why. This is astonishing.
So what I'm getting at, and I think you would agree, is that you do see the sky, right?
So the answer to my question that you just whistled past is you don't know. And now you're trying to equate you're not knowing the details of why the sky is blue with us thinking that we can't see the sky for some reason. So do you have any empirical evidence regarding your claim that there is some reflection off of the sky that causes it to be blue? What is it actually reflecting? What is the light going through? What is the mechanism?
So actually what we're talking about is why you can't see the moon. It sounds like you're jumping on to some very, very specific
See how he's
information.
changing the story?
trying
You
to-
brought
Right.
it up, dude, questioning
Right.
me on it. Sorry
Hold
to
on.
interrupt.
Yes.
Hold
Right.
on, SB.
So
Let's just
the
get in
question
here real
the
quick
question here is can you
before he
see
moves past this.
can you
So
see the sky? You asked me a question. I
so
started
Mr.
talking. He interrupted. Now you interrupted. All right. Can you
So
see the
Mr.
sky? Of
Negator,
course you can see the
hold
sky.
on.
Why do you think you can
Hold
see
on,
the sky?
buddy. Hold on, buddy.
No.
We all know we can see the sky. We
Because
were
you've got
talking
eyeballs,
about
you
why we
doofus.
can't see the moon, right? Your claim was it was because of the sky being illuminated as blue, that there's something there that's taking place that doesn't allow us to see the moon at certain stages. So when you are asked about the sky being blue and why it is so, you just kind of said the sky is blue because the sky's blue. What do you think? The sky's not there, right? We're asking for the specific mechanisms that are taking place so that we can equate how that would pertain to us not being able to see the moon during the daylight. So do you have an actual answer with specificity, or you can just say I don't know the details? That's fine. It's fine if we don't know.
I mean, I could say it several ways. The sky scatters blue light more than any other color of the spectrum.
Is that just a
Is that
guess, or do you
sufficient?
have any evidence? It's all right if it's a guess.
You asked for. I just want to make sure I understand this. You're asking me for evidence of something being a color. Is that really your question?
Why is the sky blue?
It's like asking me why my earbuds are red, and I don't fucking know. They're red. They reflect red light.
Then I don't know.
Blue.
And I don't know is a sufficient answer.
The
Why do you
witnesses
bring
of
this up?
truth. This testimony.
But it sounds like you're going for a really, really sort of shallow technicality here. Like you understand the sky is blue.
No,
you
you're not
understand
answering
that
the question.
for it to be blue, it must reflect blue light, which also means there must be something there to do the reflecting.
It's absorbing red light.
So here's the thing, right? There's a lot of assumptions built into that. The reason it's blue is because it must be reflecting blue light. Well, we do know that there are certain noble gases that when they get excited with electrical charge, they emanate blue light, right? So that could be another possibility. We can't just say, well, the sky is blue, ergo, it's reflecting blue. We need to know the mechanism that's taking place, right?
But what does that have to
Like
do with not
oxygen
seeing the moon, though? All we need to know is that there's a mass out there that we can see because there's light hitting it, as opposed to light not hitting the sun. Right?
Carbon dioxide.
You brought it up.
That's not what I see. The moon is new and it's dark. We still can't see it then either. So
What
maybe
about
I
his
was wrong
earlier?
about the plasma. Go
Pardon
ahead.
me. No, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Said when the moon is new, we can't see it in the nighttime either. So maybe it's not the plasma. Maybe it's something else. But I just eliminated it after I thought about it.
And it is possible to see the moon in the daytime.
Isn't the fundamental
Yeah, we see it all the time. But also, there was an assertion he made earlier that it's a reflection of the sunlight. Did anyone pick up on that? That was his assertion.
Yeah, I heard that
it's
as
blue
well.
because it's a reflection of the sunlight.
Yeah, but
which strain?
That's not quite what I said. I didn't say it's a reflection of the sun.
Probably an hour and a half. So I'm just going to ask this question. Isn't the fundamental question why we can't see the moon? Now, you guys are getting trapped in the minutia, but that's the real question there.
Right.
Why
So,
can't we see the moon?
so do you have an answer to that? Why we can't see it?
At the end of that Jewish festivity, which
So
is
do you
where
have an answer?
No, that's the question, and you guys are
Right.
fumbling with that question.
Right. So do you have an answer?
I don't have an answer for it, but I'm wondering if the question's on the table, why are you guys not addressing that?
Because we're addressing certain parameters that might not be
No, it's
allowing us to see the moon, right? So if we're talking about certain scattering of light in the atmosphere, that might be a possibility.
You guys
right?
are talking about
If the
why
light is scattering within the atmosphere and that's too bright, so we can't see the moon, right? So we're talking about the variables that
you
may
don't
be
know
in play that don't allow us. I'm sorry,
It's called
buddy.
breaking. It's
I'll
called
be
breaking
finishing
down
just
the
a
reasoning
second.
for his premise.
You guys don't know how to address a basic question. Address that.
We
don't-
asked for
We're
your
talking
input.
about variables right now, bro.
Claim to be a research community, but you lack the capacity and ability to dissect a fucking question.
You don't even have we're holding the guy who's making the
Bro,
claims
listen, why don't you
accountable for
take
the
the mic
claims that
and
he's
take
making.
over, right? You take the mic, you take over, and show us how to dissect a fucking question. Go ahead, bro.
Right. So the question is, why don't we see the moon for 2 to 3 days?
Yeah, we understand what the question is,
Because
buddy.
she's hiding. Who cares?
Answer it.
We're
No,
trying
you're the
to
one that
figure that
accused
out.
us. Sorry.
You don't know the answer.
We're
You're asking
going.
questions that
We
you
want
don't have
dissecting
the
question.
answers
So
to.
can you go ahead and dissect the question now for us because we're incapable?
Yeah. So if you can establish that none of you as a research community know that answer, you can concede that you are in the unknown, in an unspecified, unreferenced point of your own reality that you can't quantify with words.
I don't think the moon is a physical object. That's why I think
You done?
Hold on,
Done with
guys.
your bullshit. They were interacting with someone else, right?
Yeah, let's.
And they were holding him accountable for the words coming out of his mouth, and then you interrupt like a clown. So just shut up and let it get back
Well,
to it.
don't call names and let's relax.
Seeing
Relax,
your
bro.
group who is
We're all up.
floundering about in an embarrassing way, and it's hard to listen to.
So Merlin, here's the thing, Merlin. You're interjecting into us trying to figure out the minutia of the question. We're trying to go through the variables, and you're poo-pooing it as if, well, you guys don't know this is supposed to be a research community. Yeah, we're trying to flesh out all the details, right? That's the point. Is we're trying to figure out all of the variables that may be in play to answer the question that we're trying to answer. So do you have anything of value to add to the conversation other than to just poo-poo it? Yeah.
I helped start this conversation. So what you can do after years of being in it is save yourself time and energy and just concede sometimes.
Hey, you pretty much, you guys pretty much gave him all the adequate enough time to Google what he needed to Google, because basically we can Google all this information.
So you want
it's not that hard.
Merlin's not putting forth anything. He's just saying.
Just mute him. You were talking with Negator. Return to the conversation. Negator, try and actually address what you're being asked. How about
It's me, bitch.
Merle, relax, please.
Stop
Come on,
crying,
Merle.
child.
Hey,
I don't think the moon
Give
is a
Merle his
physical
piece.
object.
What are you
That's
trying
why
to
it
say,
disappeared.
Merle? What are you trying to say? Give it to us.
mean, you can't speak in here. There's too many egos, SE.
Okay,
What do you
okay,
wanna say,
fine. There
Merle?
is
You're
egos, but
just
tell us
Trying to
what's
get
your
on the
point?
mic and say nothing.
You have a voice, bro. Tell us. What
Right.
do you want? Here's your
You're gonna
chance.
have to
What's your point?
So there's a phenomenon, which is we can't see the moon for 2 or 3 days. Other people think that means the fucking world's going to end.
No, Merle. No.
Yeah.
unproductive, bro. What are we talking
Nobody
about?
thinks that, Merle. What are you talking about, bro?
People in the religious community quite vehemently at the moment are talking about the fucking end of the world.
Yeah, but not related
People
to
have
this
been
new
talking
moon
about
thing,
that
Merle.
since the beginning of
Merle,
time.
it happens once a
relevant.
month. Do you understand? The new moon phase happens once a month.
Christopher Columbus tricked the Native Americans by lying or telling them about the moon cycle, stating that the moon was going to be red because they weren't sharing their food, ultimately leading to the Native Americans giving food. This shit's been happening for a long time.
What is this conversation, man? Negator.
So look, this is
just go back
the
to what you were
scientific current
failing to
explanation is
address.
because there's too much brightness in the sky in plain English, and the moon disappears. Now, me, I question that. Now, why do I question that? Because I say, okay, how come there's no silhouette? There's no nothing. There's no trace of it whatsoever.
try to answer that. So during a solar eclipse, which I've seen a lot, right, throughout my lifetime, you don't see anything happening until the very moment, let's say, the body, because I don't know if it's the moon or not, right? And that took me many years to come to that conclusion, 5 years at least. So the body first starts to cover the sun and block it out. Like you can't see it up until that point. And I kind of think it's like a safety concern for me in my job. If I'm working nighttime, I never go in front of my car, because if someone is in my driver's seat or standing at my door or behind the brake lights, I'm not going to be able to see them because of the blindness that the light is causing. So I always go behind my car to make sure that I'm not getting robbed and kind of look at the situation. Thanks.
Yo, we were just talking about this the other night. Yeah, about how they were sending radar or laser ranging the moon. Can't you just shoot a laser at it or the radio waves or something and be like, oh yeah, look, it's there. Even though you can't see something, we have other ways to detect shit other than sight, right?
That's if what their claim of the moon was true.
Well, during a full moon, a full eclipse of the sun, I've seen the images where when you get the contrast just right, you can still see all the features on the moon that are there from Earthshine.
We're talking about the new moon, though. The new moon.
New moon, yeah, that's it's not in the way of the sun, so I wouldn't kind of expect to see it.
Okay, can I bring this point home with solar eclipse?
Sure.
Okay, during a solar eclipse, right, the moon moves in front of the sun, is the story, correct? Everybody can agree to that, right? Okay.
That's one of the claims.
So when you actually see a solar eclipse, what do you actually see? Do you ever see a moon approaching? Think about it. You don't. All you see is a shadow, is like a blockage.
You do
Go
see
on.
it when it's totally in front of the sun, though.
Right, but why don't you see the biggest rock in the sky when it approaches in front of the biggest light in the sky? Why don't we see anything? We don't see a silhouette. We don't see nothing.
Why would you see? I mean, like, I wager that you. I guess you can't see stars at that point. So, you're kind of
not talking about stars, bro.
There's
We
nothing.
have to specify what sort of eclipse we're talking about.
Absence of things.
You're not thinking this clearly.
If I had a giant flashlight and it was shining in my eyes, and somebody was walking into the beam, but they hadn't gotten into the beam yet, would you see them?
Yeah, you'd see them approaching from the side. I'm so glad you brought that up. Yes, you would. Yes, you would see something approaching.
When's the last major one that was recorded? Because we might as well review the tape. Right?
I recorded one. When was it? Last year?
Can you say that quick?
It was like 3 years ago. There was a big one.
Could I just add something really quickly?
Mm-hmm.
So like I've been tracking the moon for a little while, and so I used to believe that the sliver was the new moon, the sighting of that. But now, what makes perfect sense that the full moon is the new moon, and that's why you can't see it, because it's on the. That's how that happens. The solar eclipses happen because there's no moon. It happens that same time every month. That's what I've learned. So people, I don't want to bring the Bible up on it, but with, when they say that Messiah, the moon, the day everything went dark, they had an eclipse or something. It had to have been on the 15th of the Hebrew calendar, not the 15th of this month. I followed that for the longest time, but it's the same time. It's the halfway point sometimes it's 29 days and sometimes it's a 30-day. I don't know exactly why that happens, but the full moon is the new moon. And from what I understand, there's no moon. You can't see it. Maybe there is, obviously, but you just can't see the light. And that's how solar eclipses happen.
Well, yeah, that's what they say. But you see, the new moon is a special phenomenon because it's not directly lined up. They say it's 5 degrees off.
Well, but here's the thing. from biblically and everything, the Bible's all about restoration, right? So when you have a full moon, that is fully restored. It's like a light on a lampstand. And the sliver is the beginning of it, you know? And it doesn't make sense that, you know, do you have like a pair of shoes, like a pair of shoes, to have a whole pair of shoes, you need two, you know? So when you go through looking at different things in life, you know, when it's new, it's all together, you know, nothing's missing. And this is a very debated thing. Yeah, it's a very debated thing, even within my spiritual community. A lot of people are sliver believers, and you know, and it's a very divisive situation. But when you know, you really start to think about it, because who else says that it's a sliver? I don't know. The Catholic Church did. You know, who else has slivers? So you know, they teach us something, but then we have to at least question it.
Yeah, I've been asking the Baal believers for a long time now, recreate me this scenario. Recreate me a new moon, or recreate me a solar eclipse scenario. Kosho said he was going to do it months ago, but, you know, you can't do it. I challenge anybody. Recreate that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Something really that clicked for me, I don't know, like 6 months ago. Well, no, actually, this about the full moon, because I thought, you know, Passover was always a full moon when Messiah was crucified. I always thought it was a full moon, and then I was like, wait a second. It's the beginning of in the scriptures. Just please bear with me. In the scriptures, it talks about in Deuteronomy 16:1, guard, observe, Abib, and then he does in Exodus 12. You know, this is your new year. And so the Passover so the beginning of the new month is always the first of the Hebrew months, not of the pagan calendar. So new moon day is always the 1st, 8th, 15th, 22nd, and 29th, but not of the calendar as we know it. And that took me a long time to actually just kind of get that. I was like, wait, I thought it was, you know, because that's easy to remember. And it wasn't lining up for me. And then think about when, you know, the Bible says that God brought the people out of Egypt by the light. So there was no moon, because when you have a full moon, it's pretty bright out. You don't really need a lot of light. And so it kind of made sense to me.
Hey, have you ever read Deuteronomy 22? It states in there that women can't wear men's clothes. That's against the law.
Well, but what were men's clothes back then, you know? I mean, weren't they wearing like these big garbs that kind of flow that we would consider like dresses?
It's kind of a weird
No,
thing
I think
for
it's
the
talking
Bible
about
to
nowadays,
be talking about
that
fashion.
wouldn't be a popular thing.
It's just weird for the Bible to be talking about fashion. You know what I mean?
Well, but it's
Yeah, but why
it
are we
goes
talking about
to
the Bible? Really?
That's
Yeah.
also a good question. Why the fuck are we talking
Oh,
about
well,
the
she
Bible?
mentioned Deuteronomy.
been
So
trapped?
I just threw in that quick tidbit.
But but
Get
if
back
you want to
to
read it in
the moon
context,
thing, it's bullshit.
yeah, but okay, thanks. But if you want to read that, you know, chapter in context, it's talking about, you know, men.
Oh, I'd love to. Here in a little bit,
You wanna go to
when we're done
spirituality?
with this, we'll go down to the spirituality room, and
Okay, that
I'll
sounds
teach you a
great.
few things about the Bible.
Oh, I'd love that.
Ooh, count me in.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I just got to get through. I'm looking for my ball.
I don't mind the Bible thing, but I mean, if we're talking, I don't know, I guess.
We were talking the moon.
Yeah.
So that's what, and that's where I learned that solar eclipses only happen on that time where we can't see the light of the moon. It's obviously still up there. So I learned that. I'm not saying that I have it all figured out. I'm not saying I'm 100% right, but that all made sense to me, and it clicked of me learning to number my days, because right now I'm gonna post something in a second. We're on the 13th day of the 6th Hebrew month from my calculations. I'm not saying I'm right, just from my calculations. And my calculations are based on Genesis 1 through 14 and 16. Use the sun, moon, and the stars for days and years and his appointed times. And that's why he starts, from my understanding, God starts his day in the dawn, because that's the time where you can see all three witnesses. You have the full moon setting, you have the sun rising, and you can still see the stars. So Abib is a star. I think they call it Spica now. And then also there's the lamb. It's a star. I forget what else that's called. Tamik or something like that. Tamish. And then 177 days later, which is the fall feast, beginning of the fall feast, it's the same thing, but in a different position. So I'm not saying
what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Like, you're trying to relate somehow an explanation in the Bible or a prediction, or I'm trying to understand what you're.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. There's a celestial clock and calendar up above, and that's what I'm trying to learn.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
And I haven't been putting that much time in it, but now I am. And then it's the most beautiful time of the day is when it's about 6:30. I'm on Eastern time. When you go outside, you see the sun rising, and then you can still see the moon. Like, I went out at 6:00 in the morning and the sun was rising in the background, but I forgot to take a picture. And then I was like, oh, so I went back out and I took the picture at 7:15. And then at dawn, you can still see the stars. And that's how they, knew the seasons. And just like Ursa Majors goes counterclockwise for everyone so far.
The Big Dipper. Yeah.
Yeah. For everyone, right? Every single day, every 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4.9 seconds. Now, the other stars, yeah, we see them differently because of, I guess, perspective. And I don't have that one figured out either. But
let me ask you, have you heard of the Antikythera mechanism?
Ooh, no.
Oh, you're in for a surprise and yeah, write that down and check it out.
Okay, what is it again? Can you write it down in the chat?
You know what? I'll post a link to you, because when you said it's a clock like gears in the sky, that's exactly what it is. You're gonna love this.
Right on. And in the position of Ursa Majors, Big Dipper, that's when they knew the seasons, right? Because Abib means barley. And that's when they knew to plant everything. Because sometimes there's a 13th month. And you can even go on time and date, whatever. Sometimes there's a 13th month. So how do we know? I mean, sometimes there's a 13th moon, new moon, full moon, I should say. I can post that too.
There's also a 13th constellation. Not very well known, but it's there.
Well, that makes sense, because the 12 tribes really kind of being 13, or maybe,
Does all that answer your question, Essie? Sounds like you've got it taken care of.
Answer my question? What do you mean? I'm trying to find the Antikythera mechanism for this lady here. What do you mean?
Never mind.
There's a lot of
you guys are
dreams
done with
happen at that time too. 6 o'clock, especially if you go to sleep at a specific time. I know it's all relative to your time zone. I'm sorry. My bad. I was interrupting you.
No worries. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I'm just saying. It just seems like when you have a schedule and you go to sleep at a certain time, like kind of you wake up around 2 or I don't know about anybody else. I wake up around 2 or 3 when I go to sleep really early, like 9 or 10. And then, I probably bullshit for a little bit, start getting tired again around 5 or 6. That's when I have the most vivid dreams ever.
Let me just say one thing. I posted it at 9 minutes after the hour, the Antikythera mechanism. You can start with that. You're in for a big treat.
So what do you guys think?
Did they ever manage to do the full reconstruction of it?
Many have tried, but there's still.
I
It's
guess there's
almost
no way to
done, but they
determine
still
it, right?
think there's more to it. Yeah.
Because you can't prove what was not given to you, so they can only kind of speculate. But
Well, what
given
they
that
did
it's a
was they
given that it's a
reconstructed
mechanical
the gear
device, they
system.
should be able to extrapolate, right?
Well, look, they found it in the ocean, right? They didn't know what it was until they X-rayed it. So they found all the gears, and various scientists have put it together. There's also writing and instructions part of it, so they got it mostly figured out.
Yeah, and it was from the Greek period, right? Greek empires.
Yes, yes.
So
I think it's 300 BC approximately. Yeah.
So it could be accurate, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was not at least some bias to how the machine operates.
Yeah, well, it's very like very detailed. There's gears, and they even have retrograde of planet and all kinds of crazy stuff. Like
Yeah, they had everything. They had everything that was needed, and that's what baffled the guys. Was like, hold on, because everyone has this conception that people had less knowledge back then. So they were baffled in that some of the things that they are still trying to like determine and make models for were already accounted for.
Yeah, well, like the lady just said before, right? It's a gear system. Everything works repetitively. So through the years, man has seen this and locked it down. I mean, it's not rocket science.
Yeah. It shouldn't be, but that's what they try to make it, right? As if rockets can be scientific.
Well, think about the years that it would have taken to watch the evidence to get to the place where you could start to construct this machine. Yeah.
I wonder whether things were less complicated back then and they just acquired information.
So I just posted a picture in the text channel where they go through the gears that are in there and what they do. And there are gears related to eclipse cycles, the Saros cycle, and all that's built in. So
Didn't they even go so far as to have the revolving cycle, how the sun and the moon go in and out of alignment over years and years? Do you know what I mean?
are you talking about like the
Okay, so you have the solar,
precession
you have
of
this,
the
yeah.
equinox?
So you have solar cycles, one's 5, 6, 6 or something, and then it shifts every now and then the moon cycle is less, and then how it changes and catches up. So I think they even had that, or at least that's what the guys playing with the machine said that they found, from my memory. Whatever the technical term is, don't know.
I don't know if you guys have heard, Eric Dubé talks about how the allegory of the tortoise and the hare is a mythical retelling of the sun's circuits.
When you guys are done with this, I was having a crazy argument that I just wanted to run it by you guys real quick. You all set with this Anikithera mechanism? Travis, you sound terrible. Your phone or signal or something. Anyways, I was having an argument with this guy, and I was like, yo, you would tend to find the most gases where the gases are being produced at, all right? And consumed. They're also being consumed in the same area that they're being produced at, right? And people thought this was a crazy idea that they had to argue with me. I mean, I'm just wondering what you guys think.
Well,
Yeah, of course.
I was witness to part of that. I think the main issue is that they either don't want to answer the question, or they live under their assumption. So anything outside of their assumption just doesn't make any sense.
Or there weren't enough details provided by your side to make a coherent argument.
Right. That's my argument, that you would find the most gases where the gases are being produced at. I mean, that's
how many more
right
details
there.
do you need with that one? It's pretty simple.
Didn't we have a funny clip from that even? Science doesn't prove anything. Oh dear.
Think
I'm
about
quoting,
that.
by the
Like
way. I'm not
a
making the
process
statement.
Are you
Science
talking
doesn't
about
prove
Are you
anything.
talking about the
doesn't prove
Ruhif
anything.
quote?
Yeah.
Yeah, I posted that. It's on my
It
channel
is a
still.
three-dimensional
That's
spheroid.
just,
Oh, it always proves things
However,
relative to current understanding, though.
I don't
But
know
like,
that,
I'm
and
trying
it
to
has
figure
not
something
been
out.
proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
creation. One sec. Say again. What's it?
I'm trying to figure something out. We have
playing
this,
the clip, bro.
we have this clown show excuse for a show. FED still running their mouth over here. I'm trying to understand exactly. Maybe you guys can enlighten me. So if we're talking about electrostatics, and everything that exists is electrostatic, like literally all matter that exists. And we have naturally occurring observable phenomena of electrostatic levitation with bumblebees and spider ballooning and beetles. We have the phenomena of lightning, and everything that exists is electrostatic. The air is electrostatic. We have an electric gradient on the earth. All objects that fall are electrostatic. The earth's electrostatic. So anything that falls to the earth is electrostatic. So every time we have downward acceleration, it automatically has the variable of electrostatics. And then we use a scientific method because, again, we have naturally occurring observable phenomena of, like electrostatic levitation, right? Like spider ballooning. So then we go to do an experiment and we manipulate our independent variable of electrostatics. And then when we do that, we prove that things can accelerate down faster or even levitate and go up. Didn't we prove with science, since science proves things, didn't we prove with science that the manipulation of electrostatics alters the direction something goes? So it's automatically a variable in any type of acceleration. Can anyone help me? The critique is you have to put a tons of volts to move just a little piece of paper. And that's not seen in nature, but it literally is seen in nature, and that's our whole art. Then they say, well, is it going to do it to gas or water?
Well,
And the
I can
whole point is
address.
that electrostatics is super weak, but it's still there, and it sets the vector because it's objectively there and everywhere that we go. So can anyone help me understand how it is that this excuse for a show keeps running their mouth about me? Can anyone maybe enlighten me how
Well,
I'm missing something?
I can't speak for how people
Well, don't
choose
let
to
them live in your
operate.
head rent free. What's it?
No, I can't speak for how
was the
people choose
question?
to
What's it?
operate. But what I can address is their critique is weak because to use something like this many volts is ridiculous because volts is about potential difference, so it's relative to the case and the phenomena observed. So it doesn't mean anything. And then how they choose to act on their character, well, that's between them and the creator.
What is the problem here?
Well, the strength doesn't mean anything. What's up?
What is the problem that you're having?
This clown show excuse for a flat earth show called FED keeps running their mouth about me. Keeps running their mouth. It's been a month, and I get people hitting me up all the time. They're doing it again. They're just running their mouth.
And you don't understand why.
Mental midgets. No, I don't understand why we in any way endorse a place that's supposed to represent this community that's that dishonest. That's what I don't understand.
I don't
understand. So I want to understand if someone can add some clarity to what it is I'm missing here because I'm apparently stupid. So does anyone have like a problem with like what part of what I said wasn't science? Maybe we can start there. Does everyone agree that what I detailed was clearly scientific experimentation?
Based on what I heard, it was sound, and I already dealt with their critique is useless.
Yeah.
So all we're really dealing with is a character issue, and there's not really much we can do about that.
Look at the thing.
We can stop supporting the show.
There. What's it? You hear me, bro?
Yeah, individuals can choose to do that for sure.
I don't know. They're acting like they can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
And SC
For some reason, I asked a question.
Silent was trying to get into.
Whatever.
No, I'll just be super quick. What's it? If you look
Silent then Hank.
Okay, silent then Hank.
Well, I think the problem with it is that your own side is having inconsistencies on their thought process. He's just pointing out what those inconsistencies are, right? Like when
no, he's not.
Said, all right, well then, I guess
He's
that's
literally.
that.
How about this, Simon? What's your answer to this? If someone's intentionally cutting clips up and taking them out of context and then claiming they say something that they don't say, does that mean that we're wrong? If someone has
Well,
to intentionally clip things out of context and lie about what's being said, who's wrong in that situation?
maybe for the people
Hanks up.
outside, but
Hanks
I
up.
have watched. I have, to answer your question, I have watched the entirety of when Jaren said all those things, right? So that I get all the context. And then I saw the Glowbuster show. I used to watch Glowbusters like every week, like all the time. So I don't think he's taking you guys out of context, to be honest.
Well, he
Hanks
objectively
up,
is,
then I'm
though.
Hanks up, then I'm next.
Yeah, what's it?
Okay, so
Got this article
I'm going to
from Montreal.
respond to the lie, though. So
Go ahead with
he
it, then
objectively
Hank.
is. They're running around saying that Jaren said that we're bait and switching people, saying that electrostatics proves the ether, when literally not one person ever said anything about that. Jaren doesn't even ever talk about the ether. He's now bashed Jaren for a week straight. See, this is my point. You won't respond to this. This is why I'm getting pissed off. For a week straight, he's gone around bashing Jaren, who's done 500,000 times more for Flat Earth than that goofball will ever do, saying that he claimed
I will say
ether and
this.
claimed
I will say
verification
this.
for
Hold on,
ether.
Eli. Yo, there's a
I
queue.
will.
Hold on.
It's
Hold
me
on.
and
There's a
Witsit
queue.
right now.
Let
No,
Witsit
no, no,
finish.
no. I was
Let
on the
Witsit
show
finish.
where
Witsit.
I literally
The
said
show
that,
will
though.
crash
I
and
know.
burn. The show will crash
I
and burn.
know, but Witsit, if you're listening, I know I jumped a lot of people, but I am on that FED panel. I know.
No. Finish it up. Witsit wasn't even done talking. Let Witsit finish, then Hank's going to go, and then
Hold
Eli,
on,
you're next.
Jaren. I'm having a conversation with Witsit. What's going on here? We're
Bro,
going
I don't
back
know.
and
There's
forth.
a queue. You
No,
guys
but
want
we're going
5
back
minutes?
and forth. We're not done yet.
You're completed.
Hank, you're up after, and then
I'll,
Hank and
I'll,
Witsit can
I'll
have a
give
back and forth, and then Eli is going to have a back and forth after that, I guess. So there's a queue. Go ahead,
I'll
guys.
give my time. I'll give my time. I yield.
I also yield.
Let me finish what I'm saying here. So they're saying that Jaren's claiming electrostatics. So we're talking about the ether, and now we're trying to prove the ether exists. So then we bait and switched everyone with electrostatics as if that proves the ether. Literally not one person ever made that correlation. No one claimed electrostatics proved the ether. Jaren never even talks about the ether. Jaren literally talked in separate contexts about how if we manipulate the variable of electrostatics, we can make things go up. So that shows that it obviously is a variable, and if everything that exists is electrostatic, then we can't just ignore that variable because we can prove it goes up and down. They then do 10 shows in a row claiming that he said that proves the ether as a bait and switch because he's scamming people. Now tell me how that's not a lie.
All right, let me answer. Let me answer. Hold on. First of all, I think we were talking about different things with it. So that part, I'm not arguing that part. What I'm arguing with is when Jaren said that science doesn't prove things, and then Bob says that science proved the ether and those kind of things. I was talking about that particular part. The other part, I don't know what's going on.
Well, I'll speak to that part.
Yeah,
I'll speak to that part. I'll
pass.
speak to that part. I'll speak to that part. I specifically on a live show said, no, I don't think anyone's saying that electrostatics and all of this prove the ether. I also think Adam said that too. And so it's not like it's just, sure, Nathan clipped shit up, fine. You can be mad at that, fine. But the FED panel as a whole, no the fuck, we don't just misrepresent everything. You would have to fucking watch the entire live show and not do what you're claiming they're doing. Because I do fucking defend you on the live show,
It's
fam.
running live right now. They're saying the same thing. The whole room's amping it
They're
up.
not live. They're not
The
live.
show is running. The show is running right now. The
I
show
know
is
the
being
show
aired
is
right
running.
now. Okay, so it's live right now.
No, it's not live.
The show is live.
Anyway, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
It's
A
premiering.
live segment
it's not
of
live.
the show is premiering. Yeah, we get it. Not all the time. Not all the time am I gonna be there or is someone gonna be there to say that. But that has been stated. That has been stated by me.
Okay, so now let me address the next line. So now, like you're talking about how Bob, this is so crazy. This is what anti-flat earthers do, dude. Take people out of context to not represent what they really say. So Bob uses the word much more loosely, just uses the word prove, just says prove. Yeah, huff and puff because we got a bunch of liars in flat earth. So yeah,
Oh,
he says the
my
word
bad.
prove a lot.
I was on
So
mute.
then we sit there and we actually talk about it in detail last week, where we all agree in the sense of what Jaren's saying, which is, well, we can say prove and we can use the word, but to claim we 100% definitively know things and that's where it stops and there will be nothing else that can be gained in the future that may change what we know, we don't agree with that because it's always relative to our current understanding. So we all talk about exactly what he means. Let's clip Bob saying the word prove out and say that they disagree and they're contradicting each other. Again, another 5-year-old little schoolgirl tactic of lying. So I've exposed that lie. What's the next lie we're going to talk? Every single thing they've been saying for a month is a lie.
Then make it. Well, I'd suggest.
Well,
Listen, by the way, I was only breathing. I wasn't sighing. I just had my mic open. But what I'd suggest to you, if you haven't done this already, I haven't been following all this drama because I have life. Is make a clear statement of your positions and address what you deem as them lying. I can only take people's words for it, right? And then call them out for what it is, and then just have a bit. Wait, hold on. Have a bit of compassion, and if somebody's going to be a coward or do something outrageous, you challenge them to a duel, but you can't force them to enter the ring. If they don't enter the ring, then that's their choice. They concede on the basis of, I don't know, lack of musculature or lack of minerals. Who knows? And then lay it to rest and go and continue talking the truth. But every time bullshit comes up, just address it, but address it like a professional.
I like that. The glow
just real
belief is
quick.
just a lack of minerals. I like that.
Yeah, just real quick.
That wasn't
so,
even what I was meaning. I was just meaning people who can't take a battle.
Yeah, I mean, just real quick, Austin, I think everybody can hear how important this is to you. And like Jeremy said at the beginning, don't give them free rent. So, I mean, like my question to you is what do you want from this? Like, it's almost like you want someone to, like, I'm just making this up. This is totally just a bullshit story. You want a girl to love you and she's not. And it's just like, it's like eating you up. And it's like, man, either you're going to have to just let her go, or like, what do you think you're going to do to try to win her over? Like, what do you want? Do you want to, wait, hold on, just real quick. My question is, do you want to win Nathan over? Like, is it that important that he's on your side? If not, then man, you just got to turn that shit off.
No, I literally think that he's so terrible for flat Earth. I can't listen to more than 5 minutes of him. I've thought that for 4 years. That's not the point. The point is that we have a bunch of flat earthers running around being two-faced and amping it up. We have flat earthers amping this up. And now I've sent people to that show back in the day. And so now what we have is just a bunch of liars being promoted by flat earth who constantly do hit pieces on the people that are doing way more for flat earth than they are. Literally, you have
You're right. You have people amping it up
for a month. They're still doing it. To this day, they're still doing it.
You have people amping it up, right? And there's two sides. There's the FED side that has people that amp it up and their supporters. Then there's the actual Glowbusters panel that amps it up like you're doing. And then there's people like me who try to be as fair as we can, who try to stop situations like this from happening. But both sides, you told me, and so did Nathan, it's too fucking late. And I'm like, well, damn, that's fucking unfortunate. So what about the people like me who are trying to keep the main thing? When everybody else just wants to argue, you know how much shit Glowbusters has said that Nathan hasn't paid attention to because he just didn't see it? Like that, it's like the same thing happens, is all I'm saying, on both sides. But I do accept Elisha Savvy's response, because that's exactly what I told you. If there's a discretion, like, I mean, if you're disgruntled about something and it's a genuine critique, that is your chance to crush what is untrue. If you can do that, I support it.
Earth measures
We just had
regardless of y'all's
it
drama.
is what it is.
We just had another.
But we don't have to have both sides.
Lie.
It's just drama.
Eli, you take long pauses and people think you're done a lot. That's why you get
No,
like
that's cool. Who's the, is it me or
I want to
Essie?
jump in next.
Who
I
lied?
wanna
Is it
jump
me or
in after
Essie?
Silent just jumped in and said the lie narrative that Bob and Jared contradict each other because one says that science proves things and one says it doesn't. When we literally 50 times have clarified exactly what we're saying, and it's known what we're saying. This is just like with the QE thing, where and then this is a 4-hour presentation of someone that is propped up by the community, right? Calling me shitsit for 4 hours and lie and straw man and misrepresent every single thing that I said, intentionally took all my quotes out of context. It's whatever. Those guys are goobers. We have a bunch of other flat earthers running around, amping it up, pretending it makes them smart. Where I said they're claiming that the photoelectric effect, for example, proves the photon. I absolutely decimate that in my presentation. Decimate it.
I told you that.
Hold on, I'm next. I'm next, bro. Witsit ain't done.
What?
Witsit ain't done, and I called next, please.
So I show that within quantum mechanics itself, it shows that actually there could be an electron dot formation on the plate, and that it has in no way can be taken as definitive proof of the photon, right? And I cite it. It doesn't get responded to. I have like 40 other points in the presentation like that just absolutely refute all the nonsense. And then for a month, we have people running around talking about how I'm an embarrassment and how I got destroyed and shit did this and shit did that. And now they're still, dude, someone sends me the video, so I have to click on it. I shouldn't have. And it's still, to this day, running around lying. Why are flat earthers supporting that? Blatantly, intentionally lying, taking things out of context, misrepresenting the actual things that are being said. How is that acceptable?
It's definitely not
Jeremy,
acceptable.
it's me.
Witsit might want to respond, and then you're next, yeah. But it's definitely not acceptable, and that was ruthless what QE did with the shitsit thing. Anyways, what I would do is take the quotes that Bob and Jaron made, video, put those quotes together of what they actually said, then put the quotes where Nate Oakley or whoever chopped it up, show people what they're doing. That's all.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you got to do. No problem. Now the whole idea that SE is a liar, or propping up liars. I don't want to be inaccurate with my statements here, but the bottom line is what he witnessed is what happened. You yourself said that Jaron doesn't always say things the right way. So sometimes if he fucks up and says something the wrong way, it can be perceived not by liars, but by people who are just looking at the conversations taking place and going, maybe he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about in this instance. Like,
no,
that was a little strong, is all I'm saying. But at the same time, you can definitely do what Jeremy said, and I would appreciate that the most, because it would be, that's all I care about.
It wasn't SE, it was silent. And my point is that's why
Silent Zero
is pushing the narrative that is coming from an intentional. If it has intent, that means it's a lie. Okay, intentional misrepresentation. I said that Bob doesn't always say things the right way because he loosely speaks. He says we've proven the ether in many different ways, and then little goober gamma males in the corner want to say he used the word prove. Oh my gosh! Oh, let's talk about it for a month. Okay, but Jaron very specifically made his point clear. Okay, and this dude just said he watched it, which is my problem. You are lying then. He made it very clear. He said we can say prove colloquially the best that we can based on what we know at the time, but to claim that we know definitively 100% that nothing else can be learned in the future that may change our understanding of it is not true. So he's giving a very specific nuance to his claim and what he's explaining why he says it, and they just want to take him saying science doesn't prove things out of context and then put it up against Bob saying, oh, look, the ether has been proven, and then try and say they're disagreeing with each other and they're contradicting each other and blah, 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 blah. Then puts me where in context, I'm explaining, yeah, we can say that it proves, we prove the cause and effect in this situation. We can demonstrate it and say that we prove in this situation, but it's always relative to what we know. Leave that part of it out and put where I say prove it, and then put that beside Jaron saying it doesn't prove it.
Bro, play the whole clip. What you need to do is make your own video, play the whole clip. That way you can show how they took it out of context, and people see it and they'll judge it on their own.
Let me just say one thing. I heard my name being mentioned a few times I'm not
It
involved.
wasn't you,
SC,
SC. It wasn't
SC,
you.
0, SC.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. It wasn't me. Thank you.
Yeah. So
That would
okay,
be
yeah,
Yeah,
same as Data.
I think that Jeremy's road is the best because it allows me to not have feelings, and it allows me to speak on the actual information. That is what I would love the most, is if you could utilize what you have to justify what you're saying, so that
but no
everyone
one
can
is
see,
talking about that.
so that no one. I'm sorry.
But they refuse to talk about the actual. Just like their argument
I
is
don't
that
care
it's
what they
not a naturally
refuse to
occurring.
look. I know that's why you came in here, because they refuse the A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Right? That's why you're here. That's
All
why
right,
you
I'll put
feel
them
the
in the
way you
photo. The show
feel.
will be
So
done. The show will
the
cease to
response is.
exist.
We can't hear you, Witsit, man. You can't
The
talk.
show's going to cease to exist. I tried to take the high road for over a month now. You guys are telling me to take the high road. I did take the high road.
Yeah,
I
but you're
ignored
at the
it.
low road right now. You're at a low road right now, man. Get back up on that high road and let it go. That's my
Why,
advice.
I don't know why we have flat earthers supporting
Who
it.
gives a shit?
Bro,
Who
no
cares?
one here, everyone here, they're here. They're not over there. You're preaching to
Literally,
the
Yeah,
wrong
someone
people.
jumped
I
in
just said
and
I want to
defended
hear
the
it.
bullshit.
You're dealing
Yeah,
with a bell curve as well. You can't expect everyone to be able to operate on the same level that you operate.
But this is what I'm saying. I made it very clear. I tried to take the high road. I'm like, yo, agree to disagree. I told QE that 3 years ago. I have QE in my text saying they're wrong and you're right about electrostatics. Now QE's on the panel with them all bashing how stupid I am. I have text message proof from him saying that I'm right and they're wrong. So what this shows is these are
Print the
intentionally
receipts,
dishonest
call them
people.
out. Print the receipts, call them out, be a consummate professional, and carry on.
Yeah, make a video, bro. I would make a video.
You can't expect anything from anyone else. You can only expect the best from yourself and produce that.
Yeah, I'm sorry I came in here hot, and you guys are right.
No,
I shouldn't
it's
get all
fine.
upset about it.
It's fine. You had a question, and we'd advise. I'm just now you would have to take the action. Otherwise, then you're in error for yourself.
Well, my question is, see, this is the point, right? Everyone talks about they just want to talk about the substantive part of the art. No, you don't, because I just laid it out. We have naturally occurring observable phenomena that electrostatics can make things float or come down faster. We did manipulate that variable with the Van de Graaff generator. Yeah, that's a man-made device. That's called scientific experimentation. You can't do it without it. And then we actually prove the cause of the effect, making things go up. We have a plethora of naturally occurring observable phenomena, including anything that ever falls ever or goes up ever, because it's all electrostatic, all within an electrostatic field in the earth, and all going down to the electrostatic earth. That's a naturally occurring phenomena. We manipulate it. We can make things float or make things come down fast. Therefore, it's science. No one wants to address the argument, just like I refuted the claim that the photoelectric effect proves the
We can
This is my
address it.
problem. How can people not act? Like, I just don't understand how it is that I expect this from them. They're little children, right? They're the most toxic people I've ever come across in my life. I don't care about that. I'm just upset that I have people messaging me. No, I literally don't, dude.
Listen, let me address the Van de Graaff. Let me address the Van de Graaff generator. I mean, I don't know who's arguing you can't use that. That'd be like saying,
sorry,
okay, that
not
Van de
really.
Graaff generator. Is my mic working?
Yeah.
Couldn't.
So, all right, settle down, guys. So the Van de Graaff generators, whoever's saying you can't use that is ridiculous, because even all them guys know you can use man-made items in your experiment. Dumb if they're saying it. They've been saying that the whole time. Like,
yeah, but
isn't a man-made item a prerequisite in the definition, right? You have to manipulate, and at the very least, you're going to manipulate with your hands. So that's man, and anything that extends from that is
there's
fine.
just like a sour grapes thing with scientism. People they're like, oh, well, if you're gonna discount gravity, then you can't use this experiment. You can't use this. You can't use that.
Well, okay, so this is the point. They
want to take their toys
have
and go home, basically.
They admit you have to use man-made manipulation to manipulate your IV, and that you can't really do any experiment ever without a man-made device manipulating the IV. But then when it comes down to 4 years of pride, where we've demonstrated that we're correct scientifically, they have to then say, oh, that's not in nature. And then they have to say, oh, it has to be so strong. That's our argument, is that electrostatics is so weak, right, that the elastic velocity of gas, the kinetic energy of gas, the buoyant force of objects relative to the medium that they're in. These forces are way stronger than electrostatics, but it's objectively there. And what it does, what it can do, is cause things to go up or down. And we have an electric grid. How is it?
This is
Why
really
would
a shame. My bad.
Wait,
Go
I
ahead.
thought the
Hold on, man.
electrostatic.
I heard cut Witsit off so you could go.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I'm good. You can go ahead. I'm saying, like, I don't understand how that's what's not. It's not that it's not being understood. It's that people are being dishonest, bro. And it sucks whenever we put our real identity out there, and we work so hard to try to do stuff for flat earth. And I don't want a cookie or something. I know a lot of you guys do too. But then it's like to watch people behave like this, like anti-flat earthers, for like over a month. I mean, that's wildly unacceptable, man.
This is really a shame because you guys should be working together because your thing includes relative density. So, like, you guys should be working together on this. This is terrible. Anyways, go ahead, whoever that was trying to get in there.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with the Van de Graaff generator thing and all that, this, that, and the third. But I don't understand all of this conversation. I thought that everything was inherently electrostatic, like itself, like everything that exists. Like, so I was under the impression that that's not specifically what you can manipulate because you're not going to be taking and adding any of the electrostatic potential of things, right? Or am I wrong?
It adds to the surface of the object. You can manipulate the charge of the interior charge of an object as well. You can actually disintegrate things. You can make things float. So the fact of the matter is we have naturally occurring observable phenomena where things float using electrostatics objectively. And now if everything's electrostatic and it finds its equilibrium, then how is it not relevant? And then it's as if there's some false dichotomy between electrostatics and density.
I'm gonna be the dick, okay? Austin, hold on, please. Hold on, please.
Just let this happen.
Listen, Elijah, just give me a second, man. Listen, Austin, I would much rather hear you speak this truth from your heart and your passion, like sharing what you know and what you've learned and what you've researched, than to hear it come out as a bitch fest. Okay, this is a bitch fest right now.
Wow, you fucking cut me off for that?
Yeah, I want this to
Go
stop,
ahead, Eli.
dude. Like,
Eli,
I want
go
this
ahead.
to stop.
Feelings have momentum.
I do too, fam. That's why I'm talking to him, because most of the time what I do is go over there and say points that I feel like is not clarified. That's what I do. Okay? I'm fucking fed up too. No pun intended.
Okay, yeah, like I said, I'm sorry that I came in here all hot. I'm sorry I killed the vibe. I'll chill out.
You
guys didn't do anything. I've been ignoring them. Someone just sent it to me. I clicked on it and I shouldn't have. It gets under my skin when people lie. I don't like when people lie.
I know the problem. Your skin is not thick enough. You need to go to the gym, my son. Develop that diamond skin.
Yeah. If you make a video, everyone.
Oh man, let it go. We already said this. We already said everything that needs to be said.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
I was trying to critique, and I think that there is a critique, but fine, I'll leave it to the sides to do that on their own. And
My bias will beat up your bias.
y'all not gonna let me have a back and forth, and my mic is shit, so I already know it's not gonna happen.
I honestly didn't even know you were talking. I was in the middle of something before I even heard you.
Elijah, you're on mute.
Elijah just has priority speaking.
He's underwater.
You're muted,
Anyway.
Elijah.
All
You've
right.
been muted.
Witsit. If you make a video, everyone's gonna watch it. You know what I'm saying? Just put this shit all together in one nice, neat little package. You know, you guys should kiss. I think you guys should kiss and make up and work together on this because your shit incorporates relative density. I feel like you need another mechanism for why down. You know what I mean? I don't know if relative density fully answers that question. So if the electrostatics do, like, I don't know, man.
That's what's crazy, bro. Like even QE agrees, but like so it doesn't matter. But my point is that we can manipulate the variable. We have naturally occurring observable phenomena, right? Like we have spider ballooning, and people used to say, oh, because they hid the electric nature from us in the highest levels of academia. So they say, oh, it's just the wind. They just catch the wind, right? So then they removed them from the wind, and they still did it. And then they introduced electrostatics and they did it like more effectively. And then they found out that regardless of the wind, whenever any time of lightning is nearby, they start to do it more effectively. And they literally manipulated that variable to see, and they proved that they use electrostatics to move.
I have something to
propel
contribute
them.
to this, Witsit, that you might find interesting if you've not already come
Better
across
be
it.
better than last time.
What, the jokes are jokes, but this is to the substance of his discussion. So there is a thing that happens with, I think it's both flies no, I think it's bees actually. So when the lights are off, bees can't function. So
Oh yeah, I saw that. They shut
I
the
think
light
you know
off.
what that I think you know what that implies, Witsit. And that could be an interesting
they-
discussion. But obviously people will
when
get
they-
triggered, but it's interesting.
When they shut I showed these guys that one day. When they shut, the guy has a tank full of bees, and when he shuts the lights off, the bees just drop.
It's intrinsically linked to the statics and the other stuff.
Yeah,
Got
the
solar
ether.
panels.
I guess so. Like I said, I'll stop. But I guess why it is that I came in here is because I know this is where I can come in here and talk, and it's like I've decided to ignore it. So it sucks because then, like, when you're being lied about, if you choose to just ignore it, you can't like defend yourself, right? You can't, like, either you have to give them the attention they're begging for, or you have to sit back and just watch all kinds of people that you know and be tricked into thinking that you're saying something you're not, right? So that's the part that's frustrating because it's like now I feel like I'm gonna have to do a video, but I'm not saying their name. So I guess that's why I was frustrated because it's like if you choose to take the high road, then you can't really correct lies. So that's all I'm trying to do is get to the substance of the point and understand: am I missing something here? Like, what am I missing here? Because I'm saying we can't just ignore the variable of electrostatics because we know it's there.
I think the only thing you're missing is that the rest of the bell curve is not with you. Elijah, you're sounding very difficult to hear. Try again.
I know because I'm trying to talk, and if you would be quiet, you can at least hear what I'm saying if you're quiet.
Wow.
All I'm saying is that what you said you didn't want to have to do is you didn't want to do. No, you have to do that. If they are, FED, is misrepresenting you and Globebusters, then I would like if you put in video, in clips that people can digest, that show exactly that. Like that.
Wait,
that's not dropping names, not citing what was said. Like you actually have to do that.
Okay, but think about this, right? So I did that, and I did it from an intellectual perspective, and I did a presentation on the ether. And I break down how the photoelectric effect doesn't prove the photon according to quantum mechanics itself. Parametric down conversion doesn't prove the photon. I broke it down. I showed all of it. And no one responded to the actual intellectual arguments. Instead, the false narrative was run with and doubled down on, and is still being said to this day, where we had a 4-hour victory lap bashing me, ad homing me, where not one time were the actual arguments refuted or responded to, which shows me that this is not about that. This is about, oh shit, I have twice the subs of Austin, but I get 1/3 the views, and Jared and Austin get views. So we're going to use their name to try to get views. And so we need drama because it's like a car wreck, and people have to look at the car wreck. So we're going to keep it going. Or it's Pride from 4 years. Whatever it is, it's really lame and gay.
No, you're right. The lack of integrity is high, but you have to consider the whole reason you're doing this, at least from my understanding, because I'm not blind to the way you operate with it. It's for the benefit of those who don't know and those who are curious for truth.
He just claimed quantum
Dude,
mechanics
I'm
doesn't
speaking.
work, but that's
speaking.
the idea of quantum mechanics.
Smooth. How about you smooth your mouth out of the conversation? So, Witsit, consider that even though you've done a good job with your video, and even just in your 20-second summary, I've already learned something. not everyone's going to see it, not everyone's going to understand it the first time. This is the plight of those that are above the rest of the world. You have to repeat yourself a lot. So that's where you just have to deploy discipline and appreciate that, you know what, that video is done, it's had its view count. Maybe you can hype it up again so that people address the information that you gave. But you also have to consider that some people just might not see it. So maybe do another one, a part 2, a follow-up. Use that, because even the best teachers in the world, they still have to repeat themselves on a daily basis, because the students are students.
Yeah, let me go ahead and destroy this guy's straw man. Let him say it.
Yeah. Let me help you real quick, because quantum mechanics relies on the fact that like electrons can pass and accept photons. So to say that that's not working, that just means that you don't understand quantum mechanics.
Okay, now
Oh boy.
I cited Cambridge University quantum mechanics textbook explaining that the photoelectric effect doesn't actually prove the existence of photons. It could just be the quote-unquote electron field creating a dot pattern. Now, you're not going to respond specifically. You're going to keep saying stupid things vaguely as if you're teaching me, but you have no idea what I'm talking about.
Let's see what he says.
So
what's a
so that's 100% like pretty accurate, because what we're claiming with quantum mechanics is that these particles exist for momentary periods of time, right? But the whole idea of quantum mechanics rests on the idea that electrons can pass photons between each other, and that these interactions happen in a quasi state. So I'm just saying that, and able to explain the ether, you can't explain the ether and then use quantum mechanics and then say that the fundamental part of quantum mechanics can't be used.
No one's talking about the ether. I'm saying there are people claiming that the photoelectric effect proves the photon, and they are promoting quantum mechanics. I then used the top level resources of quantum mechanics to show that even within that stupid, really dumb paradigm, that isn't true, and the photoelectric effect cannot be used as if proof for the existence of photons.
I don't know. I brought this up and I said, I don't believe in like virtual particles and shit like popping into existence and all that. Like, y'all don't believe that either, do you? And everybody's like, no.
I don't think anyone on the right side of the bell curve would believe that.
Everybody was like Elisha, and everybody was like, no, that's a misunderstanding. So I don't know what that is. I just know if that's the next answer to the question. Like, again, I just wish the communication would be had, because I know I brought that up. I know I brought these things up, and the thing that I knew and the thing that I thought was, well, what's being confused is the pseudoscience with all that we actually see in the conventional way we use to describe what we see. That's what I was told.
I've been talking
about this isn't about virtual photons. That's a different thing that they just want to ignore, because the implications of claiming particle physics is that you have to use the convention called virtual photons to make your math work for electrostatics and for magnetism. That's a totally different thing, though. This is them claiming and boldly claiming that the photoelectric effect proves the existence of the photon, and that light is a discrete chunk of information, a particle called the photon, and that the photoelectric effect proves it. I then cited Cambridge University explaining that the photoelectric effect cannot be used or interpreted as proof of the existence of photons. It could just be the electric field itself making a dot pattern. And now they still ran with the narrative that the photoelectric effect, which is what it is in the double slit on the plate, right? Which they point blank say it. QE point blank says photoelectric effect proves the photon. Point blank. And I cited Cambridge University saying that's not true, right? It could just be the electric field itself. And this is quantum mechanics top level, and no one rebutted the actual point. It has nothing to do with virtual photons.
So
okay,
what's it?
I've been talking about this for 7 years, right? I'm the one that's been in here talking about 0 point energy,
right? Ever since I saw it, right, on the principle, right? Okay, so virtual photons is a theory about 0 point energy. 0 point energy comes from the Casimir effect. Like, this is a well-known thing that's been like in the labs. We've been reproducing it for like 50 years. Everybody knows about 0 point energy. It's not theoretical. The theoretical part is when they say that, well, this quantum foam is virtual particles, right? That's the theoretical part where they say there's virtual particles popping in and out of existence. Now, this is a description of 0 point energy because they can't quite explain how is it that you can have a vacuum that has a lowest amount of volts possible, but you can't go any lower, right? So this is talking about, in my opinion, the ether, right? So Montreal has been posting something for the past few days about how they pulled particles out of nothing, right? So when they're talking about virtual particles, this is like Lawrence Krauss, right? He's trying to explain like this thing away, right? Because he doesn't want you to look at it because it goes against the cosmological constant, like really bad. That's where we get the number with 120 zeros. So I think it's really important that we have to understand the Casimir effect is real. Now, what everybody says about the Casimir effect isn't necessarily real. Thanks.
Yeah, so that's a very interesting combo. But that's not what we're talking about right here. But yeah, the virtual photon problem, virtual particle thing is a big problem for many reasons. For example, simply magnetism alone debunks particle physics. Just a magnet. Okay, the particle physics prediction does not work, which means it's not right, which means it's wrong, which means it's been falsified. That's what the words mean, right? So it doesn't work. And so, yeah, they had to invoke virtual photons to explain magnetism, to explain electrostatics. And like you said, the Casimir effect, 0 point energy, vacuum energy, quantum phone, it goes on forever, right? So, yes, the point is that we now know for a fact that particle physics does not work. It isn't real. That's a whole different thing that also was completely ignored. And then they say, oh, we're not claiming that. Well, if you're claiming the photon, which is the whole basis for quantum mechanics, if you're claiming quantum mechanics, then you are claiming that. Or then that's why we say, well, then how do you explain magnetism? And people scream and say, are we talking about the ether or magnetism? It is incorporated in the conversation because it's either we have a viable interpretation or we don't. Particle physics is not viable. It has to invoke virtual photons to explain electrostatic magnetism. And I explain all this, and I think the guy's right. People just actually aren't understanding it, and I'm going to have to redo my presentation. I don't, like, it's pissing me off because I'm like, I spent a lot of time on that, bro. I spent a lot of time, like, surely people will take this information. I have the presentation link down here. Go look into it, learn about these things so you can understand that you were deceived. And that's not what happened. So I guess I'm going to have to redo the ether presentation. Maybe I'll do it tonight where I just literally go through it as elementary as possible and watch no one respond again. But I guess the point I'm making, these are two separate things. One claims a physical photon, the other one's a virtual photon, which is just a mathematical construct that has no bearing on reality whatsoever. FED will disavow that and say, oh, we're not claiming that. We're not claiming that. But then they won't answer what is magnetism, what's electromagnetism, and what is electrostatic. They won't answer any of the questions. But they are claiming that light's a physical particle called the photon. And the quantum definition for light was proposed by Einstein, and it's needed for the special theory of relativity and general relativity. Literally, it was proposed by Einstein, okay? So that's the
definition of special boy
it's like, dude, it's insane. This is the epitome of pseudoscience, and it's needed for heliocentrism. So it's like, if you want to believe it, I said agree and disagree, but keep my name out of your mouth, though. Like, no one can even respond to the arguments, man. The quantum mechanics says that photoelectric effect point blank cannot be taken as proof of the existence of photons. It could just be the electric field itself. Why would that not be rebutted? How do you have two and a half weeks to respond, and then it's 4 hours of just ad homs and lies? Like, that, how is that? How is that acceptable? This guy used to be a teacher.
That's not really anything in his favor. It's not like teachers have a good reputation for being, at least modern teachers, right? For being anything of any value.
Yeah, fair enough. But a lot of people prop him up like the freaking, Dalai Lama. Like, dude, I'm just confused. Like, what am I missing here? And that's just one paragraph on one slide. The presentation's like that top to bottom. Top to bottom. It just destroys it. And
Yeah,
so it's
with
like,
it.
why wouldn't people do their due diligence before talking about how wrong I am?
Witzer, you know what you might be missing? You might be missing heavy fluoridation to your cranium.
Yeah, most people kind of see what's going on, and a lot of people understand and realize that they're not addressing the arguments that you put forth, right? So the incessant like drama and things going back and forth, like that's what they want. They obviously need the views, whatever. That is what it is. Just keep progressing along with your information, man, and maybe going forward, break everything down a little bit more concisely, with maybe a few small chunks of information as opposed to like one big huge presentation. Just get into the details of each little part of it and just keep going down your path. And people are starting to realize what's not being answered within the questions that you're proposing. So it's all good.
And don't forget to make
Fair
your
enough.
skin diamond.
Small, discrete chunks of information.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, that would virtually be
needs
the
to
best
happen,
scenario.
Can y'all hear me? You know what needs to happen? I need to see these motherfuckers out here, man. Like, and that's what I keep telling them. I'm like, fam, why don't you guys fucking go have conversations with people? If you're being strawman, if they're being strawman, if like Winston is in here presenting his case like he always has, you know, at least, you know, with Chocolate and I are in here. Well, I don't know where Chocolate be at these days, but we've been in here, right? Like, and I've been telling them, no, you can't be like, I'm tired of Discord. No, you can't be like, I'm not. You got to get off the fucking show and come out here. Then maybe some of this shit will stop. Like, I really want this conversation to actually happen because I know that there can only be two possibilities: truth or false, or falsehood. That's it. And I want the truths to be exposed. I want the falsehoods to be exposed. Only way that can happen is if the gossip stops and if the parties actually come together and duke it out. Like, that's the only way that can happen. And if it's like an anti-flat earther where they don't answer questions while they're actually in here, that's another level. Like this, then like you already know what we do with anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, that's
flush them down the toilet.
So I really hope that I really hope that they start coming out here. You know, I don't know where QE's been. I know maybe he's busy or something, but he used to be in 24/7. Maybe I'll extend an invitation to this place. I don't know how he feels. I don't know. I just think we got to be other than on Nathan's show. Like, that's always my position.
Yeah, you have to be able to come out and like, be able to
meeting.
field questions that people have, right? So if you stand for a specific side, or you have a definitive answer or claim at all whatsoever, you need to be able to defend that, right? And hiding behind a show isn't the way to do that, especially in this community. I mean, I've posed questions to QE for pretty much the whole entire time I've been on Discord, right? And he kind of dances around actually answering the question, the whole "I'm not here to teach you" thing, whatever it may be. But it's gotten to the point where you're gonna have to at least defend your side if that's your claim. If your claim is 100% with the mainstream on quantum physics, then you need to be able to come out and defend all of that to any criticism. I mean, that's what Witsit does. Witsit comes in Discord and he defends everything that he puts forth, and he welcomes interaction from people that may disagree, because all that does is it furthers the conversation and allows you to either change your perspective or cement and solidify the perspective that you do have. That all takes place during discourse.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to go on the show to do that, right? Because I know that they won't leave the show. And it's effectively like I never went on there because you just don't let me say it. So that's what an anti-flat earther would do. That's like if I go on Fight the Flat Earth, right? And so then I even asked, I'm like, okay, this is going too far. I'm like in the background trying to message QE, like, dude, it doesn't have to be all this with you whoop, just ignores me. And so then I go to Oakley himself in the chat of one of his shows, and I'm like, all right, look, since you're just sitting here strawmanning, like, how about we just debate 1v1 on a neutral platform where you can't mute me the whole time? He says, how much does it pay? I said, well, you need money? He said, yeah, I don't do this for free. How much does it pay? I said, name your price. And then he didn't respond, right? Because the truth is he just didn't think I'd actually step up and say, okay, we'll get you, because he's afraid, he's terrified of the actual exchange. And like, I have respect for people that are in the trenches, right? Like, even though I kind of blew up on silence, at least he spoke up. Like, if someone comes in the trenches and they speak their mind, they're willing to like intellectually spar. Like, they have respect for me, bro. And I don't know everything, and I'm welcome to being wrong, right? But it's like, if you can't address the actual point, I mean, you shouldn't be like bashing me, bro. It just seems wild to me. But I take the critique from in here. They're right. I shouldn't even care what they say. I shouldn't come in here all like emotionally upset. I shouldn't be caring, right? I guess it's just whenever like you go around defending people and they act like they're your friend, they talk about like your personal life and all this stuff, and then they do this, it's like, oh, you and Kai are the flat earth power couple, and oh, I'm so happy, blah blah blah. I was so happy whenever I found out she's pregnant, and then do this. I guess it just stings a little bit because it's like, what the hell? So anyway, I'll stop venting. But the point is that like the arguments haven't been refuted. So I guess what I'm going to do is just hammer down on them and try to explain them more thoroughly, more concisely, I guess. The problem is it's hard. You can't really be concise and do it justification because so many people have a misunderstanding of these things. So it's just, I don't know. It's whatever. I'm just going to redo my Ether presentation. I'm just going to highlight and emphasize the parts that are not being addressed. And I'm going to address the whole thing. Like, dude, I'm about to do like 15 different electrostatic experiments. See, this is what flat earth should be doing.
Get some
right?
bees.
Trying to figure stuff out. I want to get bees, but it's difficult. I thought about that. Like, if we could get, they can put little bitty meters on a bumblebee, and you can like track their flight. Well, that's going to be very difficult to do. It
They
sounds
literally cannot fly in the dark. So clearly, that is an open invitation for a whole array of study.
Yeah, and like also,
and they're not the only ones. They can't be the only ones. Sorry, I said they aren't. I would presume that they're not the only ones. It's just that they're the most popular creature in that kind of realm.
Yeah, well, what's crazy about bees, right? They can fly through 60-mile-per-hour crosswind. So it's like I wanted to find a way to put like unaffected. I wanted to like track their flight, but that's obviously going to be very expensive. But if you track their flight and then, like you said, manipulate the light and different types of light, different colors, and then you can manipulate electrostatics, but without trying to hurt them. I don't want to hurt them. But if you
doesn't
could, like,
need to be as expensive as you think. Your best bet is just connect with people who have the hives, and then just develop a way to track them without destroying them. And I think that could simply just be like a little bit of glow in the dark paint or something. You know what I mean? Some basic, like super basic method, because you're gonna end up wanting more data, so it doesn't have to be each individual one. You want an array of data points.
I think as soon as you start doing stuff like attaching trackers to the bees and stuff, you're fucking with the very thing you're trying to like find out about, you know. So
that's why I was thinking like a retro as opposed to technological.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, that seems obvious to me, but I don't know nothing about bees.
It does pose a problem.
No, you're
though.
probably right, dude.
But yeah, your best bet is just get in contact with people who will allow you to study their bees, and then the more you observe, the easier you can solve the problem. If that makes sense.
But it's not just bees. I mean, you guys must know about the spiders as well. That they kind of fly or float using electric signals as well. Like that's
he was talking
like
about
what
that earlier.
Like what they interact. Obviously, they're interacting with an electric field. And if it's not there, then I don't know. It just seems ridiculous. Like that. And the thing is that even mainstream science acknowledges these spiders, what they're doing and how they're doing it. So.
Yep, and they tried not to for years, right? Like they tried to say it was just the wind, and then like finally they ended up trying to actually test something else, and they're like, it's not just the wind, it's the electrostatics. And then like this like fur like raises up on their arms when there's more current, and then it induces a current, and then they're able to propel themselves.
And what's even more interesting about these spiders is that they don't have brains like we do. So this is actually on an instinctive kind of muscular level. A lot of this stuff's going to be happening. It's not going to be
It's
like
firmware.
it's not going to be to fucking blow up a building with his eyes or whatever. Like this is just happening naturally. They just do it. Kind of. It's like us breathing sort of thing.
Yeah, I would say the sympathetic or the parasympathetic, one of those. I'm curious, Witsit, are you aware of the eyesight of bees and how that functions?
I'm not.
Because I'm wondering if, now again, this maybe is a little bit of an ethical dilemma, but I'm not that fussed. If you could determine what it is about the light itself that's like the moment you turn it off, they can't function, maybe you could try and prove the point by extracting the specific element that's causing that, and maybe they can fly at night again if you like give them the right field or something. Does that make sense?
No, that's a good idea. Yeah, if you could introduce electrostatic field, like if you can introduce electric field even with lights off.
Yeah, but the reason I asked about their eyesight is, at least from my basic biology position, even if they could fly, would they fly if they can't see? I'm not sure.
Yeah, touche. That's a good idea. Like right now, I'm about to do a double slit.
Are you guys telling me that science hasn't figured this out yet, and we need Witsit to do this for us? Like, come on! Like, how many billions of dollars have we spent on universities? Why
this is the issue with the bell curve, man. You can't converse with the whole bell curve at the same time. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
No, it's an honest question. How come there's been billions spent for universities, high schools? They're always doing experiments. You're telling me they never observed this phenomena and had attached a scientific method to it to figure it out? So
no, they always
this is why we're talking about it. We don't know. It may be in the research we find something.
Dude, like we're a
this
small
is what
circle.
I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Currently, in the conversation we are having, we're not aware of that. It may be in searching that we find something that addresses what we're talking about. But this is the whole point. We're discussing it to get to answers. Go ahead.
I'm sure Witsit is searched out the truth. This is why he figures he's going to do it himself. But I'm just saying, isn't it ridiculous that the education system, scientists, everything involved with science hasn't figured this phenomena out? Because it is somehow if Witsit is doing it, it's an unanswered phenomena.
Can I add something about bees not being able to fly in the dark?
I've been trying to get in for a little bit. I think that what's really important here is the context. So it may be that they understand things within a certain paradigm, but you may have to then revisit that very same thing or a similar thing in a different context to get more nuanced answers about the things that you're actually trying to find out about.
Let me add something about bees not being able to fly in the dark. When I used to transport bees and save them from abandoned places, you would capture them all and you would have to fly. You would have to drive around for at least an hour and a half to disorient them, or else they would fly right back to where they were. And there were several times that we were trying to transport these bees, and we drove a half hour away. We drove around for 2 hours. They flew back to where their hive was, even though they were in the dark and driving in circles. So I think that's interesting too.
I think I know how they do that. I think I know how they do that.
And they think 5G is impressive.
Apparently, bees navigate with the sun. So when they find a source of whatever pollen, for example, they fly back to the hive and they do a series of wiggles. Like they wiggle this way, that way, and that tells them what vector to go, believe it or not, to find whatever they found. Yeah.
But if they navigate with the sun, then how is what the other guy just said true if they went at night? Like, I don't. And what do you mean by navigate?
I think he's talking about
when they
how they
find a
relay
That's another
information.
thing. We only transported the bees at night. That's another thing. You don't do it during the day.
Did you know that they also have non-contact pollen detachment via electrostatics? That like,
Can you say that again?
Non-contact pollen detachment. So like, there's an exchange of pollen between like a bee and a flower, but they don't actually contact it. They use electrostatics to exchange it. So you can look up like bee electrostatic.
That's awesome, man. So it's
Yeah.
like a maglock or something. You get into the right position and it just transfers. See,
So bees are fucking
that's
mini robots.
sci-fi. Say
Yeah,
again?
bees are actually mini robots, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. But you
So
know
I
what
used
I
to
would,
hold a- I
you know
used
what
to
I
hold
would
a-
imagine. You know what I would imagine the way they're able to get back to their base position from however you disorientate them with however they're functioning
Because they're
inside
looking
the
for the queen. It's because they're
Well,
looking for the queen.
let me.
So if you have the
please, I
queen in
haven't.
your hand,
Dude, come on.
the bees
I'm
will stop swarming if they know where their hive is and they see the queen.
I'm
They'll stop
speaking.
swarming.
I'm
I
speaking.
just wanted to point that out because you were
I'm
talking about it.
speaking. Yeah, but hold your tongue maybe till the other person's finished. So, with how they operate within the
You're not
electrostatic.
talking about anything. That's why.
Come on, man.
Why are you being such a dick? What's your problem? Just mute yourself. Leave. Anyway, so with how they function in the electrostatic, and that's how they operate only at daytime. They're clearly flying under the power of electrostatics, etc. That Witsit elaborated on. I would presume, and I know we've had similar discussions like this maybe years back at this point, but that it's a grid system. So if they know where the base is in the grid and they know where they are in the grid, all they have to do is just go back. So they must have some kind of, I would presume, just an XYZ understanding of their position. And I would presume that that's to do with the sun, because the sun is I guess like the what would you call it, the 0-0 or something like that. That makes sense. I know
So are you
you have
saying,
to paint a picture.
Hey, real quick, are you saying that bees know trig? They're aware of SOHCAHTOA because
No, they don't have
isn't
to be aware of. They just have to know their coordinates. And I'm proposing with very little, but I think those who have craniums can function. That
but they're on
they
a
have.
sphere. So you're telling me
Are
they're
you
doing
retarded?
spherical geometry? They're doing spherical geometry. is what you're telling me?
Man, do we have to deal with specialist retards at every turn?
It's like saying that Tom Brady when he throws a football is like doing trig in his head while he throws it. Like, no, it's just muscle memory and being in the real world. That's all. You're just reacting to the signals you're able to manipulate. You don't actually have to know any maths to do that.
Yeah, but isn't the Earth curved? So do they account
It
for
could
Earth
just be a
curvature
compass.
speed?
It could just be a compass system, Crypto.
Hell no, it's not.
So of course the electric gradient's going to give them like these objective parameters of flight, like basically Cartesian coordinates. Yeah, exactly. Like they definitely would. Like you can look at it, which is why I think it's crazy that people
You
don't
could
acknowledge
recreate
electric
that in a lab environment. You could get a lot of data if you were a weirdo who liked hanging out with bees all day. You could figure quite a lot out.
Well, you get weirdos who like hanging out with flat earthers all day, and they're not flat earthers, so I suppose it's possible.
Yeah, I wonder what their bag is, because at least if you hang out with bees, you get honey. Like, what do they get out of this?
Well, they don't get honey out of us.
Well, they live vicariously through us and get to sit on the front row of the conversation of us trying to figure out the lies without having to take the public ostracism of being out in that position.
Yeah, could be.
I'm pretty sure
Although,
that's my psychoanalysis.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that they're all honest actors though, but that's a conversation for another time.
Oh well, yeah, of course. There's probably some that are not, but
Some are parasites by necessity, others are parasites by design.
And some are parasites by employment.
Indeed.
But anyway.
Well, some of them, they realize, like, damn, these flat earthers know. They want to engage with them, but they have to present it like, oh, what do you guys think? Since I have all the science, what do you crazy people think? But the truth is, they really want to know what we think.
Wait.
They really want to know what we think. So
Of course. Crypto and Witsit, have you heard that old saying of you are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with?
Yeah, I've heard some variations on that. Yeah.
Wouldn't that make all these specialist globe heads that hang around with us all the time by virtue of osmosis flat earthers themselves?
well, you think that if I hooked up to a lie detector test, the guns there, and they said, do you think it's possible the Earth is actually a stationary plane? And like John Wick has them in a basement with a gun to it? You think they're going to say no? Like they're not.
That's if they even have the minerals to say anything. They probably wet themselves.
I think it's a good refresher on all the fundamentals of
You are low as fuck, Dizzle. You might want to turn up.
Oh, my bad. I'd say it's a good refresher. Like it's a constant refresher of all the fundamentals of physics and stuff.
Yeah.
You mean players having to teach them?
No, like.
But the thing is that we've had conversations in the past. You are a conspiracy theorist, even if you're a glober. You have other, let's just say, conspiracy interests, and so your presence here is clearly organic from my point of view. Because you're actually interested in conspiracy theories. There are some people here who have no interest in conspiracy theories whatsoever. Their actual interest is in reinforcing all mainstream paradigms, and their presence here is not organic, in my opinion.
Oh, I agree.
Nice take. I agree with that take as well.
I couldn't agree with that more, Crypto. Well said.
Wait, isn't this when we start playing Haga Novella, or however it's pronounced?
No, we're not going to do that.
The hook knows, the nook knows.
We can move on.
Can we? Was I not vague enough?
Some of them come in here wanting to debate vigorously, So.
But I think what Whitfield was saying, and I agree with as well, like we're happy to have the debate if it's intellectual. But what I find interesting is all of the tactics and all of the games, all the gaslighting, all of the deliberate misuse of logical fallacies, and then arguing about the meanings of the logical fallacy. Like all of this stuff is all just nothing to do with the meat at all.
Yeah, it's like they want to get in a ring, and then at every juncture, just start talking to the ref about how the guy's hitting him. It's like, my guy,
bro, good
just
point.
defend yourself, or shut up.
Yeah, good point. I've always thought of it more like they're in the locker room
they use
trying to claim victory. But I like talking to the ref better. That's funny.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I did find it interesting what you were saying, Witsit, earlier. Like I don't know if you were here the other day, but I said I've got a mate who did an astrophysics degree. I thought at the time he was a PhD. He's not. He's just got a degree in astrophysics. And he is of the opinion that atoms and the ether interact, which I always thought it was quite an obvious true dichotomy between the two positions. So I found his kind of way of seeing things interesting, especially seeing as he's somewhat credentialed. So it might be interesting for you two to have a conversation at some point if he ever gets time to come in.
Yeah, I'd definitely be down. That's an interesting situation.
Is that all you heard him say, Crypto? Did he elaborate at all?
Well, we've been talking a lot recently, and we're in another server which is not really focused on this stuff. But I found out that he was an astrophysics guy, and then we were talking, and then he told me he's like an ether proponent. I thought that's really interesting because he's a heliocentric ether proponent, which I didn't think I'd ever meet actually until I met Mr. Grimm and then him. So I was like, okay, so this isn't that unusual. So it'd be interesting to hear their kind of take on things.
You know what? If you're to, what I think might help is if you get him to elaborate on his perspective of the atom thing, because it might be that he doesn't see it exactly the same way that the rest of them.
Well, exactly. That's why I don't really want to present his arguments for him, because that would be, it's just not. I may have misunderstood something that he wanted to say or whatever. But what it seems to be, that he's saying is that the ether is like the software and the atoms are the hardware, in that the ether tells the atoms how to interact with each other.
Interesting.
Which, yeah, I mean, it's neat. But then, obviously, you then have to start asking, well, how does that affect specific phenomena within, quantum mechanics and all the rest? Whatever. He'll be able to break that down in the way he sees it, and maybe he can evidence things that I can learn from. I don't know.
Yeah, you should bring him in. That'd be good discussion.
Of course, the ramifications of the ether within the heliocentric paradigm are lethal. So, to show if there's any type of mechanical background with any substantive qualities, heliocentrism immediately goes out the window. I don't know what kind of ether he's talking about.
That's that's why I think it'd be interesting. It may be that he's actually quite easily convinced or persuaded onto a pure ether and drops the atomistic thing altogether. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, that's
I love
cool.
having intellectual conversations and just dodging the gaslighting and the game playing. It's just boring.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, so seeing as you're on, would you mind just sending me, because I'm driving at the moment, would you mind just DMing me your original ether presentation? Because I would like to watch that, because I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, just a second. I'm on my phone, but I'll grab it.
Cheers, man. Appreciate it.
Austin, if you redo some of that, do me a favor and just change the font and the colors, please.
Yeah,
Super
no.
hard to read.
He's triggered by the
Yeah,
colors.
it's really hard to read it. Yeah. I wanted to try to see if I could change it all at
Napalm,
once, but I can't.
Yeah, Napalm, are you offering to become Witsit's graphic designer?
Absolutely not.
Witsit, I haven't been watching much of these things lately. Did you go into any of that stuff we spoke about before? How it appears, at least, that whatever it is, electricity, etc., operates like a liquid or a gas under pressure. Did you touch on that at all?
No, we didn't even get into any of the gravy. It was just basically
okay.
mental handicapped conversation having to address like the nonsense of materialism, as if it was like valid enough to critique. Yeah.
Yeah, I forget. Not everyone has the foundation to even pick the cherries.
Well, it's interesting what you said, Elisha, actually, because you were saying about you can't have a conversation with the whole bell curve at once. I've never really thought about it like that, but it's nail on the head. Like, it's probably in a way why they tailor their rhetoric in different ways to different groups, even on their side, because even they recognise it.
Yes,
there's
someone
a video
even. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say there was a video I saw a while ago that was like the 5 different levels of how gravity is explained, right? And so it was like on the bottom level, and I think maybe a flat earther did it, but they put it together in a way as to say like there's no one explanation of it. So the bottom level it's mass attract mass, and then above that it's space time, and then above it it's we don't know what the fuck's going on sort of thing. So yeah, interesting.
Yeah, so no, I'm in agreement with that. But there was something I heard a couple of days ago, and then again today, and which kind of extended on the bell curve thing. Proportionally, the majority of people are under the average. Average is actually rare. You get that. You get the maths, right?
Well, it depends how you define it.
What shit this nigga's talking about.
So in proportion, you have those who are whatever the average is now. What was it like 90?
Yo, don't use the N-word, please.
What?
I think it was an A. He didn't use a hard R, so he's all right.
I'm still offended. Please don't use it.
I could give a monkeys. Anyway, you know what, Crypto? Let me just listen to it again so I can deliver what I'm saying a bit more clearly.
I think you might be talking about the difference between mean, median, and mode with regards to intelligence.
Yeah.
But like
just bear with me. I want. It's a good point. I have to go and double check. But either way, it's obvious. Like, if you're already on the right side of it, literally the right side, then you're an anomaly. So everyone else is going to be just how do you communicate like that? Different languages completely.
We have to dumb it down, don't you? That's the only way.
Yeah, but even that's like, even the most skillful orators can't deliver the substance. They might be able to deliver the essence and the theme, but not the substance.
Well, that's where repetition comes in, isn't it? That's why the best propagandists give very simple, easy mantras to repeat. Because most people can't understand more nuanced things. So I know, build back better, right? It's got alliteration. It's got it's only 3 words. So, well, yeah, exactly. It is kind of at some level it's hypnosis, and both the UK and US governments used it at times in recent history, and that's no what's the word? There's no coincidence, let's say. It's it's easy to say, oh yeah, but we're going to build back better. Oh, okay. What does that mean? Oh, it turns out it doesn't fucking mean anything. But they use this propaganda technique with all sorts of wrong things, because then you can just say, well, how do you know this is true? And then they give you this 3-word mantra, and you're like, okay, but that's you haven't said anything. You've just felt like you're part of a club that agrees with you, but none of you actually say anything or know anything.
You know what's funny with the fact that you kept saying the 3 is that goes back to their whole Kabbalistic roots, like these symbology and all the rest of it. And obviously, this is where it gets funny, because you go all the way back to come back to the original point, which is the way they describe the world is not how they live. They're describing they're describing it on purposely counter, but the methodology that they're using to get people to believe the bullshit links back to what we're talking about, the harmonics, the frequencies, the static, the ether, all of this stuff. Yeah. But what they do is they use that innate stuff of how, the code of creation, so to speak, right? They use that to manipulate people. I wonder if that went over their heads, but I think you get the point.
No, I fully understand what you're saying.
It's like that.
And then if I were to be antagonistic, especially because you said 3, it's like, these crazy Trinitarians. But that's a different venue, perhaps. I'm sure someone's triggered at least.
Yeah, I mean, let's not take it into that direction, because we won't get off that subject for the next 4 hours. And that's if I'm lucky. But yeah, I mean, we were talking about specifically how to communicate en masse to low intelligence people, and that's how to do it, right? So, and then they come out with some kind of, let's just say, they say these wrong things with conviction and confidence because they've heard them 100 times and they think that everyone agrees with them because the TV says it every day, right? But this is all psychology. None of this is factual or real or based on any actual science.
Yeah, it's the Pied Piper.
Right.
That's a better way of talking about what I was alluding to. It's musical manipulation, because that's how we work. So you play the right tune, they're gonna dance. They don't know whether what they're dancing for is good or not. No. You got them to dance.
Repetition is the way to get people to believe things.
Yeah. Which actually, I mean, I know you're a fan of this stuff, because it just goes straight into the whole music thing, and that's one of the base ways in how they manipulate people.
Yeah.
Like, how else do you get people to be utterly degenerate? Well, you get them into a state of mind that they wouldn't otherwise be in, right? You get them loose, you get them vibing, and then you start delivering the bullshit. It's the same as hypnosis. There's multiple ways to hypnotize and to do inception in people's mind.
Well, yeah. Why do you think so much of this propaganda is dropped into people's entertainment? So instead of it's like they put certain things in the news. Yeah, they have certain kind of mantras and paradigms that they bang on about in the news. But when they want to affect real quote unquote social change or social engineering, that goes straight in the entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
I don't bother with Maybe I don't want to go into any of this stuff, but
DM
basically,
me.
like they're not gonna present on the 10 o'clock news. Oh, by the way, now we're gonna start pushing, the LGBT stuff on you. They don't say that on the news. They put it in the entertainment, and then what goes on the news is, oh, this person didn't get with the program, so he got arrested. That's what goes in the news. So the news tells you about the consequences for not getting with the program, and the entertainment tells you what the program is.
Yeah, it's a carrot and stick. It's the whole dirty degenerates. What can I say?
Yeah, and after a while, you actually start to build a society that functions in a degenerate way as a part of its. It just does that naturally because it doesn't know what else to do anymore. You don't even need to affect that anymore. It just does its own thing.
Right, and that's why empires collapse, because once it's part of the structure, there's no way out, because what they've implemented into the structure is not sustainable.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, yeah, we've gone on a bit of a tangent, so maybe we can come back to some kind of science.
Yeah, bees and.
Before you guys get into another discussion, the good white light is like challenging me for that duel that we said we were going to take into spirituality. So if anybody else wants to join and hear him teach me something.
Fuck yeah.
Where is that going to be, in Livestream too?
Do it here if you want. Unless
No. This, I would like to keep it wherever he wants to go. So I don't want to. I know you guys are really gracious and let us talk about our creator, or so it's really great. But I don't want to take away from this. But he just messaged me, so I'm like, okay.
Looks like he's in live stream too, guys.
Yeah, let us know where, and I'll definitely join.
Yeah, thanks. Have a great day, you guys. If I don't hear from you or see you.
What is that going to be about? What is that? What is the topic she was just talking about that they're going to discuss?
Don't know.
She said it was going to be about the creator, so it's going to be something that definitely has to do with biblical creation, all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, CB, do the X-Files thing. You know I like that.
Well, you gotta say something. You gotta say something spooky.
George Soros. Oh shit, I can't think of it.
There is an electric field that runs the world, and we don't know how to control it.
That might not be spooky. That might be.
I'm trying.
Looks like history repeats itself again, Scully.
I've got one for you, Creation. Not everyone you meet is human.
The first words that came through. This is ridiculous. As soon as I woke up, the first words that were in my head was chessboard. I mean, you must have got that one. Anyway.
So I don't know if you guys, know.
He's Creation Bear. He does that like a little word game with his name.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I should have explained that to the room first. Sorry, everybody.
Crypto, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't know if you guys know, but I found this out. Turns out the Earth is flat and stationary. Is that the American X-Files? Because I swear we had a different music in England.
It might be in a
No,
different key. Who knows?
it's not X Files. I think it's just like some random, like I call it the super spooky music. After an investigation, crime scene or something like that.
Yeah, I see. Like CSI or something. Maybe CSI isn't spooky enough.
Just come away with more questions than answers.
Well, wouldn't you rather have questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned?
I mean, for a scene, it's just like investigation.
Nah, I'd rather just have answers and no questions.
Well, if the answers are wrong.
So we only got more questions now.
You just want life to be like
Don't
Jeopardy.
question the narrative.
Basically, life is one big Jeopardy contest.
Yeah.
Wait, when there's one N, a space, 2 G's, a space, and an R, right?
They're really annoying. The answer was Nagger.
Why would they use so many words to describe a wife? I don't know. So many letters, pardon. I think I know what I think I know what the impetus of what I was talking about though was, Crypto. I'm still finding the clip, but it's about the whole pineal gland and how those who fall on the certain side of the curve, they actually have a deformed gland.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
But yeah, I'm still finding, so I can repeat verbatim what I was looking for.
Yeah, one thing I do find quite interesting is that people in this debate often call each other stupid. I find that interesting because I think anyone who's able to debate or even understand what's going on in this room can't by default be stupid. And that applies to Globers as well. I know, we like to sometimes say that they're like thick or whatever, and they'll often call us thick, but I don't actually think that that's possible at this level. It's like
I'd agree.
You wouldn't even know how to
use
formulate certain. Sorry, go on.
No, you were speaking. Go ahead.
I was just saying, like, you wouldn't even know how to formulate certain thought processes or certain sentence structures if you had a sub 100 IQ.
Right.
In order to even understand what's being said, like an 80 IQ person wouldn't have a clue what anyone in here was talking about 95% of the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't use the word stupid that much. I use retarded or ask if they are retarded specifically because it has a meaning, right? It has a meaning. It doesn't necessarily mean you're stupid. It just means you've gone backwards.
Well, we took away one of
you
their
had the
R's,
ability to understand,
radius.
but you've regressed. And obviously people take offense, but when I use it, usually I'm meaning it in its literal physical sense. Because how do they come to that conclusion? It makes no sense because they're retarding from the point. But then obviously it serves two purposes, right?
Yeah, well, we took away one of their R's, so we got to give them one back. Go ahead, Crypto.
No, we took 2 of their R's away, so we have to give both back. But then there's 2 R's in retarded anyway, so it's fine.
Wait, what's the other one, though?
Refraction and radius.
I wonder what the flat Earth radius is. I've never heard anything about that.
A flat Earth radius?
I can address this. I can address this.
The Spanish alphabet has 2 R's, has a double R in it. But yeah, what do you mean flat Earth radius?
Well,
I can address this.
Let me specify. Let's say the radius of the known Earth, right? That would be some kind of circle.
The reason that's not a thing is because the majority of people approaching this subject with integrity wouldn't claim something that they couldn't prove. So there might be a radius to this plane that we're on, but how are we to determine that? So we don't go about our life making baseless claims that are only going to make us look foolish.
Right. So,
So
like,
hold on.
it's fair to say you don't know, but like, how will you ever go about measuring that? No, I've never seen any efforts in that direction from flat earthers.
Well,
Measuring
because it's
the radius.
practically impossible, isn't it?
Isn't it, you know, isn't it of,
No, but this
how
is
you say,
pointless
go on.
time. Hoimar, you're wasting our time.
If you
No
if you
one
understand
here
what the word measure actually
asserts that
means,
it's a disk
it
in
is
space.
impossible.
So why are you asking us for
I'm
the
not. You're breaking up, Crypto, but I'm not asking for it.
and it's not even based on anything anyone's
claimed.
claimed. So I don't even.
No, I just
wait,
wondered. You know, that would be like a central part of if the Earth is flat.
Can anyone else
we
hear
would
me?
like to
Okay.
know the exact.
Crypto, you're breaking up a little bit, brother.
We would want to know
Okay,
the exact extent of a flat Earth. That's very important, you know, for navigation, for military, for trade routes, for everything. You know, that,
nope.
you know, at
But what's with
its
the double
stance right
standards?
now.
What is this? Who is this? Hoymar?
Nope.
What's with the double standards? It's
Yeah.
not like you have a radius for the globe.
Well, that's a
Maybe
different
not.
topic.
We do. It's 3950.
I mean, you know, are you really unaware of the tons of measurements in different ways of the radius of the spherical Earth?
Nah, that's not a thing, dude.
Well, is that, I take that's a nah, or do you have anything
Also,
to say regarding radius measurements?
I mean, all you have is
Am I
sticks and shadows, right? No, go ahead, Crypto.
clearly coming?
That's not true. That's a primitive measurement, but still.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I mean,
so you are coming through. Go ahead.
So,
yeah, a couple of things. First of all, if we accepted the globe radius, we wouldn't be flat earthers. So it's kind of a silly thing to even bring up, really, to us.
I didn't. That's not what I was trying to say, Crypto. What I wanted to say is, are you
Stop
not
interrupting. Stop interrupting.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So the thing that I wanted to say is with regards to the radius of a flat Earth, no one here claims that it's a disk in space, bro. So I don't know why you think we need that radius, seeing as no one here even cares or claims anything that would lead you to even asking that question, which is why it seems to me like it's a waste of everyone's time.
Okay, let me address your point. So I wasn't trying to say that you needed to accept the radius of the spherical Earth. Just whether you were aware of measurements of it, beyond basic ones like Eratosthenes. Also,
yeah.
Why
So,
are the extents of the Earth important? Well, for simple things as us communicating right now. Transoceanic fiber cables that allow the internet to work. That's where you need exact distances between over large areas.
None of which rely on the radius.
Yeah,
they do.
You also don't need the exact distance. If I'm going to lay a cable to my neighbor's house, I can lay a cable without knowing the exact distance. I could use 10 miles of cable to lay a cable to my house that's 100 feet away. If I got to go up and down hills, around a mountain, whatever.
Okay, so for 1,000 miles, you don't care if it's actually 900 or 1,100 or something? Is that what you're saying?
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said in response to your cable argument? You don't need to know the exact distance to lay a cable to something.
We're not talking about neighbor's house type projects.
Okay, listen to me. If I lay a cable and it's going up and down mountains and valleys and around hills, right? That's not going to tell me the distance between the 2 points. It's just going to tell me how much cable I laid.
Sure.
So you acknowledge that your cable argument is kind of not relevant?
I think it's still very relevant. We have to have
just went through it.
An idea of the size of the Earth, and no such thing exists for a flat Earth. We have no idea what the dimensions of a flat Earth, like distance is between between points on the flat Earth might be.
Well, you're just making a ton of baseless assertions and then expecting us to just accept them and then, I don't know, just accept therefore the Earth's a globe.
I gave you...
Therefore globe, yeah.
Come on, man. I've just listened to you for 3 minutes, and I would really like to have at least a minute to respond to your points, please. Okay, so the first thing, again, we don't need to know any radius of any flat Earth. That's silly. No one claims that it's a circular disk in space. That's the end of that one. Don't want to hear you bring it up again. The second thing with regards to actual distance of cables, I mean, Jeremy's already answered it pretty well, but yeah, we do have a rough distance between X and Y, whether it's a globe or a flat Earth. You don't need to know the whole Earth to know that you're laying a cable from, say, I don't know, San Diego to fucking Los Angeles or whatever. Sorry, Los Angeles. Apparently, Los Angeles is a bad way to pronounce it or something, but whatever. Like, you just need to know the rough distances. You're going to have a bit of an allowance for extra, for wastage, or for, like Jeremy said, going over a mountain. Maybe you drill a hole through the mountain. I don't know. I'm not a cable layer, but certainly it's not necessary to know the size of the whole Earth and the shape of the whole Earth to lay cable. What a silly argument.
More of a pipe layer, huh, Crypto?
Well, okay. Well, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. The thing is that you will still need to know, the large distances, right? So that's like that's the same order of magnitude. Whether you just know the size of the Pacific or the Atlantic.
But still, even over long distances of laying pipe, are you really measuring the curvature?
Well, no, it's not about curvature or none. It's
or if you're laying pipe, like if you're laying pipe into rock horizontally, when you're really drilling into it.
I think that's besides the point.
Probably have no experience in doing.
I'm not sure.
I guess
I'm not sure if you were in the chat like just a couple of minutes ago, but I was talking about submarine communications cables. Those that allow us to talk right now. They go over thousands of miles.
Yeah, the ones that invalidate satellites doing it. Yeah.
That's not true.
Oh, me. So why do we need submarine cables if we've got satellites?
They're just two different ways of communicating.
Oh, they're different ways. Okay, so why do we need them if we've got satellites?
Because the satellites don't offer enough throughput, and not they have higher latency and so on, and they're harder to maintain.
Yes, then why do we have satellites?
I just told you they're more expensive, they're more difficult to work with.
Yeah, exactly. They're more expensive and they're more difficult, so what's the need for them?
But that doesn't mean that we don't need them. Like it's easier to for things like TV, which is basically just one-way communication. It's easier to have one satellite in orbit or a couple of satellites, and then just point your dish at the sky where the geostationary satellite is.
You can point your dish wherever you want, but you still have an answer that when we know that reliably when we lay pipe over long distances that we're not accounting for any bending.
That's still missing my point.
No.
Yeah, there are a few different points being made. If you've got, do you know how business works, bro? Like, generally speaking, the most efficient. It's not always the case because sometimes you have ideological aims for business, right? But generally speaking, the most efficient or one of the most efficient ways of doing something is the way it gets done. And if there are inefficient business practices, those businesses tend to go out of business, right? So what would be the point of satellites for telecommunications if we already have pipe that's cheaper and lower latency and easier to replace when it goes wrong?
I think I already responded to this at least in part.
No, but you didn't answer.
You're asking why we have satellites if we can have cables. Well, for some cases, it's actually easier to have a couple of satellites to basically address a large number of subscribers. That's the example I gave with television, right?
But that's not necessitating satellites.
Well, it's if you don't have any cable infrastructure, but you still want to allow people to get television signal, then a satellite and thousands of dishes are just simpler than building up into the infrastructure from scratch, I guess.
Well, why not just have a ground-based tower that's very tall? That would be much cheaper and easier to maintain.
Well, perhaps because the Earth isn't flat. So that's the entire point. You can have millions of people.
Even on a globe, that would be the case.
You can have millions of people all point their satellite at a specific point in the sky, depending on their latitude, and they will get a signal. And you don't need, thousands of towers that will be, will be affected by the radar or EM horizon anyway.
Right. What I'm saying would be true on a globe. So I don't know why you think it proves a globe.
Sorry, what do you have the impression I think proves the globe?
Well, you seem to be asserting satellites, and I'm saying that in no circumstance do we actually need them at all, even on a globe. Yeah.
If I was a flat earther, and I would use a satellite dish and point it at the supposed position of a satellite, that would give me cognitive dissonance.
Well, no, you're just saying if what I think is true, then what I think is true. It's not an argument. Doesn't mean anything. Like what you're saying doesn't mean anything.
I think it is. Satellite dishes are a good argument.
Completely fine if you're willing to beg the question, which is exactly what you're doing. You understand that, right? That's what Crypto's trying to explain to you. Doesn't seem to be hitting home.
Yeah. Well,
did we put the cables argument to bed? These undersea cables. Did we put that to bed, or did he acknowledge that?
Don't know. Hope so.
Well, just to be clear, I wasn't getting at you need to know the exact radius to be able to lay submarine cables, but you need to survey the Earth on a large scale. And whenever you look into this, then it's geodetic surveying. It's assuming and using a spherical Earth, and the results agree with the assumptions. Or actually, the measurements show that the Earth is spherical, and there's no counterpart of this.
They literally don't. We have measurements that are way too big, and they just throw them out. So if you said it, they assume the Earth, and then we have measurements that are way too big, and they just throw them out. Thanks for playing, though.
You mean long-distance observations?
Geodetic surveying throws all kinds of measurements out. It's not measurements, it's calculations built off the actual measurements of plane survey, and then they have a predetermined window. And a lot of times, their observations that they use to quote-unquote measure is just a calculation. Mean the radius thought you'd be way too big, so they just throw it out.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
A geodetic surveyor that I debated on Modern Day Debate.
Yeah, the main surveyor. And this is what they do with not just the measurements he made. They also do this with spherical excess measurements, and so.
Well, the thing is, spherical excess couldn't it's pretty simple actually.
No, we're not on the spherical.
No, don't change the subject.
Hold on, we're not on the spherical excess. We're on to how they throw geodetic surveyors take measurements that are too long or too big and then throw them out.
Yeah, you just said, who sold you that? Then I said a geodetic surveyor, and now you're trying to skate past it, which is called sophistry. Okay. So address the point.
Okay, let's say a point. I don't want to. I would like to address your point, sure. So you're telling me that geodetic surveyors make measurements that are too long? So I don't know what you mean exactly. Can you, I don't believe you, so I'm skeptical. Can you?
I don't care what you believe.
Well, no, you want to back up your claim, don't you?
If you don't believe Witty, then you don't know how geodetic surveyors take measurements. Yeah, I wouldn't invoke them. I wouldn't invoke them not knowing how the measurements are taken and made and calculated.
They have a predetermined window. You don't know anything if you're denying this. They have a predetermined window, and then they take a weighted mean within that window, and then they go compare it to the presupposed radius value with the NDSA model, and they try to get within 90% accuracy, and they consider that a success. And he told me that a lot of times you get measurements that are way too big. It would be way too big of an R value, so it falls outside of the predetermined window, and we just dismiss those.
You'll have to cite that or link that or timestamp that because I've never heard that, and it also doesn't, the methodology doesn't work that way. If you have
it literally does.
If you do a couple of triangulations, if you do a
Listen to
couple
me.
of
You do not know.
and the radii are all over the place, then you have a problem. But that's just not the case.
No, not whenever you just throw them
Mar,
out.
you don't.
They throw them out.
That's not how it works. That's not how you build
Mar,
it.
It literally is how it works.
That you're asking Witsit to cite this. Hold on. Hi, Mar. The fact that you're asking Witsit to cite this is letting everyone know that you don't know how these measurements are made.
Well, it's his claim.
Do.
His claim.
I know how it's made. Witsit knows how it's made. You don't. It's not it's their claim.
I have a basic
That is
grasp
the geodetic surveyor's claim. You don't know what they're saying or how they do it. We have a much more in-depth, specific grasp on how it works than you do, obviously.
Right. That's why you're flat earthers, right? And I'm a global earther because you know so much about geodetic surveying. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, exactly.
We know that they're getting measurements.
Right.
We know that they're getting measurements that are too big or too long, and they're throwing them out. We know
what
that.
he does is,
you know why?
he
Because
goes
we
and
know
looks-
how geodetic surveyors work.
He goes and looks at the final product. This is what you're doing. You're going and looking at the final product. You're saying, look, these measurements confirm a globe. When the truth is, the final product is not what we're talking about. I talked to a geodetic surveyor in detail. He explains it. He said a lot of times you get things that are too big. Ruif will tell you the same thing. Any geodetic surveyor that you ever talk to that actually does geodetic surveying, you can ask them if they have a predetermined window and if they throw certain observations out when they don't fit within that window, and they will tell you yes. And then they take a weighted mean within that window, and then they try to interpolate the data, add it to a spherical assumption of the R value with the NDSA model, specific with land layout on intricate portions. This is exactly what they do. It's just objective. He told me that he gets measurements that have the R value way too big a good amount of times, and he just throws them out because if he didn't throw them out, it would throw off all of his numbers.
And you guys know that that's actually known as a Texas sharpshooter fallacy. So the whole field is based on a fallacy, which is interesting.
So
pew pew.
That's it. So you will still need to back up your claim, but beyond that, I'm not just talking about the
Yeah, I'm
angles.
pressure washing. I don't care if you're a moron.
Let me finish. The point is that I'm not talking about just
don't do that with it.
I'm talking
You just
about Can you just let me speak for a while?
Can you
I'm
stop
talking
lying?
about
Go ahead. Hi, Mark.
triangulations at the most basic level. You're in the field, you're measuring azimuthal angles between 3 points, distant points, and you get spherical excess every single time for substantially large triangles. And
That's not true.
From that, you can calculate the radius of that spherical triangle. The sphere that triangle lies on.
Okay, so you said they do it, that you get it every single time. Cite one in the 21st century that happens. Cite one. They do it all the time, and it happens every single time. That's what he said. Cite one in the 21st century where they have spherical excess. I'll wait.
Well, the argument because what's basically happening is you're saying, right, we take a number of these measurements. Now, I'm not a surveyor, but I understand arguments. You take a bunch of these measurements, you throw the ones out that aren't within 90%, and then you take the ones that are within what you already expected, calculate in the curvature, and then that proves a globe. This is.
I've been over this spherical excess thing with these guys for a long time, and they have yet to produce any actual measurements taken. They have a couple averages with the weighted mean and all that, but they don't have any actual measurements. I've never seen an actual spherical excess measurement.
Well, you just need 3 angles and three distances. Like
I know what you need.
One
I know what
spherical
you need.
triangle
Yeah.
with a radius.
Everyone here knows this. Like, who do you think you're telling this to that doesn't know it?
I mean, a
Yeah,
lot of
stop
what
telling us what you need and go grab it. It's so easy to have
All
it
you
every
need,
single time. Go grab
is your lie to be true, and then you're golden.
a lot of what you guys just said shows that you don't actually know how geodetic triangulation works.
Cite it.
What
You don't have
what exactly are you
you
asking?
don't have a measurement. Give us a
You
measurement.
said,
We're
you said
asking
it
for a
happens.
spherical excess measurement.
You said it happens all the time, every single time that you do it. So cite it should be happening today. It should happen all the time. So you shouldn't have to go back to just 2 in the history of
Be not
mankind
factored
from
in. Just bring me
1900.
spherical.
Well, I think today, we already know the precise figure of the Earth. We don't do these basic
Show me a cup of
geodetic
spherical
Wait,
triangulation.
no, he claimed knowledge. How do you know this?
How do I know
because
what?
he knows.
Well, I read, why these surveys are not performed these days anymore, and it's just because we already have the, a number of these substantial old surveys. We have satellite positioning.
How?
We don't need any more manual long distance triangulation.
Satellites presuppose the R value. Try again.
I'm asking for the how.
Well, satellites can
you said
presuppose what we want. They exist.
They presuppose an R value.
No, they don't just spray and pray things into the sky. Sorry.
It literally uses an R value. This guy just makes stuff up. I literally talked to a geodetic surveyor that was debating for the globe, and
I
he
remember
said
that.
that you have to throw out the measurements that don't fit the presupposition.
This is the problem with
Like meta argument is I already know that I'm right and therefore I'm right. Every other argument has been kind of bolted onto that premise.
Really?
Yeah, really.
yeah, because when I asked you how, you couldn't even address it.
Yeah, you even said it yourself. Oh, well, I know I'm right because you're all flat earthers and I'm a globe earther. That's not an argument, dude. That's not an argument.
I know. I didn't make that argument. And if you ask me a specific question and allow me to answer, I will give you the best answer that I can.
But that's the question I'm
Your
asking.
best
you
just is
Why
not good enough.
Yeah, that's the question I'm asking you. Why did you say that you're a globe earther and that we're flat earthers? Why is that even relevant?
I used it in a very specific context, didn't I?
I
got a specific question.
You used it in the context of reasserting that your worldview is already correct.
No, in
not.
the context of understanding the basics about geodetic surveying.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna post something for you, man. I'm gonna post something for you stating that. Sorry.
Yeah. So your argument was my worldview is correct, therefore my worldview is correct. You don't understand that you did that, but that is what you did.
That wasn't even an argument I made. That's not an argument. That's just that was just how do you say, a statement.
I'm gonna post something real quick. I just want to say something real quick. I'm gonna post something for you, showing that the USGS and use the AE map layout and for radar, all the radar layouts and military use the AE map. I don't know what you think they're using the globe for, but anyway, Austin told you, or somebody did, that it's a lot of local planar, flat, basic, planar elevations joined together to make a big old map, depending on how big you want to make it. And there's different datums, which make some rivers run uphill. And so it just goes to show you, they can insert another R value and change it around. It's still the same thing, right? They just changed the R value. So it's basically the same measurements without any R value.
Right. So your value is our value.
So Brian, are you using a globe projection map to make a point about the flat Earth?
Is a globe projection map?
Yes,
so
the
all the measurements must be the same then, right?
I mean, in fact, there's no world map which is not a projection of a sphere.
wonder if it's a globe projection map and only has
That's not
60
true.
degrees.
That's
You need
such
to
It
have
only
a
has
sphere in the
60
first
degrees below
place,
the
which you don't have.
equator. You think that's a globe projection?
I think he's proposing
It's,
that
it's not.
people have so
It's
much
not a
time on their
matter.
hands that
It's not a
to make a flat map, they first made a circular map and then projected that circular map back
Dude.
into a
Yeah,
flat map.
that's so stupid.
That's
Dude, this
dumb, dude.
Dude,
The
this dude
definition
came in
of
and said,
retardation.
if we presuppose the globe and then go out in the world and we throw out all the observations that don't fit within our presupposition, and then we gather and compile all the other ones by throwing all the ones out that don't fit it, and then we get our numbers worked out with averages after we presuppose and throw out all the other data, that proves my presupposition.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Show me the radius, my guy.
wonder where the actual, the congruence between dozens of geodetic surveys in different places on the Earth actually comes
Yeah,
from.
geodetic surveys don't do shit
If it's
for
just a
elevation,
bunch
man.
of, if it's just a bunch of
Just
presuppositions
because
and
they've
random observations,
imposed a word upon basic surveying doesn't make it the way you want it to be.
Dude,
Really,
again,
sister.
it doesn't matter how many surveys you have. If they throw out all the data that doesn't fit within the presupposition, it doesn't prove anything. I don't care if you have 1 million of them that did that. That doesn't prove anything. In
well,
fact, crypto even told you what type of fallacy it is.
it's still just your claim that they throw out measurements which are
No,
outside
it's
of
the geodetic
your.
surveyor's claim.
Well, then please just timestamp it or give a citation.
Hey, crypto.
Oh, yeah, because then you're going to admit you're wrong, aren't you?
Bro, you
If
don't know how
if
geodetic
you
surveying
convince
is
me,
done. If you don't know that they take a if you don't know that they take a whole bunch of measurements and then throw the ones out that aren't close and then take the ones that are within their range and use that and make an average. If you don't know how that works, I don't know why you're invoking this and why you're asking us to cite it. Go watch Witzett's debate with the main surveyor. He admits it there. I've gotten all the Globers to admit this. This is not even in contention. You're the only one that has this in contention.
it's
stands
still
alone.
not arguments. It's
Hey,
not
let me
arguments.
ask, hey, if I'm doing triangles from a center,
Can I respond to that? If
Yeah,
you
yeah,
build
sir.
if you build a triangulation network, you can't just throw out parts of triangles because
Yeah,
they
but
break up the network.
Well,
If
that's
you're
my
talking,
point.
You're not even describing triangles. You're describing
Wait,
something
real
else.
quick. If I'm doing a triangular system, I'm gonna have excess, right? If I'm starting from a center point and I'm doing every town, every city locally with triangles, I'm gonna have excess, right?
that depends on if the Earth is spherical or flat. Yes.
No, it doesn't, man. If I'm
Oh,
working my way out from a center point, I'm gonna always have excess with triangles.
that's not true. But planar triangles will always be planar. You won't measure any excess beyond that.
Not with straight longitude lines, man. They're gonna spread. You're gonna have excess. No
That's
getting around it.
not what spherical axis is.
I'm just hearing a bunch of nuh-uh. Elisha, what did you want to say, bro?
I was going to ask, it's something he said earlier. It sounded like he was doing an appeal to incredulity. I was like, is that a new fallacy or does it already have a name?
What specifically?
He said something, say, it seems incongruent with his worldview, basically. And I was just thinking, well, that sounds like I'm appealing to incredulity to debunk you or whatever. So it's fallacious, but I'm just wondering if that's already a logical fallacy that has a different name.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, he said Texas sharpshooter. Sorry.
Yeah, Texas sharpshooter was
Incredulity is not fallacious.
when you basically so the idea of a Texas sharpshooter is that Texans aren't very good at shooting, which I don't know is true. Sorry if any Texans are listening, but the idea is that they kind of
No, it's when
they shoot at the wall and then they draw the bullseye around where the shots landed, rather than having the bullseye up first, right? So that's the kind of thinking behind the name for the fallacy. The reason being then, what you do is you take the data that you like and then apply it to your worldview, not taking all of the data. Does that make sense? So that's why
it's just I was just picking up on one specific thing that he said, but it's okay. I understand.
Yeah. But anyway, that's why the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, because they take the data they like and then literally throw the stuff away, quite literally throw the stuff away that doesn't fit.
So you're talking about we're in your analogy, we're we're taking thousands of shots at a wall, and somehow they all land around some specific spot.
No, but they don't, do they? That's actually what Witz has been telling
They
you
do.
over and over and over again. Is that
They'll
that
only
isn't
accept
what happens.
They'll only accept shots like midday, like early morning. They don't even accept early morning shots or later in the afternoon when the temperature is even out.
Because you have to have this, you have to have the siesta, so you can't accept everything now. Come on.
Well, Brian, what you actually
Dude, even when they do.
What you actually want to do is take your measurement at different times of day and multiple times, and you want to be, elevated a couple dozen feet above the ground. That's why they build surveying towers and go, on mountain peaks and so on.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Geodetic survey.
That's why, yeah.
Dude,
yeah, man.
this is so funny.
Man. All the triangles, they only pulled chains for one leg of every triangle, and not even every triangle.
Just for the control network.
Right. So they're not measuring all these triangles like y'all think they are.
Dude, imagine how insane you have to be to come in here and just blatantly make stuff up, and then we tell you, dude, we talked to I talked to one, and he brought his data and showed thousands of people live and admitted that you have to throw out the observations that don't fit within the predetermined window because they would make I even said, well, what would happen if you use those? He said the R value would be way too big. Then later in the debate, he says, yeah, I mean, I've actually had some observation where the R value is like insanely too big. He said this himself. He said, you have to throw those out. You have to throw those out because you just assume that there's some type of error with them. And then you stay within your window. Then you take a weighted mean within that window. And if you get within 90% accuracy, we consider that very good. And they go look at the NDSA and they say, okay, look, this is close enough.
Yeah, you always actually take a mean out of multiple measurements to get more precision. That's not...
After you throw out all the ones outside the predetermined window.
Yeah, you're just ignoring the anomalies that make you
that without like I'm actually at this point I'm actually interested in what you're referring to. So okay, are you on the road or something? Why can't you cite what you claim to have debated about?
Dude, it sounds like you're on a wind up now, to be honest, because he said the same thing 7 times. I've repeated it a few times, and you're still like, oh, now I'm interested. It's already been said. Jeremy said it more times than I have.
A lot of things are said. So why do you expect me to just take Witsit by his word? Last time he told me that.
I'm pressure washing.
Dude,
last time I told you what? Wait, let's hear him lie.
Last time you told me it's impossible to measure spherical excess because the instruments just go to 180 degrees maximum. But that
think about it, bro.
No, what I told you was that let me correct this. What I said was, you guys run in here and say, every time you do it, you get spherical excess. It happens all the time. Everyone does it. Everyone knows it. And I said, that's not true. Modern geodetic surveying doesn't exceed 180 degrees. And then I went and cited it.
Right, but that's still just false. Like, the individual instruments, so one angle of the triangle, will not exceed 180 degrees, obviously. That's just, the range of one of the instrument at one point. But you're taking
That's how they claim the spherical excess, though, bro. Like over 80 miles on mountains.
That claim makes no sense at all. I'm not sure why you would bring that up.
Dude, you haven't cited anything within 100 years, dude.
Hey, wait, hold on a minute. You know when you reach, hold on. You know when you reach a classy nightclub, the bouncer won't let you in if you're a clown wearing sneakers or trainers, right? So why are we letting this guy in the conversation? He doesn't pass the dress code. He's taking the mic.
Right.
Crypto's right. Move on.
Claiming his numbers are mean, but really it's his attitude.
Spherical excess, isn't that a azimuthal measurement? It has no
yes
elevation measurement.
That's what I'm trying to tell him.
Absolutely.
You're working your way out from the center.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, maybe Moyak and Hoymar can get their story straight, and then we can talk to them afterwards.
Yeah, they can go to another stream.
Maybe you guys can stop talking about spherical excess.
Okay,
say it happens every single time when you only have like 2 times, and they're all from 100+ years ago.
Sure,
There
go
are
ahead.
literally thousands of triangles over hundreds of years.
And they're azimuthal, which is not affected by refraction in the same way as
Wait,
elevation.
I have
Yeah, absolutely.
to ask something. You're not actually meaning triangles when you say triangles. You know that, right?
I mean triangles.
Yeah, but that's not what you're describing. You're describing something else.
Well, yeah,
Which
because
would
it's
be what?
globe, and they actually
Crypto. Is it just me, or are people just not picking up on this? He's talking about another shape. It's not a triangle.
So what is it that I'm talking about in your opinion?
Mate, you're talking about a magical sphere, and you're doing 3 lines on it. That's not a triangle.
That's correct.
Why
That's
not?
the problem. You measure an angle from point A to point B, then point B to point C, and then point C to point A, and they equal more than 180.
Yeah, it's like a Dorito.
Well, that in itself is bullshit. We've already established that. But you keep
Wait,
using
what?
the wrong
Hold on,
terminology.
hold on.
That's what I'm pointing out. I don't understand.
How
Am I
is
alone
a
on this?
triangle bullshit?
Well,
No,
what
that's
would
not
you
what I'm
call it? It's
saying.
3
Listen to
angles
the
that you're
words I'm
taking to
saying.
3 distinct points.
No,
What would that shape be?
his claim is that, man, this is so pathetic. You
What
don't
would
have
that
the right
shape be?
you don't have the right shoes, man. Move on.
What shape would that be? 3 points measuring between 3 objects. The angle
You have
between
to substantiate the claim, man.
Okay, that's great. What would be the shape that would describe? We're trying to get the basics here.
That's
We're
not even what
trying
I'm
to get
dealing
the
with.
actual demonstration.
No, a triangle has a definition.
Yes,
Why
yes,
does
I
nobody
understand
understand this? You're not
Now,
describing
the
a
problem is that
triangle. It's not
definition
a
doesn't
bloody
fit what
straight.
happened.
It's not a bloody straight line.
That's cool. The
Okay,
problem
well
is
then
that
should my
definition.
shot, if I'm doing a triangle on mountains, should one of my lines be like angled outward and back in to point of view? Because they did these point of view shots and claimed triangle exit, but how could they be point of view? What did one of the lines aim away from the third point and then curve back in to make it an excess?
No,
You really
what's happening
got to
is
think
you're
about that,
measuring-
man.
The point
You
is
can't have
that
line of sight
You're measuring
with
it
more
from
than 180,
3
bro.
separate planes. You have 3 separate planes that you've established when you do that measurement.
yeah,
That's
exactly.
why it comes up and looks funny.
That's it.
If it was
See,
one
that's
plane, it would all work out.
No, see that's the problem though, because the triangle is a 2D plane. You're literally talking about how you don't have that.
Right. That's
And
absolutely
you're
true.
saying so it
I'm
must be
glad
something
somebody's
else.
listening.
But physically,
No.
what you're doing with the measurement, you're sitting there with your transit or your theodolite. You're making a measurement. You pick the angle, then you go up to your next point. You pick your angle, and the next point you pick your angle. Why doesn't that work out to 180? If it was a flat plane, one would expect it to equal 180. Why does it not equal? 180?
It has to be 180.
That may be, unless
If
you
you
have
start,
unless you have them on
look, it's
different
not that
angles.
hard. It's not that hard. If it was done correctly, it would be 180. But the thing is, you're
And
talking about
if you
shit
have-
that's either done incorrectly or that people are intentionally manipulating the results.
Or the surface
Well-
of the Earth is curved, and each vertical is
No,
different. If
no,
each vertical is
because
different-
that's
if each vertical is
presuppositional.
If each vertical
A
is
triangle is a
if each
triangle is a
vertical
triangle. If you get a
vertical is-
different
if each
result,
vertical-
then you're
if
not
each vertical
dealing
is
with the same
vertical-
thing.
Each vertical is different. Then you
Hey,
would get
Clown world.
a number that does not match 180.
Hey, Crypto, you're the king.
picture
You're the
wedges
king
in
of
a
the clown
triangle
world.
pursuit.
Sort them out.
I mean, remember that game Trivia Pursuit? Picture the wedges, right? So you're starting from the middle, and you got triangles filling up your wedges, right? And just pretend your piece extends out a little bit. Are you not going to have excess? The more you triangulate, you have more and more excess.
Not on a
Working
flat
your way out to
board.
the center.
Not off a flat board.
Well, then you don't know how it works.
Yeah,
Okay.
and this goes back to the earlier discussion. You cannot have conversations
Why is that guy
very
allowed to
easily with people who don't exist on your level.
I wonder why that guy's allowed to clip me like that. I mean, I obviously made it known that I was not having a conversational interaction there. He was just interrupting.
Who's interrupting you, sorry?
Oh, I don't know what his name is, but you could hear when I was talking, repeating myself over and over again, in order to keep him from squelching me.
Well, I mean,
Squelching what? You're talking past the point.
That's irrelevant. You're allowed to speak here. You do not have the right to overtalk me.
Oh my God! Stop bitching. You're an adult.
Who the?
Do you want a tissue?
Is he the one making he's the one making the rules here? I don't get it.
I'm not the king here. If I don't
No,
get shut
actually,
down,
that's the
then
rules
that's
of
your
the
problem.
server.
The king is in the house.
Man,
The king can operate.
man, how you will make all these triangles with curved surface?
What's up, Sasha?
They're not triangles.
How you will get all these triangles with curved surface?
You just measure it. You just measure the horizontal angles
Okay,
between
show
two
us.
points.
Man, do you know what is triangle? What is triangle?
Well, not a Dorito. I mean, I guess you could say a Dorito, because that's what the ballers say.
Children, the time is show and tell. If you're not gonna show, you can't tell.
Oh, are we in preschool or something?
I mean, if we're talking about the globe, then maybe.
I mean,
we're just basically you have to think of it like this. You have three
no.
mountains.
I don't have to think about it anyway. If you're not gonna show, you cannot tell. Those are the rules.
I'm just describing to you how it's done in reality.
No, you're not. You're describing your worldview as if that gives it any validity. If you cannot show what you're claiming, you cannot tell.
Well, you know, the thing is, I assume that you're not.
You have no citation.
Can I respond? This is how a conversation works, dude. I assume that you
I
are
don't know.
not
I
going
kind
to
of agree
read.
with the show thing. If you can't just show it, why do you have to hype up the cards that you have in your hand? Just play them.
If I'm not mistaken, Larry has displayed this before. He showed his numbers, and they just were ignored and told that they were not real.
What do you mean by
That's him straw man.
I can give you like a measurement. You want a measurement?
Yep.
I don't even think you know what a measurement is, bro.
Measurement in nature, probably in nature, not on the paper.
Yeah, y'all need to realize the difference between a calculation and a measurement, man, because they're not the same.
Let's get
I
down
was
to
going
that.
to say the same thing. Not a calculation. We're looking for direct measurement.
Okay.
So
you do realize that you guys are essentially saying nothing right now, right? You guys realize that?
Not really. Not really.
No, like you really are, because
I don't know what you heard.
You're allowed to measure things, right? Measurements are fine. I fail to see why you can't measure something.
Oh, you can.
For example, if I want to measure the stadium field,
for the state of your brain.
If I want to measure football field, 3 miles away from my home, I will not go in my home in room and calculate it. I will go outside that stadium and I will measure that football field. I will not go home and measure it. I will go there.
Okay.
But you can do it.
So hold on. So
No, that's not
claim,
verification though. Just calculating it up in your calculator.
You guys are seriously saying nothing. So your claim is that
No.
You're going to go out there and measure something, right? How are you going to measure that thing? What are you going to do to measure it?
Think about this, bro. Think about it. It's very simple, right? Because people are claiming that the surface is curving.
No, that wasn't the question. How are you going to measure the stadium?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Let me help you out. So how many options are there?
How many options are there to measure what?
Do you want to think about it? I'll just tell you.
Stadium?
Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. There's only 2 options. It's either curved or it's not.
Okay,
There's no third option here. So we're only going out to detect any deviation away from a straight edge. So any deviation away from that means it's curved.
I really don't think you know what you're saying. I'm trying to be kind
maybe
here.
you're just empty-headed. You're not hearing what we're saying.
Hold on. The problem is that we haven't gotten down to terms and definitions.
Thank you.
I think some people in here are mistaking calculations based on a thought scenario versus a direct measurement. They don't know the difference, so you better find out what they're talking about, because they're talking about a calculation. I'm positive.
Sonny,
here's the
that was
issue,
what
right?
I was going to bring up. Smooth. So I was going to ask you, and then it got jumped in. But how would you measure something?
Okay, so let me just give me 1 minute to talk, and then I'm going to answer. So, if you've never been to a location before, and like let's say you're going in for an interview, or you want to go on a
starting
date,
with an if.
you go ahead and you jump on Google and you type in how long, you type in the address and you get a time that it would take to get there as well as the distance, right?
Yeah.
And we take that to be accurate. And that's because we can measure things without having to actually be there to measure it. So what you're doing in that situation is you're calculating from your home, right, the distance between two locations. So I just want to say, in our daily lives...
No, you are not.
So
it's also not a verification of the number.
Wait, hold on.
Measurements have already been done. All you're doing is
hold-
accessing the catalog of those measurements.
Right, hold
Do
on,
me a
just real
favor.
quick. Right, just real quick, because he was gonna speak for a minute and then try to answer my question. So now that you spoke, how would you measure something?
Right. So it depends on what I'm measuring. If I'm measuring how much wood I need to make a deck, I can use a tape measure. If I'm measuring the density of something, I can use a graduated cylinder. If I'm measuring the volume, I can use water. There's different methods to measure depending on what I wish to measure. There's different methods.
Okay.
But the question is, what's the method to your madness specifically?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say, is that your question is kind of ignorant, because you're asking, how do I measure everything
if
I've
you're just
ever...
going to do this, then why do you think people roll over you? You're not engaging in good faith.
I am engaging. I'm saying that your question is ignorant because you're asking, how do I measure all... You're asking, how do I measure all things in one way? There's not
That's
one
not
way to
what
measure
we're
all
saying.
No one
things.
said
That's
that.
not what we're
No one said
saying.
that.
Are you
And
sure
then-
That's
you're on
literally
the right
saying
side
you
of
don't
the
know what
bell
we're saying.
curve?
You don't know what we're
I don't
saying.
buy
You're
it.
projecting.
Can I take how you measure curvature in distance? That's we are saying.
Okay. How do I measure curvature?
In distance, yeah.
Well, you can't because it's not there. Simple.
Yeah. We measure like this. We go to the Google and see the distance from one object, and that object is that distance. It's measured that distance. You can check it. You can go by boat and check it if is that distance real, and that distance is real. And look at the devil on the globe. We cannot see that object because on that place, on that distance.
It would be really easy. If what they were saying was true, they could go out to fixed known points, or they could create fixed known points over bodies of water, do the measurement with witnesses, and go, look, these angles don't line up. But the thing is, they're not going to do that. They're just going to conjecture and cite nonsense examples that don't line up. Because if what they said was true, they would be able to do it time and time and time again.
We
They're
have.
too
So
darn
that's-
lazy and too darn disingenuous to address the point and concede that they have no evidence.
Okay,
Yeah,
so...
why is it going to
Hold on.
the surveyor shows you
Hold on.
that makes you say
It will
no?
be like, I will give you an example. It will be like this. You go to Adriatic Sea, then you go to UK Sea, then you go to US Sea, then you go to Indian Sea. And then on every observation on 10 miles will be 66 foot of drop everywhere, every time. Only when its waves are bigger, maybe not. But when it's still, it will be every time 60, and every observation and every video will show that. Look at the devil.
So there's a couple issues with that statement, right?
Okay.
First of all, the Earth is not perfectly a sphere, so it's not going to have a consistent
Okay,
drop.
why it's
everywhere.
perfect from the space?
But
Why it's perfect from the sphere? Why we have radius?
It's not perfect. You can see, if you take the photo from space and you flip it horizontally, you'll see that there's a difference. Your eyeballs.
If
we
could go to space, we could entertain this subject.
Let's flip it Earth then.
This is not what we're dealing with.
Let's flip it Earth. How we will do that?
Okay,
you take the image that's photographed and you cut it in half, and then you put the two halves together. You'll see that it is wider than it is tall. You could also take it and take a micrometer or some measuring tool and measure its length and width across the screen, and you will see that it is wider. There's two ways you can do it. Your eyes cannot do it. Your eyes are inferior tools for doing this.
So let's get back to the actual measurements on the Earth.
That's
I've been
the
waiting
first
for the
thing, is
show and
that
tell show, but all they do is
you're
tell
not
lies.
gonna. I'm bringing you there. So you're not going to see it consistent. But
why to bring us there? Why not to post like a 1,000 videos of
Sasha, let him finish.
Sorry.
Okay. So we can talk. Like, for instance, when we were measuring the distance to the moon, it took 16 years to do it. And the data points were enormous. The amount of data points was astronomical. So, like, what I'm trying to say is that we have actually gone all around the world and took measurements from all around the world to do all these kinds of, robust measurements to understand where we are. And as science has progressed, we don't need to make these voyages anymore because we have technology that can shorten the amount of time to do it. No one here is investing 16 years into floating around. Now we can, or I can show you all the papers that people have done it. Like, your issue of needing witnesses is how many of you have actually, volunteered to go on a scientific expedition.
Smooth. The question was regarding the measure of curvature. You're explaining that people have measured distances here, distances there. The question was a question of, has there been a measurement of curvature?
I don't know, but
Not whether we measure
I don't know about
distance
that.
from, Charlotte to Atlanta, right?
No.
We're not asking for that.
That was posted 5 minutes ago, I think. I think that was the 400-mile measurement from Maine to like West Virginia.
Right, we're asking for direct curvature measurements. You're saying that there's a direct curvature measurement from Maine to West Virginia?
I'm not sure. Let me see which image that was. I'm trying to do it from memory. It was posted like 10 minutes ago, maybe. Let's see. This is Larry's.
Is this some type of survey that was done where they calculate in spherical excess after they've made their measurement?
No, not exactly. It's a straight line
geodetic? Is it geodetic
a-
surveying or is it planar surveying?
Let's see.
I actually posted a triangulation network where they measured spherical excess. That's from Maryland. Just a couple of azimuthal triangles, and you could do this yourself. This is repeatable, verifiable. Just as an example of a direct measurement of spherical surface geometry.
Psych! Hoymar, so can you explain the process that you did to measure spherical excess, meaning the tools that you use, kind of what you go through, and how you come up with some sort of spherical excess that you're claiming?
It's just
Sure.
All that's showing is circular. All that's showing is circular excess. So why they're calling it spherical excess? That's only one dimension. That's circular excess, man.
Yeah, the breezing past the points, but we've established this. This is really just honestly, I don't understand why anyone would entertain this.
So does anybody know how triangulation works? Just to start off.
It doesn't work with the curved surface for sure.
How many sides of the triangle do they measure? How many in that 400 miles? How many sides of them triangles do they measure? And how many do you think were in the span in between Maine and Virginia or West Virginia? How many triangles do you think they made?
That was a straight line measure.
They just need one known side and two angles, and they will know the other two sides.
Okay, but how many triangles do you think you had in between Maine and West Virginia? Just seeing if you even know ballpark. I'm just seeing if you're even in the ballpark.
I will repeat myself on this. That was not a triangulation. It was not a spherical excess measurement per se. It showed how much drop there was between Maine. It was a straight line measurement using. They verified first with laser rangefinder that their measurement technique worked, and then they extended the measurement technique.
Okay, well, how come I didn't?
They used GPS and transits.
GPS? How does a satellite know where the center of the Earth is, please?
The satellite doesn't know where the curve of the Earth is. The
No,
satellite
where
only knows
the
how
center
far
of
away
the Earth
you
is.
are.
How does it know where the center of the Earth
Exactly.
is?
It's not there.
Oh, reciprocal zenith angles point right to the center of the Earth.
What on earth are you talking about?
What
So,
center
so
of the
how
Earth? That's on
so
some
how does the
movie. That's
satellite know
fiction.
where the center of the Earth is?
The reciprocal zenith angles tell you where the center of the Earth is. All points point towards the center. If you look at all the divergence of all reciprocal zenith angles, they point to one
That's just
place.
lore, dude. That's fiction.
Okay,
So now you think the
that's solid.
satellites
Good
are
reasoning.
pointing
You
at each
have to
other, right?
first determine
You think
something before you can point to it. What are you talking about?
If all gravitational vectors are different on Earth, which it seems like
Oh,
they
are you
are,
gonna school yourself on this as well? You have to prove gravity. This is the issue. Everything is
yeah,
presuppositional.
he has
Everything
talked over me
is a
every
cert.
single time I've spoken. He can go fuck himself. Goodbye. Have a good day, gentlemen.
Triggered.
Yes,
Bring
because
some
you're
substance.
because you're a rude. It's
Bring some
because you're a rude
substance.
cunt.
Bring some substance. I'm
You're
calling
a
you out
rude
for the
cunt.
fact that everything you're talking about is presuppositional, and it destroys you. And you keep just digging a hole deeper and deeper, and you're getting triggered because I'm calling you out, not because I'm being rude.
How can a GPS use
think he's just.
reciprocal zenith angles to measure to the center of the Earth, please?
I think he's just with gravity. He's just referring to the natural phenomenon that a blunt bob will fall and show you the direction of vertical.
Right,
Which is
he's
all it is,
parroting.
really.
Right, he's parroting
That's got nothing
FTFE.
to do with gravity. Why insert your flipping fantasy world into reality?
He's literally parroting "Fight the Flat
That's
Earth"
exactly what
with
gravity
reciprocal zenith
is
angles
trying to do.
and trying to apply them to GPS
No, what
satellites.
the
That's why he
hell?
left.
Sorry, guy.
Go ahead.
Nah, my bad. I was just trying to
No, he's
address his
parroting.
point.
He is parroting FTFE, talking about reciprocal zenith angles that
Yeah, I
they're
think that
measuring are on Earth. He's trying to take reciprocal zenith angles from here on the ground and apply them to GPS satellites. And I still ask how, you know, I proved in my questions that the GPS satellites have to be told where they're at, and there's no way for them to measure to the center.
yeah, the center of the Earth has nothing to do with how GPS functions. GPS is just
Well,
a
all you have to ask is,
coordination. It's a coordination communication system to determine variable position from other nodes. It's got
You
nothing
got
all
to
you
to
have to
give.
do
ask
with
when he
it.
says
It's
that
got
is,
nothing.
is it always the same? Just ask him, is it
No,
always the
exactly.
same? Or
It's different.
Crypto is trying to speak. Crypto?
you're coming in really
Oh,
low.
well, I don't know. Never
Anyway,
mind.
GPS measurements are different depending on the datum.
Yeah.
They're interchangeable, but that just shows you, man. It's all calculations and models. Without
And
a datum, they're worthless.
Well, GPS just uses one datum, which is the WJS84.
Oh my god, dude!
He
I'm a
said he got zenith angles to get the R value, and the question is, are the zenith angles you get on the Earth, presupposing a sphere, do they always give you exactly the same angle? Thanks for
He
playing.
just said GPS is only used one thing. The last video I made about which datums are showing what and when to change them out, when not, and what units can and what can't. They're just saying anything, dude. Why would you even say that, dude? You obviously have no clue.
Well, with it,
is
if
a
you're
standard
with it,
protocol for trilateration for determining position.
it's multilateration. But anyway, with it,
Nothing to do with your
if
presupposition.
Are you going to answer my question, or are you just going to skate past it?
I'm trying to address you in case you've missed it. If you're measuring the same zenith angles all the time, then you're rather lucky, I would say.
Okay, so thanks for making my point. If you invoke the zenith angle to say that's how you definitively demonstrated the R value, but it's constantly different, then you didn't in any way prove and measure the R value or the center of the Earth's location, because it constantly changes. You have to have your presupposed R value to go look at for accuracy. So what he said just patently wrong.
Well, for starters, I would just use reciprocal zenith angles to demonstrate that verticals are diverging. They're actually radial, because they're always tilting away from each other, and that's what you
Oh,
can
so now
measure.
you're shifting away. Now you're shifting away.
No, I'm not.
He
I'm
said
not.
that that's how
You
we
can
show
bet.
where the center of the Earth is very accurately, is what he said. It's very easy. The Zenith thing will show where the center of the Earth is very accurately, and objectively they don't. They fluctuate all over the place. Now you want to
There is
shift over to the fact
fluctuation.
that you're claiming that they're what?
No, there absolutely is fluctuation, as in every
When
measurement.
we ask them how come shit ain't tilting and
Especially,
everything, they say, well, it's only 1 degree for
especially
69
on the
miles, man.
surface.
And
Hey,
then they
I
want to
have a
make a
question
claim that they
for
measure
the.
it.
But
I
I'm
have
telling
a
you, if
question
you
for the penguin.
Yeah, well, it seemed like Brian interrupted him. Hoymar, do you want to finish what you were saying?
so I agree with Witsit that if you do these angle measurements, they will always fluctuate, especially because they're that low, that close to the surface, so they're especially affected by refraction. But I'm telling you, if you average, a couple of these dozens, you will get pretty close to the precise Earth radius.
Right. So
But
you have to have the R value. That's hilarious. And so when he
Well,
said he
do they
uses the
understand?
zenith
Do they
angles
understand
to
what you're
show
saying? Was it?
no, they're just no. Whenever the guy invoked, because he said, "How do they know where the center of the Earth is?" He said, "Zenith angles will tell you where the center of the Earth is very accurate, but they don't. They fluctuate all over the place." Now, what you're saying is that if we take an average, we can go compare it to a presupposed R value, and if we ever get an observation that's outside of our predetermined window, we throw it out. Then we take the weighted mean within our predetermined window, and then we cook the books and then say, "Look, it proves R." It's so stupid. And so you agree then when he said it shows us the R value, you can find the center of the Earth very precisely and accurately with zenith angles. He was wrong, right?
Well, I don't think he was wrong. No, you can still
You
we
see
have
what's wrong with him?
fluctuations. You have
Yeah, I
fluctuations.
have a question for you,
Single,
Homer.
it's just basic statistics. If you have fluctuations in your individual
Yeah.
data point, you can still find a mean, or an average or whatever you need to get a
But they don't
precise
just take
result.
an average, bro. That's not. They don't just go out there and see everything they get. They write it down, every single thing they see. They write everything down, and they take an average. And look, it happens to perfectly match the R. That's not what happens. That's literally not what happened. I debated the guy about this specifically, zenith angle measurements specifically. He said you get different measurements that would make the R value way too big. We have a predetermined window. If anything falls outside of that, we just dismiss it to user error or conditions, and we don't take it down. We don't account for it in
So
our average.
as per usual, you're just misrepresenting what he said.
No, what are you talking about?
I don't know who he was referring to.
Me.
But
You're specifically talking about the main surveyor and your debate with the main surveyor.
Are you going to say anything specific to what I just said, or are you just going to come in
Yes,
here and tout back victory?
you're talking about what you said, what the main surveyor said during your debate with him.
And I just said what he said.
Okay.
Okay.
So did he say those measurements that are outliers? How many of them are outliers?
It doesn't matter. He said he throws them out.
So if I measure my basketball court and I measure it 9 times, and out of those 9 times, one time it measures out to 10.5 feet. Is that correct? Should I still use that?
He didn't say that. He didn't say 1 out of 10 they have to throw out. He didn't say that. You just make stuff up.
yeah, you're trying to relate something, but it's unrelatable.
If I take
And
measurements of
also,
something, hold on. If I take measurements of something, right, and I know it's roughly about, let's say, 20 feet tall, and one or two of those measurements I get 20. Does that
This is
mean
kind
that
of
all of the rest of wait, hold on. Does that mean that all of the rest of the measurements are incorrect? And I should take the one
No,
that
it's
says
not.
25 feet?
No, but this is why your
what a
analogy
moronic answer.
is not representative. So I like if y'all are talking about the main surveyor debate, I kind of vaguely remember him saying that they have to do it so many times to make sure that what they get is what they get. So in that so many times, it's because it isn't particularly accurate. So it's not like 2 out of 10 times they got like some wayward measurement. Am I remembering that wrong?
Yeah, no. He just made it up. He just made it up to try to make this big point, and he's saying I misrepresented what he said when he's intentionally doing that very thing. He never said that. He never said 1 out of 10 measurements. He never said anything like that. You made that up.
What did he say?
Okay.
What did he say then?
He didn't specify a
Hold
number.
on, I
You
just
made it up.
posted his measurements, man. I just posted his Alberuni test. He's got 10 measurements, and he averaged them all together, and they're off by 7 million feet. It don't sound like a lot, but it's like over 25%. I posted them in live text 1.
You know what's interesting though, Witsit?
Looking
Even
for
if
it,
they
what?
were, even if all their measurements did line up with their presupposed idea, it still doesn't help them.
Well, if it's
But even worse than that,
presupposed
it doesn't.
and our measurements match that
Exactly, but
presupposed
that's the
value,
irony. So
but
even if they had it all perfect, it doesn't help them because it's presupposed.
but if it's presupposed and I go out and measure it,
But
and it
even with their presupposition that they're hanging on to, it doesn't even line up with that perfectly, and they have to
dude,
throw out what's not relevant.
if
So
I
from both
presuppose how
from
large
both
something
sides,
is, if I presuppose how large something is, then I go out and make measurements, and my measurements come pretty close to that presupposed measurement, then what?
I
They don't.
just showed you his measurements,
They
bro.
don't? Okay.
His measurements are right there. You came in here and blatantly
was up
lied.
on a cliff.
You came in here and blatantly lied, and you've made videos about this kind of stuff about me. That's what's so funny. You have these narratives you make up, and you just blatantly lie, and then you run with them for years, even making videos and like effectively slandering people, claiming that I misrepresent what he said, when you just make stuff up. You just made it up. I talked to him on and off.
No, you are
He
did
said there.
misrepresent what he said.
No, I didn't.
You're
What he
saying
said
you're
was
saying you're making these
that
measurements
we have a
because of it.
predetermined window. Anything that falls outside of our predetermined window, we disregard them, and we
Exactly, because
then
it's probably some sort of error in the measurement, of course.
it's called Texas sharpshooting. It's called
No.
begging the question and cooking the books.
It's not an error in the measurement. It's an error in the initial it's not hypothesis. The initial presumption. It's the initial presumption that's wrong. That's why your measurements aren't lining up, because your whole position is something that you can't even determine in the first place.
You know the thing, measure twice, cut once? You ever heard about that? You measure more than one time.
I don't care. I don't care about your little sayings. Address the point.
If you measure something, right, you want to measure it several times and make sure you're correct, right?
But that's not even what they're doing, by the way.
What are they doing? What are they doing then?
They're doing measurements and then going to calculation to prove something that they've already presupposed
to see if they
in
match,
the way
right?
they're formulating it. But listen to the core. Listen if you will to the core of this. The claim is radius measurement. The only legitimate way to go, this thing has this radius. For instance,
what came first?
Listen.
What do you think came first?
Listen,
the radius or the measurement?
B-ball, you're interrupting B-ball. Please don't do that. Let him finish.
Please. So let, if you will, somebody goes, all right, the radius of this orange is 2 centimeters, 5 centimeters, whatever. You can actually go and measure that. Slice the orange, get your tape out. This is the issue with your claim. You're claiming a radius of something that you can never, ever determine with any degree of certainty.
Why not?
So because of that, because you know that you're flawed from the get-go, you go all the way around everything else and base your whole position on the presupposition of your claim.
Why do you not think we can measure the shape of the size and the shape of the Earth?
Because if you could,
hold on, I only asked one person.
Because if you could, you would have already done it. How deep has anybody gone into the Earth?
Okay,
also,
so
the main surveyor, did you even look at the measurements?
Hold on, Brian, wait, Brian, please.
The deepest anybody has gone, to my understanding, is about 8 miles or something.
Yeah, I don't think they were trying to measure the Earth when they drew.
It doesn't matter if you want to measure, not calculate, not presuppose. If you want to measure radius, you actually have to go from the center to the outside. If you can't do that, then you can never claim measurement, and you should just own it. No, you should have intellectual integrity and own that your whole position is presuppositional and therefore is not proof, is not provable, but a belief system. Have integrity. There's nothing wrong with having a There's nothing wrong with having a belief system, but have the integrity to label it what it actually is and stop claiming it to be something true when it clearly isn't.
Okay, let me know. Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
So are you saying that if I measure the outside of a basketball, I can't get its radius?
I'll show them to you. They're in the text, bro.
Hold on,
Wait,
Brian. I want the other
That's what
gentleman
you're
to
supposed
answer.
to do. Ain't
Yeah, if
nobody
you
did
can
that with the
physically
globe.
measure the outside of a ball, which you don't do that with the globe. You look outside long
But
distances,
no, I
presuppose
didn't
the
say
R
it with the globe.
value, and then you interrupting because I'm
Hold on,
distracted a little
Winston.
bit.
Hold on. I
It's
want
not
the other
analogous
gentleman
to
to
the
answer the
globe.
question.
It's not analogous to the
I
globe
want.
because it's a physical ball that you can actually touch and physically measure,
Okay,
not like
great.
the Earth.
Just let him
Okay,
talk
I
and
want
say
the other
the wrong
gentleman to
angle.
answer the question. If I measure the outside of a basketball, can I get its radius?
I just answered the question.
Witsit already answered it for
No, I
me.
want
You
you to,
know,
I want you to answer the question. Is it a yes or a no?
you know
Is
that
it
you're
yes or
breezing
no?
past the point
It's
because
a
it's
yes.
not comparable. It's not comparable. You're breezing past the point.
Can I
See,
I
I
ask you a
have no.
simple question.
Listen. I do not
Simple
care
question.
what you choose to do with your life, right? But I would just like that the people who hold ideas that are quite clearly presuppositional would have the integrity to label them as such. I choose to believe in the Creator Yahweh and His Messiah Yeshua, but I cannot prove it to you in the way that it's acceptable in the realms of discussion that we're
Didn't
having,
ask you
right?
about your God. Didn't ask you about that.
It's an example, you genius, right? It's an example to show that in that I have to have the integrity and go, this is my belief system.
Okay.
Even though I personally know it to be true, I cannot be going out claiming something like that. That's wrong.
Okay, let me ask Brian.
And this is the difference.
Brian,
This is the
he'll
difference. Your whole
answer the question.
position is a belief-based position. Why
Okay.
not own it for what it is and stop imposing it as if it's true when you have no substantiation for that?
Okay, Brian, let me ask you, if I measure the outside of a basketball, can I get its radius?
Oh my god, you've already asked this man
I just
3
want a
times.
simple answer.
Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing, guys. You just asked me a
Somebody
question.
please be honest and answer the question.
The answer is
You
yes.
just asked me a question. Let me answer, please.
The answer
Let him answer, guys.
Okay, the answer is, and let me follow it with one damn sentence that I've been trying to get out, and I'll shut up. Okay, easily. You can easily do it, okay? But I posted in live text the main surveyor, the guy we're talking about, who claimed to have done it, and he posted out of 10, he averages 10 measurements. He's off by about 7 million inches. It's supposed to be 27 million inches for the radius, and he come out to around 20 million inches. Off the ground at Christina Falls, I think it's called, in Maine. And so he's up off the ground, and he's off by a huge amount, bro. This is your surveyor, bro. Look. So everything you're claiming we could do, yeah, we're doing it, but it's, bro, that's not there, B-ball.
Okay, so your answer is yes, you can get the radius if you measure the outside of a basketball. Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Correct. And
Wow,
nobody
see
did
what
that
I'm
with the
saying? He's
globe.
just a sophist.
All I
Cool.
wanted.
Yeah. All right. Nah.
You can
Let's
physically-
entertain his folly. Okay. Now measure the outside of the globe, the presupposed globe.
Which
I'll
has
wait.
been done.
I'll wait until I turn to dust because you will never
Okay,
do it.
which has
You
been
know that
done, and
it's a belief
and
system.
I'm sure that you've been presenting, and I'm sure that you've been presented with this, and you've probably been denying it for the longest time.
Okay, so I'm just gonna repeat what I said.
What is
So
he
you can
gonna? Is he
physically,
gonna pull up Aristophanes or whatever? Because that
you
would
can
be a
physically
lie.
hold a
Oh my god,
basketball.
I'm
please
not
You
do
going
can
to show you
that.
physically hold.
Please
anything.
do that.
Wait up. You
I'm
can
not going to
physically
show
hold a
anything.
basketball. You can physically hold a basketball and physically measure the outside of it.
Yes.
It's not analogous to the Earth. You do not do that with the Earth. Now you look over it. You presuppose the R value of the basketball. You look at it from a distance over top of it with the basketball edge moving all over the place. And then you come up with an average trying to come up with your R value, presupposing it's a sphere. It's not analogous to physically measuring the outside of a basketball. That is stupid.
That
Yeah,
B-ball
nobody
is that you
measured
could
the
go out your
globe,
back with
bro.
a telescope and see the flag
Relax.
that the Americans left on the moon. Is that the same B-ball?
Hey, Pete, what's up, man?
Oh,
But no, I
Pete,
don't know why people look at the
Pete,
measurements,
just go
man.
drink some piss. Just go drink some piss, Pete.
It is the same
B-ball,
B-ball.
at least
Something that
look at the
changed so
measurements,
many
bro,
years on
please.
end.
Wait, you do
You
realize,
know,
Brian, it's even
you know
worse than
what
that,
I'd
right?
really like to
He
talk. You know
corrected
what?
for 20 million. He corrected 20 million for refraction and then was off 7 million. And this is after he threw out the other measurements that were even worse of an R value. He just threw them out. So he's
But
off
it's
7 million, correcting for 3 million after throwing out the other.
Why would he correct for 7 over 6 bar if he's way above the refracted zone?
You know what you guys could do though? You guys could
his
all get
butterflesh
together
wound.
and you could do exactly what he did, and then see what value you guys come out with.
You guys
That
would
would
dismiss
be
it and say that everything
it's
that we factor in
wrong.
for the average was just refraction, that we shouldn't have
That
taken, we
would
should have known that we shouldn't have accounted for it.
That's how you guys would really debunk this, is if you guys got together, did the same exact thing, and you came out with a completely different number.
Dude, he debunked it himself by admitting that no
claiming that
accuracy.
whatever he did was wrong. You guys could go out and do the same
Again,
thing.
he
But
debunked it himself
nobody
by
said
admitting.
you want to do that.
Dude, this guy just wants to talk over everyone and be a sophist. So this
Well,
guy
I mean,
had
it
debated.
is like
Now it's
5
your turn to
against
interrupt
1.
again.
So
It's your turn to
He's
interrupt
it is
again.
like
I guess
5 against 1.
it's
Though.
your turn to interrupt
So.
again. I guess. So I debated this guy about these very measurements you're invoking. He said that, and now he just showed the measurements, right? He was off by 7 million, and then he had to add 20 million, right? Add 20 million, and then was still off by 7 million. So added 20 million for refraction, was off by 7 million, and this was after he admitted twice on the live air that he had to
7
throw out
million what?
all
7 million
the
inches?
measurements. He had to throw out all the measurements that were wrong.
7 million.
Sounds
what?
like he
7
works
million
for the
inches?
Fed.
7 million inches? Is that how? Is that what was off?
He's off by 25%. He's off by
7
25%.
million
7 million
anything
inches?
is ridiculous.
What is
25%.
7 million inches?
25%.
In cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120.
So he said he's off by 25%. So what's up?
Let's see.
Respond to it. He's off by 25%.
Let's see. 7 million inches. What is that?
He's off by 25%. And this is after adding 20 million to it. And this is after throwing out all the other ones that he said would give him way too big of an R value. And he just honestly stated it. And now we have people running around claiming that somehow doesn't matter. That you go out there on the world, on the earth, and you throw out all the observations that give you way too big of an R
110
value.
miles. So it was off by 110 miles. 7 million inches. I think that's pretty damn close.
I'm pretty sure that has one dash behind it, which is C.
Wow.
107 million inches, right? That's 100.
Buddy, listen carefully. It has
miles.
one dash behind it. Is one dash an inch?
7. You said 7. You said you were off by 7 million. He was off by 7 million inches, right? Who said that?
I never
or was
said that.
wrong? Who said that?
10
that was
to
Brian, right?
You can see right there that he said the actual radius 20 million, what he got 27 million. So you can do the math and figure out the percentage off that he was, but you're a sophist. So what you're trying to do is ignore that. Literally right there on the page it says actual radius 20 million, what he got 27 million, and you can see how much he's off percentage wise, but you don't want to talk about the truth. And this is after adding 20 million to it, and this is after throwing out all the other measurements that debunk the R value.
Still got, but the thing is, he still got an A radius though, right?
Presupposing a sphere.
He still got A radius, but he didn't presuppose he measured it.
This guy's such a... So he didn't measure anything. He didn't measure anything.
He measured a radius. He was off a little bit, but he still measured a radius, regardless if it was bigger or smaller.
He was off
the radius of a pizza. Like, what's he talking about?
He was off 25%. He had to presuppose the sphere. He presupposed the sphere, and he was still off. He presupposed the sphere, and he was.
What you talking about?
You're a sophist, dude.
How do you measure?
Stop interrupting. He
How do you presuppose something, but then you go measure it, and you compare your measurements to this?
What do you mean? How do you presuppose it?
To this presupposition, right?
That's right. You put in a spherical you use spherical math.
He still got a sphere. He still got a sphere, though, right?
Yeah, it's like what Eritosthenes
He had to use spherical math.
Dummy.
He still got a sphere. If it wasn't a sphere, there would be no radius.
He got a sphere because he used spherical math.
This is delusional. Why are we entertaining this? Where's
if
the
it wasn't a sphere, you wouldn't get. If it wasn't a sphere, right? He wouldn't have got a radius. It would have been way off.
Eritosthenes did.
That's wrong. Dummy. You can get a radius value of a flat table presupposing a spherical math.
Really? Can you know? Can you?
Yeah, objectively.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to see that.
We already have done it 50 times.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, even if you saw it, you wouldn't believe so you're finished
I would
either
love to
way.
see it.
Well, it's not even. Think
The
about
core
that.
of
It's
your
like
problem
this.
is the core of your problem
and I
is
would
you
go and
don't
try and
even want to
myself.
entertain
let
the opposite
crypto
point of view.
answer his question if crypto is here. Let crypto answer his question. Is crypto? No, crypto's not here either. What the hell?
Dude, just
That's
think about.
what we would expect on a
Hey, you
flat Earth.
might be
That's pretty
lagging
close
big
to a flat
time.
Earth measurement.
Here, I'll stop talking so much, but think about how dishonest this is. Okay, so this guy, I debated him. He said, "Yeah, well, we have to throw out a lot of the observations because it would give us way too big of an R value. So we have this predetermined window, right? And everything that falls outside of that, we just completely throw out. We just disregard it. Okay. Now, if you factored all those into an average, you would have a huge R value. Okay, but he just throws them all out. And then within his predetermined window, after throwing tons of observations out because he just presupposes it has to be within a certain window, begging the question, then he's still off by 25%. And that's after adding 20 million for refraction to make it closer to the actual reified answer. And then he takes an average of that, right? And then he's still off by a significant amount of the presupposition. And he has to go out and he looks at these he thinks they're supposed to be parallel if it was flat. He's like, oh, they're divergent. Let's take these different angles, little small divergent angles away from this parallel, right? And then we're going to put it into spherical geometry. And we're going to beg the question that it's a sphere. And this guy's saying, he's still got a sphere, though. He's still got a sphere, though.
We still got
Like,
a
what a
sphere.
joke.
Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing with it.
You got destroyed.
Thanks for playing. Hey, by the way, would you like to talk about Southern Hemisphere flights again?
I don't want to talk about anything with anyone as dishonest as you.
Oh, you
I
got
would,
enough
I
time
would love to talk about Southern Hemisphere
Let's
flights.
see,
Hold on,
Go ahead.
B-ball. Do you not understand that an assumption is not validation?
No, but I can assume how big something is, then I can go and measure it and compare my measurements to my assumption. Can I not do that?
That's what
Can I not
Eratosthenes
do
did,
that?
and he
Yeah,
got
you
Can I
can.
not do that?
Yes,
No,
if
you
it
can't.
were, well, you could
Why
if
not?
it were a sphere. I mean, you could assume something and then go measure it, but you'd have to actually get the measurements of the sphere to have any validity.
Yeah, that's kind of what people do.
Kind of.
No, it's not.
You threw in kind
No,
of.
it's not like you can present those measurements.
Yeah, he said he had to throw out all the other observations and measurements.
So, with it, when are you gonna decide whether it's the methodology of reciprocal sinus angles or the actual accuracy of the measurements?
Bro,
Which is the
y'all
problem?
use that as an excuse. When I measured down the shoreline
The
and
actual
measured and wasn't getting no curvature at all, and y'all said,
Man, you
"Oh,
never measured no shoreline. Come on.
dude, look at my fucking
Dude, these
videos. One
people
of
are
the first ones I
so
did, dude, 3
dishonest.
years ago. Dude,
This
I
is
just
like
posted a video
disgusting.
about B-ball's dishonesty. Anybody wants to see his honesty? Just look in line.
This is
You
disgusting to me that people will
you pointed out.
intentionally jump in and skate past all the valid critique of their
Well,
claim that we laid out with substantive specificity. You'll jump in, skate
but
right
you
past
haven't
it,
done
and
anything
then
though, Richard.
interrupt me like a little gamma again, and then
You
just
haven't
keep
done
on
anything, Richard.
reasserting. I just pointed. I debated the guy. He said that tons of the observations would give him way too big of an R value, so you just
The
ignore them.
difference is
Whenever you no, stop interrupting me. Whenever you say, can I assume something then go out and validate it with measurement? That's a non sequitur because he didn't go out and validate it. He went out and he found all kinds of things that falsified it and didn't validate it. But he threw all those out. He threw them all out. He didn't even
did
account for
the
them. He didn't
measurements
average.
though. He went out and did the measurements though. What have you done? What measurements have you gone out and taken?
Measure what?
Oh
Actual
my
curvature,
god!
dummy.
Because you
Every
always
time he
talk
gets
about we
refuted,
want
he just says something
measurements,
stupid.
but you haven't done anything to
Because I
falsify it.
talked to the guy that did it. Right?
So
That's
go
your
out,
hero,
go
dude.
out
I'm muting
and
you if you
get
interrupt me again.
measurements.
I'm muting you if you interrupt me again.
Yeah, B-ball,
I'm
you got to
tired of
stop
it.
interrupting, man. You'll have your chance. You can have your uninterrupted time.
Okay.
He doesn't interrupt you, so just let him speak.
Yes, he does. Go ahead.
Well,
Okay,
not right
so
now. I haven't heard it, but yeah, go
So
ahead.
he admitted, just not to get too weird, I'm going to say one more time. So I debated him. He admitted that when he goes out there and he makes these measurements, a lot of them he has to just completely throw out and disregard in entirety because it would make the R value way too big. So what an honest person would do, you'd go out there and you'd average all the observations, all the measurements, and you'd see what you get. But they don't do. He didn't do that. He threw all of them out unless they're inside of a certain window that he predetermined. Okay? So that right there, it's nullified. It isn't valid. It doesn't prove anything because you threw out all the actual measurements. You threw out the actual measurements. Then he takes a weighted mean, and then he's still off. Okay? So this in no way validates the claim. This is just objective.
Plus, that's spot on for 0.02 I mean, it's almost spot on for
But yet he,
Rayleigh criterion.
but yet he went out and still measured some radius. So thanks for playing.
No, he didn't. Why
He
did he?
keeps
Wait,
saying
why did he? Why did
He's
he even add
hopeless.
7/6R from a Thought he was up out of the
Dude,
refracted zone.
dude, you can get an R value from a flat surface if you apply spherical geometry and take angles on it. Like if you look over the great distance of a completely flat surface, you can get a R value if you presuppose a sphere and then you try to take measurements from angles. You can,
He
dude.
literally demonstrated that, Austin. He literally
Dude, he's saying
showed it
he's
on
still got a
paper.
sphere, Brian. Brian, he's saying he's
Did
still
it?
got a sphere, and there's literally no other option. He could only get a sphere because he used spherical math.
He
But
don't think there'd be a
didn't
horizon on a flat plane, bro. He don't think there'd be a horizon on a flat plane. He thinks if you took a picture, like maybe the whole sky or the whole ground would fill up the picture. So
But didn't this conversation kind of start with someone saying geodetic surveys? And I just think that they mean just surveyors because the geodetic part is purely mathematical. But so like didn't they say that they kind of have these geodetic stations
I can't
so
even
that
hear what this guy's saying.
that they don't have to really concern themselves with refraction? Well, he added it in anyway and still was off after throwing out all of the measurements that would have made it off anyway. What are we talking about?
And dude, he said it would make the R value egregiously too big. He said way too big.
So it's either too big or too small of a sphere. It's still a sphere.
And he keeps saying
too
that.
big.
So
It's
if you
never too
presuppose
small,
a
bro.
sphere,
It's always too big.
if you presuppose a sphere, right, and then you apply spherical geometry with your presupposed sphere, and then you try to cook the books, you can then get some type of math about a sphere, and therefore that proves the Earth's a sphere.
Just throwing in the word presupposed still doesn't, you know, that's still not an argument just claiming that someone presupposed something, because I can presuppose any shape, but if I go and measure it and it comes out to that shape, then that proves my presupposition.
But you admit
Dude,
it is assumed, though, right?
It didn't come out to that shape because it couldn't be a ball.
Well, it
couldn't
came
be
out
a
to a
ball.
bigger or smaller shape.
Hey, buddy,
It's
it couldn't
still
be a
a
ball.
ball.
Dude, you interrupt a lot. So it couldn't be a ball with an R value of 200,000 miles. Now, could the Earth be a sphere with a radius of 200,000 miles? Yes or no?
It's still a sphere.
Yes or no?
Well,
still a sphere.
He can't see what I'm saying. You couldn't be
I'm
more
retarded,
dishonest
you
than this
guys.
guy.
Another critique of what he said was, well, you could presuppose a sphere. Listen, there's not a time in existence other than the religious belief that you're on a sphere. There's not a time in existence where anyone presupposed a shape and then measured it. They look at the dimensions of something, then they measure it, and then they title it something. When it comes
Here's
to
how I God, sorry.
when it comes to the other shapes that aren't like things in nature, like trees or like rocks, mountains, when it comes to these other shapes, like these 2D shapes, they come with concepts.
I think that we shouldn't engage him until he answers the question. Could the Earth be a sphere with a radius of 200,000 miles? Yes or no?
Oh, no, it couldn't. That's obviously.
Right.
Obviously,
So he won't
If
answer that.
someone measured it to be that shape, that size, sure, it could be. Maybe they got it wrong. Maybe they got it wrong. But guess what? It's still a sphere.
No,
It's
the Earth
still a
can't be
sphere.
the Earth can't be a sphere with that radius because gravity uses that number, day and night cycle uses that number, seasons using that number, the distances on the Earth uses that number, all the claims of going to space uses that number, every single thing about the model uses that number, and it's the only way that you can even try to make the distances on the Earth work out. You have to have that R value. So you have 260,000 mile radius. You literally can't have any representation of the Earth because we have information that can be verified that directly contradicts and falsifies that. Therefore, when you say it's still a sphere, it is literally like first grade level ridiculous.
So what you could do with it is you can go out and use the same exact methods that he used, and then you can falsify it instead of claiming that everything you did was wrong.
But even stellar parallax
Okay, and if I go
That's
out,
what
uses
you could
this is
do.
the problem.
something of
If I actually go
the
out,
actual radius.
if I actually go out and do it, right? If I actually go out and I do the same thing, and instead of being so dishonest and such a religious zealot that I throw all the measurements out and I just take it for what it is, like an honest researcher, right? I go out there and I just copy down every measurement and I do it many, many days throughout the entire day. I take down every single measurement and then I get the average. And then I try to do the R value math because if I don't do that, then it's going to be a totally different type of math. So to even test the sphere, I have to use spherical geometry. So if I go out there and I take every single measurement and then I don't throw any of them out and then I get an average, the R value is going to be like 5,000% too big. Okay,
So you
and
could
then when
do
I do
so.
when I do that and I come show the data, all the Globers will just say they'll say I'm stupid because I didn't know that I can't take those readings. I must have done it wrong, and I can't take those readings because even if I did it right, then I should have known that those aren't valid measurements because of the.
No,
So there is no winning. There is no winning with you guys.
no. What we would do is we would be like, oh shit, you know what? Winston actually went outside and tried to measure it. I mean, he might have got it wrong, but he at least tried, which is something you never really do. Just like you say you were going to do Michelson-Morley, you say you're going to do Cavendish, and we're still waiting on those.
So this is
I'm
a
trying to file all the stuff to do all that. I'm
Dumb.
doing the double
Everybody
slit
has
right now.
goals. That's
I'm doing the
dumb.
double slit right now.
You got goals
So
with
this
it?
is a.
Shame
Go
on
ahead,
you.
Hank. Sorry, I heard you.
You got goals with it? Shame on you with it.
Shame on
Oh,
it.
so like what's crazy is like you're saying like even if you went out and did the measurements and got them wrong, the problem on the offset is that you're not agreeing with the methodology that your people have proposed. So even if he did it and then he said, look at these measurements I took, and then you say, well, I mean, because you're not addressing whether or not throwing out certain measurements are valid. You're moving beyond that. So there's nothing Witzik can do to rectify the situation with you because you don't even agree on the epistemology. What the fuck is the point in talking to you?
What don't I agree with? If someone actually goes out and takes measurements, and we look at the measurements and we see what you actually measured, nobody's going to disagree with that.
No, Eli, you're totally right what you just said then. These people are just so dishonest. They move the goalposts every time.
Oh God, how are we dishonest? I'm asking you to go. I'm asking you guys to go and
Because
actually
your
measure
mouth's
something,
moving.
right? Just go out and measure something. Then we can see
Thank you for
whether or not
precedent.
our calculations
Of course,
are right.
you didn't measure anything,
No,
right?
I
You
didn't.
measured nothing.
I didn't. No,
Yeah,
I haven't.
yeah. So, and then if I use the same measurements you're using, so at this point, neither one of us have gone and done. So now you're invoking a certain guy's measurements. So if I look at the same ones, oh well, guess what? I actually went and talked to him. I went and talked to him about them, and the guy that did the measurements said I had to throw out a lot of measurements because they would have made the R value way too big. I had to just throw them out.
Just go
And
out
then
and do
I
it.
took the ones
Just
in
do
the
it.
predetermined window and took an average, right? And what he said actually was, in geodetic surveying, if you get close to 90%, we consider that a great success.
Just go out and do it, and then see whether or not the measurements are correct.
Dude, if his measurements are
That's
correct,
how you would really falsify it.
he said that he had to throw out all the measurements. That's what he said.
Okay, well, just like I said, just go out and do it. Okay, can we
See what
move
I'm
to
saying?
Southern
Like,
Hemisphere flights now?
this guy's a sophist.
Can we talk about Southern Hemisphere flights now?
If you catch jet streams going up to 900 miles per hour, you can easily explain any flight on the globe. And we have actually taken Southern flights to actually measuring, using the compass on the way in the south, and showing that it doesn't take the actual path that they claim that they do by using a compass and seeing our direction. I'm not debating you about it though, because I've already destroyed you. I'm not done. I'm not done talking because I've already destroyed you on it for an entire hour and a half one time, right? And
Okay,
you
let's
run around
go through it then.
saying that I'm scared to debate it when I literally debated you for an hour and a half. And we cleared the whole room to do it. And then I literally have addressed it 20 times on the internet, and I talked to you about it for an hour and a half. And you running around saying, I'm afraid to talk about it. So then you just now blatantly lied and you sophistry for the last 30 minutes. So out of principle, I'm not engaging with you.
No, you don't want to talk about your jet streams anymore. How fast of a jet stream do you think you're going to need to go 13,000
Hey
miles?
man, he said he doesn't want to debate you, so like, why don't you choose another topic so that we can
Okay, so
just
does
keep
anybody
the
else want
live
to talk about
stream?
Southern Hemisphere flights? Because
I'll
that's what I
talk
want to
about
talk
it.
about.
Probably
Yeah,
not,
if it goes
but
300 miles per hour, 250 miles per hour, it would be fine.
Okay, where have okay, only one time in history documented was there a jet stream that was 231 miles per hour, which happened on February 19th of 2019 on a
How
flight
come when
from
we started
New
measuring,
York.
they just posted
Hold
a
on,
speed of
on a
1,100
flight
kilometers an hour?
on a flight from New York to London. That was the only time that ever happened.
Actually,
Brian, don't
normally they
interrupt,
don't.
Brian.
Normally they don't get ground speed, right? Because they
Okay,
have
how do they
airspeed.
calculate ground
I'm
speed?
talking right now. I'm in the current process of talking. This is why I don't talk, because you are
B-ball,
Yes,
stop
interrupting.
no one,
interrupting.
but no one said anything when Brian interrupted
B-ball,
me,
Someone did
right?
stop
one-on-one.
interrupting.
Jeremy
He's
did
telling me to
say
No,
something to Brian.
it's not
You're
a
wrong.
one-on-one, but Witsit was talking.
this must be that I'm scared to talk to him because I don't want to, because he can't stop interrupting me. So, like I said, they get a constant speed with air speed, right? And so you determine airspeed in the plane with relative to static pressure around the plane. So that's what most of their readings are, just static pressure around a
No, it's not.
plane, right? Now
No, it's
this,
not.
you see what I'm saying? Like this guy he's getting destroyed, so he has to interrupt me to funny me. This is why I don't engage with
What you're
anti-fighters.
saying is
You're
wrong.
not. You're not. You're
What you're
literally
saying
not
is
saying
wrong.
anything.
B-ball, you need to
What
wait
you're
till he's
saying is
done
wrong.
talking. B-ball, even if you think he's wrong, you have to wait till he's done talking, and you can get as long as time as you want to interrupt, or sorry, to respond. Although not as long as you want. It has to be somewhat concise because, but you can definitely respond. So just wait till he's finished. Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, so they get airspeed, which is relative to the static pressure around a plane, right? And that's not equivalent to airspeed. I mean, to ground speeds. Just like whenever the plane that was documented to go over 800 miles per hour, that was ground speed, but its airspeed was like 500 miles per hour, right? Or just under that, which goes to show you that airspeed's not the same, and they normally just clock airspeed. Now, there's one scenario where, yes, they reported the ground speed, which they normally don't, and that was over 800 miles per hour in the north, where the jet streams are actually slower. Okay, so yeah, you could definitely be in the south. You could definitely be in the south and go over 850, 900 miles an hour, right, and then still just be clocking like a 550 mile per hour airspeed, and you would cover an insane amount of land.
How are you going to prove that? Where's your
Okay,
evidence even suggest
wait.
that?
Hold on 1 second.
I'll
So I know you
proof of
like.
the
I know you how. Hold on. I know how you like to cite things, right? Right. What's it? You like citing things,
Bro,
right?
don't stop there. That's
So
rhetorical question.
according to NOAA and the National Geographic, the average jet stream is between 80 and 140 miles per hour on any given day.
In the south, the
So do
average
you
jet stream
think? So
speed
do you
is
think? Do you think that these flights, which I'm talking specifically about QFA 63, right? That goes from Johannesburg to Sydney, and it takes 11 hours to do so. How fast do you think your jet stream needs to be to go 13,000 miles across flat Earth?
So first of all, you made up the number 13. Secondly, I don't believe your nonsense about the airspeeds. We have planes going in the north where the jet streams are slower, going over 800 miles per hour, right? And they only
That's not
recently even started acknowledging
for
that
one.
because in
That's not
2000. See, all
true.
right, I'm not talking Scotty.
You're getting destroyed, man. You're not answering his direct question. You're just saying word salad every time you get a chance. Like
Yeah,
Just
pretty
he's
much.
asking you about a
Let me
particular.
go ahead and
Okay, there was
give it
no
to you real
word
quick.
salad there, Smooth. I don't know what you're
So
hearing.
let me go ahead and tell you right now. You're wrong. The jet streams are not faster in the south. They're only faster in the wintertime in the north and the south. So I don't know where you got that from, saying that the jet streams are faster in the south in the south, because that's just wrong. You're just wrong with it.
All right,
I'm going to try one more time.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
interrupt me again.
I was just gonna say, dude, B-ball, don't interrupt him. If you do, you're getting an official warning. Go ahead, Austin.
All right, last time. So we had a flat earther actually document his flight, one of these flights in the southern hemisphere, quote unquote, right? And he used his compass to document the flight relative to what they were showing on the back of the screen. And the compass wasn't matching. Two different compasses wasn't matching what the screen was saying. They were going in different directions, and he has it all documented. It's well documented. I have the video. I can drop it here. So we found out that they're not actually even going the path that they claim to according to the compass, 2 different compasses, right? And so secondly, I just explained that you could easily go a greater distance if you catch a jet stream, but the plane wouldn't even notice it because you would be in static pressure around the plane, and that would be how you're determining your speed. So you would just be going 500, 550 miles per hour, maintaining your constant speed, but you wouldn't even realize that you're actually going over 800, 850 miles per hour on the ground speed. This has been documented many times before. So those two things combined, right, the change of route and then the fact that there are jet streams in the south that people fly over would easily explain the routes, okay? It's not complicated.
So we already know that on the flat Earth that these 2 airports are very, very, very far apart from each other, right? What's it? And we know that it's a lot farther than 6,000 miles, right? So it's pretty much almost double that.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is that. Yes, it is. If you look
No,
at
it's
your
not.
flat Earth map, it's double that.
No, what they do, just so everyone knows,
So
what they do
hold
is
on,
to
I'm not
explain this
done.
is they.
Hold on, no, I'm not done, please. I'm not done. So if an airplane is going 550 miles per hour, if an airplane is going 550 miles per hour,